For more audiobooks like these, join my Patreon. Link in comments. My Hockey Alpha, Chapter 1. It was the night of my coming-of-age party. I was most of all excited for one thing. Tonight, Justin would finally announce that he was my boyfriend. Justin and I had been seeing each other for a couple of months now, but we had kept things under wraps so far. Frankly, I would have preferred to make our relationship public right away. He was one of the most handsome and popular guys on campus and was on the hockey team, but he insisted that we wait until the right time. I want to save announcing our relationship for a special night, baby, he had told me. I had been asking when he would make our relationship public for a while, but maybe he was right. It was best to wait until a special time. That meant that he really loved me, right? As I stood in front of the mirror and admired myself, I felt confident that Justin would announce our relationship tonight. I picked out special lingerie, which I wore under my outfit now, because I was certain that we would finally have sex for the first time. I was ready to lose my virginity. Aside from the lingerie, which was a sexy red set that I picked out at the mall a couple days before the party, I was wearing a short, tight skirt that showed off my thighs, a pink crop top, and heels. I wore red lipstick and black eyeliner, too. I felt a bit awkward wearing an outfit like this, as I usually dressed in jeans and hoodies. But my roommates, Jessica and Lori, insisted that I dress up for the party. The only thing that I kept the same about myself tonight was my hair, which was black with bangs and 2 long braids. I always wore my hair like this and never liked it any other way. Some people said it was childish, but I thought it was cute and practical. "You look so hot, Nina," Jessica said as I came out of the room. "The guys are going to be all over you." I didn't say anything about Justin. Even my own roommates didn't know about our relationship. Lori looked at her phone and took another swig of her beer. "Everyone should be here any minute," she said in her low, sultry voice. Lori was the quintessential goth girl on campus, which was a stark contrast from Jessica's bubbly nature and my studious attitude. Somehow, though, we were all best friends. Just then, the door burst open with the first guests arriving. The group of guys and girls flooded in carrying cases of beers and whooping and hollering, excited for the party. With a grin, Jessica cranked up the music and started greeting people while I stood awkwardly in the middle of the room. Lori walked over to the couch and sat down, scrolling on her phone. She really only ever came to parties for the alcohol and the weed soon enough. The suite was full of people. The LED lights flashed red, green, and blue while the music played loudly. And the guests started getting drunk and playing games. The main attraction seemed to be the beer pong table, where the boys competed like their lives depended on it. But people also hung out around the seating area, played drinking games, and smoked on the balcony. A while into the party, Justin finally arrived. I got excited, but instead of coming over to me and greeting me, he simply made a beeline for the beer pong table and joined the game. During a lull in the game, I sent Justin a text. "Well, are we gonna announce it?" I watched from the corner as he pulled out his phone, read the text, then pocketed his phone again. He looked at me and subtly shrugged, then returned to his game as though he didn't even know me. "Are you okay?" Jessica said, coming over to me with an extra beer in her hand for me. I shrugged and finished off the last of my beer. "I'm just not much of a partier, that's all," I said. Jessica pursed her lips and handed me the other beer. "You just need a little liquid courage, that's all," she said, clinking her bottle with mine and taking a big swig. I looked down at my beer and frowned. Jessica was right, but beer wasn't going to cut it. Not with how Justin was treating me tonight. "How about vodka?" I said. Jessica's eyes lit up, and she turned around to face the group, cupping her hands around her mouth to shout. "Hey everyone," she shouted. "The birthday girl wants shots." By my 7th shot, however, I started to feel woozy and felt like I was going to throw up. I stumbled down the hall to the bathroom and made it to the toilet just in time. When I was done throwing up, I stood up and made my way over to the sink, where I splashed some cold water on my face and took some deep breaths to sober myself up. I looked at my smudged makeup and my messy hair in the mirror, trying not to cry as I thought about Justin. Why was he treating me like this? Just a few days ago, we were making out behind the hockey arena, and now he was acting like he didn't even know me. Was he just nervous about announcing our relationship, or was it something else? Taking another deep breath and wiping the tears off of my face, I straightened up and decided to go talk to Justin. When I left the bathroom, however, he wasn't anywhere to be found. "Hey, have you seen Justin?" I asked a guest. She just shrugged her shoulders and pointed toward my bedroom. Maybe he just went inside to be alone for a minute, which would give us some time to talk. I made my way over to my room, weaving drunkenly through the crowd. When I opened the door, however, I wished that I had just stayed away. Justin was in my bed, but he wasn't alone. He was with another girl. I recognized her immediately from her platinum blonde hair and thin body. It was Lisa, the cheerleading captain. They were tangled together in my bed, Justin's pants pulled down and Lisa's panties on the floor as they had sex in my bed. "What the fuck?" I screamed. The party went silent, aside from the music, which someone quickly shut off. Justin and Lisa sat up in my bed. Justin looked even more drunk and high than before, but immediately jumped up when he saw me and yanked his pants up. "Nina, it's not what it looks like," he said, stumbling toward me while Lisa simply stood up with a smirk and pulled her panties on, smoothing down her skirt. She strutted out of the room and bumped me with her shoulder on the way out, as I continued to stare at Justin in shock and disbelief. Justin stammered as he tried to explain himself. "I'm so sorry, Justin," I interrupted, my voice shaking. "We are done." Without another word, I turned away and stormed out of the suite with Jessica and Lori calling after me. I walked out of the dorms into the cool spring air, turning this way and that for a bit before deciding to make my way toward town. I walked for a while, fuming the entire time and muttering to myself until I finally made it to a local bar. I nodded gratefully as the bartender poured me a glass of rum and coke, and I sipped it miserably while he disappeared into the kitchen. I pulled my phone out of my pocket to see that I had several missed calls. And where are you? Texts from Jessica and Laurie, but I ignored them and tossed my phone down on the bar, taking a big swig of my drink and cursing to myself. Yeah, I hate my phone too, a male voice said from beside me. I looked over to see a guy pulling up a bar stool a couple seats down. He was wearing a red flannel shirt and had curly brown hair and a sharp jawline. He was muscular too. I hate everything right now, I said, swirling my drink around in my glass with my straw. How come? The boy looked at me, and just then I came to a shocking realization. This was Enzo, Justin's hockey captain, the star of the school, every girl's dream boy. And he was sitting next to me in this quiet dive bar, talking to me Chapter 2, Nina's POV. Enzo must have noticed the expression on my face when I finally recognized him, because he smirked and held out a napkin for me. Your makeup is smudged. I blushed and grabbed the napkin from his hand, using it to wipe away my makeup while Enzo continued to stare at me. Rough night, he said once I finished cleaning up my makeup. I guess you could say that, I replied. You know, he said, his deep brown eyes studying my face, you look better without makeup. His words made me blush even more. What were the odds that the hockey captain would be hitting on me on the night of my birthday, right after my boyfriend had cheated on me? Do you treat all the girls like this? I said suddenly, surprised and embarrassed at my own question. It must have been the alcohol. Enzo simply smirked again and finished the last of his drink. He reached forward and brushed a bit of hair out of my face. If you're so intrigued by how I treat girls, why don't you come see it for yourself? I live in Dorm B, 4th floor, room 409. His voice was low and sultry, and as we leaned closer together, I felt my breathing become slower and more aroused. I frowned then and pulled away. I needed comfort tonight, but not that sort of comfort. No way, I said, crossing my arms. I know your reputation. You're a player. So what if I am? Enzo murmured. It's your decision, but my room is open to you all night. You can just walk right in. No need to knock. With that, Enzo sat back up and tossed some money down on the bar. I'll pay for the lady's drink, he said to the bartender, then threw his jacket over his shoulder and sauntered out of the bar. I kept sipping my drink while I thought about the unexpected proposition of sex. Enzo was well known as an Adonis, a handsome player, ever since Enzo and Lisa, the cheerleader who stole my boyfriend, broke up last semester. Enzo's dorm had a constant stream of gorgeous girls going in at night and walking out the next morning, their lipstick smeared and their hair a mess. No girls ever went back. Enzo only participated in one-night stands. I had never been interested in one-night stands. In high school, I was nerdy, and never had a chance with any of the boys. The one time I thought I had a chance, when the football quarterback asked me to prom. It turned out to be a prank. The whole school had laughed at me as I showed up in my blue dress, excited to dance with the quarterback, only for him to trip me and make me fall on the dance floor. "Why would I want you?" he had said, pointing and laughing. Ugly Nina will never have a boyfriend. After that, I swore that I would just focus on my studies. I eventually grew out of my ugly duckling phase once I started college, and lots of boys tried to get me to hook up with them, but I just wasn't interested. If I was going to let a boy interrupt my studies, he would have to be perfect, someone who I would be willing to share my body with. I had thought that Justin would be the one. He seemed so sweet and kind, but I guess that wasn't the case. After this, I felt like never falling in love again. "Sorry to say this, young lady, but the bar's closing soon," the bartender said, breaking me out of my deep thought. I nodded and finished off the last of my drink, then stood and left the bar. The thought of going home right now almost made me sick. Maybe I didn't have to go home tonight. I showed up at Enzo's place a little while later. Before I entered, I hesitated for a little while as I considered just keeping my dignity and going home. But I was all dressed up tonight with expensive lingerie. And besides, with Justin and Lisa's double betrayal, what would be a better way to get back at them both? Taking a deep breath, I turned the knob and entered Enzo's dorm. He was sitting on the couch when I entered, as though he had been waiting for me. "Changed your mind, eh?" he said, standing and crossing the room toward me. He was much taller than me and muscular to boot. This close, I could smell his cologne. It made my panties wet, almost like a pheromone. "So," he said, "what changed your mind? I thought my reputation scared you." "I just could use a little comfort," I said. Without saying anything, he leaned down and cupped my chin with his hand. He kissed me deeply, his tongue exploring my mouth in a way that Justin's never had. After we kissed, he wrapped his arms around my waist and picked me up. I wrapped my legs around him as he carried me to the bedroom. Our lips smacked together the whole way there. I bit his lower lip, which caused him to groan. And when we entered his dimly lit bedroom, he slammed the door behind us and laid me down on the bed. I was trembling, but there was something surprisingly gentle about Enzo's touch. I had expected a careless brute who only cared about getting himself off. But as he leaned over me and slid his fingers down my panties, I realized that my assumptions were wrong. Enzo kissed and licked my neck as he rubbed my clit, letting his fingers get wet with my juices as I moaned into his mouth. He pulled away briefly to remove his hand from my panties and let me taste myself off his fingers, then returned to touching me. Before he entered me with his fingers, however, I grabbed his wrist and stopped him. "I should tell you that I'm a virgin," I whispered, and Zoe was silent for a few moments. I was worried he wouldn't want to continue after learning this about me, but then he merely smirked. "I figured," he replied, leaning down to nibble my ear. "I'll be gentle with you. I let out a loud moan, arching my back as he let his long, thick fingers slide into me. He slid them back and forth, going faster and faster, until I was soaking wet and moaning loudly. I kissed and bit his neck as he fingered me, and moaned into his skin. When he was finished pleasuring me, he removed his hand from my panties and looked me deeply in the eyes while he unbuttoned my skirt. I was still trembling, partially from nerves and partially from the tingling in my body. "Lingerie, huh?" he whispered, sounding somewhat amused when he saw my lacy panties. I blushed. "Since you went to all that trouble, why don't you give me a show?" Still blushing. I stood and began to nervously remove my clothes. I removed my top first to reveal my breasts, which practically spilled out of the top of my bra, then slipped off my skirt to reveal my waist and thighs. I could see Enzo's erection straining in his gray sweatpants as he bit his lip. When I saw his huge erection, I knew that I wanted him. Saunter over to the bed. I pushed on his chest and pushed him down onto the mattress. I reached down and stroked his cock over his pants before sliding my hand inside and gripping it, feeling its warmth and girth in my small hand. He let out a groan as I stroked up and down his cock with my hand. I pulled my hand out and slid down his sweatpants so that I could see. Enzo must have seen the surprise on my face when I saw how big he was, because he chuckled and propped himself up on his elbows. "Scared," he said. I shook my head, licking my lips. "Can I taste it?" I whispered, to which he nodded, his dark eyes fixed on mine. I opened my mouth and took his cock inside, slowly working my lips and tongue up and down the shaft. It was awkward at first. I had never done this before, but the sounds that Enzo was making told me that I was doing a good job. We laid naked together beneath the sheets, our limbs tangled together. Enzo spit on his hand and rubbed it along his shaft, pressing the head against me to go inside. I flinched at first, but Enzo reassured me that it was okay. "I'll be gentle, I promise," he whispered into my ear, his breath hot on my neck. When it was over, Enzo and I laid in bed for a minute before he got up and put on his underwear. I sat up, feeling both heavenly and ashamed of myself, and pulled my panties on. There was something different about Enzo now that we had had sex. His body language seemed more wild and dominant, and when he looked at me, his pupils were dilated. His eyes almost seemed like a different color. He smiled at me then, and his teeth were sharp and glistening. My heart started to race as I felt like he was a wolf, and I was his prey swallowing. I stood and put the rest of my clothes on. "See you around." Before Enzo could reply, I rushed out of the bedroom and left the dorm. What was that look he gave me? Why did he look so? Feral Chapter 3, Nina's POV. It was almost 4 o'clock in the morning by the time I finally returned to my dorm. Jessica and Laurie were already asleep in their rooms, judging from how dark and quiet everything was. The suite was a mess from the party, and we would no doubt be spending the next day cleaning. But I was too hungover and tired to care at the moment. It appeared as though Laurie and Jessica must have changed my sheets for me, though, which I would have to thank them for in the morning. I wouldn't have been able to sleep on the same sheets that Justin and Lisa had sex on. As I laid in bed trying to sleep, I was kept awake by my regrets. Had I just given my virginity to a near stranger, a playboy, all to get revenge against Justin and Lisa? I had never been so impulsive like this, especially when it came to love. Right now, I felt embarrassed and ashamed of this blunder. Enzo was incredibly attractive, and the sex was wonderful. But right now, I just wanted to forget about it. When I woke the next morning, my head pounded, and my stomach hurt from all of the alcohol from the night before. I groaned and rolled out of bed, ignoring my appearance as I stumbled into the kitchen in my oversized t-shirt and shorts. I just needed some coffee. You know, you could have at least told us where you went last night, Lori said from her usual spot at the kitchen island. She had a cup of coffee in front of her and was reading a portrait of the artist as a young man. I'm sorry, I replied, my face turning red as I remembered what happened after the party. I just needed to get out. Why didn't you tell us that you and Justin were a thing? Jessica suddenly said, emerging from her room with a towel around her hair while she wore a fluffy pink robe and bunny slippers. She folded her arms and glared at me, pushing out her lower lip in a pout. I hung my head low as I poured myself a cup of coffee. I tried to hide it as the tears started to well up, but it was no use. Jessica rushed over to me and wrapped her arms around me while Lori watched with a sorry expression on her face. I'm sorry, I said between sobs. H.E. told me he just wanted to wait until the right time to make our relationship public. I.T. thought he was just being a gentleman. Men are trash, Lori replied. Most of them anyway. Don't beat yourself up over it. You can do way better than Justin Thurlow. Jessica nodded and rubbed my back, agreeing with Lori. Yeah, she said. Screw boys. You're smart and hot and you're gonna be a doctor. Who needs boys? Come on, let's go get some breakfast. Jessica and Lori were right. Boys were just a waste of time, and I had more important things to think about. I changed into my usual jeans and hoodie, brushed and braided my hair, and went with my roommates to the dining hall. Oh my God, Jessica exclaimed as we approached the dining hall. She squealed and pointed at none other than Enzo coming out the door. Jessica's excitement garnered the attention of other nearby girls, who also squealed and waved as Enzo approached. I grabbed my hair and used it to shield my face. I just wanted to shrink down into myself. Why did I have to run into Enzo right now, the morning after we had a one-night stand, to make matters worse? He approached us and stood in front of us. Even Lori seemed a bit excited at his presence. Did he even remember our night together? Or was he confused by how strangely I was acting? Hi. Enzo, Jessica said, twirling a bit of her blonde hair around her finger. Are you excited for the homecoming game today? I kept my gaze fixed on the ground, letting my bangs fall into my face, but I could feel Enzo's stern gaze on me. Yeah, he replied. Although, It's not as exciting when we always know we're gonna crush the other team. I hope they put up a good fight." Jessica giggled like a giddy schoolgirl. I took a chance and glanced up, hoping to see Inso walking away, but was met instead by his strong gaze fixed on me. He looked far less animalistic now. Maybe his appearance last night was just a trick of the light, or a result of the alcohol. Inso had his arms folded across his muscular chest as he looked at me. He looked almost disapproving. Was he upset that I walked out on him last night? It hardly seemed likely, given his reputation, but my heart still ached a bit. "You ready for practice, Inso?" Another guy said, striding up to us. He looked Jessica up and down hungrily, then glanced at me before looking at Inso. Inso nodded and stuck his hands in his pockets, his brown eyes still on me. "Yeah, let's go." Later that afternoon, after we had cleaned up the dorm, I was in my room studying for an upcoming biology exam when Jessica came into my room. She was wearing a pleated pink mini skirt, a fuzzy white sweater, and white sneakers with leg warmers. She had a full face of makeup on, and her hair was curled perfectly. "Oh my God, you're not ready yet," she said, storming over to me and snapping my book shut unceremoniously. "Hey," I said, throwing my pen down on my desk. "I was studying." "Studying can wait," Jessica replied. "Come on, let's go to the hockey game." I heard some rumors that Inso is planning on using some new moves. My heart leapt up into my throat. "I'm not going," I said, opening my book up to the page I was on. Jessica clearly didn't like my response because she stamped her foot on the ground angrily. "Ah, come on," she whined. "You're not really gonna make me go alone, are you?" I didn't have the heart to tell my friend the truth about where I was last night. If she knew that I slept with Inso, she would be heartbroken. Jessica had been pining away for Inso since our first semester. He had never given her too much attention, but still she went to all of his games, cheered him on, and even watched all the live streams of his tournaments online. She always talked about how he was a genius, how his physical abilities were godlike, how he easily won every game he competed in. "Come on," Jessica whined again. "Please, for me." She batted her eyelashes and stuck her lower lip out. I sighed and closed my book again, rubbing my tired eyes. "All right," I replied, although I really just wanted to hide in my room and never see the star hockey player again. "I'll go, but you owe me." Jessica grinned and pranced out of the room while I got ready. I wanted to blend in, so I just wore a hoodie with the university logo on it and jeans. Jessica seemed a bit disappointed in my outfit choice, but didn't say anything as we made our way to the hockey arena. The whole way there, Jessica prattled on about Inso. "His body is just so perfect," she said. "All of those muscles just make me want to bite him." I hated to admit it, but hearing Jessica talk about Inso made the memories of last night come flooding back. His muscular body, the way he touched and kissed me, how he felt inside of me. It made my body tingle. I tried to shake the thoughts out of my mind the best I could as we got in line to enter the arena. but I just couldn't. The feeling of Enzo's strong eyes on me as we laid in bed together, our limbs intertwined, was burned into my memory. I only hoped that I could leave this game without being seen by Enzo or Justin. Chapter 4. Nina's POV. We entered the arena, which was already packed full with excited students. Half of the arena was reserved for our university, while the other half was reserved for the other university. Our school colors were burgundy and gold. The other university was blue and black. "Let's find a good seat," Jessica said. I followed her up the stairs. Then we shimmied between rows of seats toward a couple of empty spots. Once we had our seats, I could hear the conversation between other girls around me, their talking points mostly centered around Enzo. "Do you think he'll make us win again?" "Of course. Enzo always plays perfectly." "I feel so lucky just to be attending the same university as him." I cringed a bit at the conversation and scrolled on my phone while I waited for the game to start. Beside me, Jessica pulled out a pair of binoculars and started scouring the ice rink. I can see the cheerleaders performing an energetic opening dance on ice skates before the game, with Lisa in the lead. She looked dazzling in her skimpy uniform, with her perfectly tanned legs and platinum blonde hair pulled up into a high ponytail with a bow. She waved her pom-poms around to hype the crowd up. Looking at the girl who stole my boyfriend made me sick. I had never been much of a sports fan, but the way the crowd was getting excited made me excited too. As the hockey players skated out onto the rink, some of them skated up to certain cheerleaders who were their girlfriends and kissed them publicly. I could see Justin and Lisa exchange glances. Justin had never brought me to his games, even though we had been dating for a couple of months. When I did go to his games, he never paid any attention to me until after. I thought that he was just shy at the time, but now I knew that he just didn't want Lisa seeing us together. "Don't pay any attention to Justin," Jessica said, handing me the binoculars so I could see better. "He's not worth your time." I took the binoculars and peered through them. For some reason, I searched for Enzo. I didn't know why I wanted to see him so badly, but I did. And he saw me, somehow, despite the thousands of students in this massive arena. Enzo looked directly at me. It was as though he had a sixth sense, like he knew exactly where I was without even having to think. Even from here, I could see the hint of wildness in his eyes from the night before, like I was his prey. I quickly gave the binoculars back to Jessica as my face turned red. Enzo turned away and skated out to the middle of the rink, skating around in circles and pumping his hockey stick in the air while the crowd cheered. All around me, girls screamed and swooned while guys whooped and hollered. The game started. I lost sight of the puck quickly, but was able to follow the game by watching Enzo, who skated as fast as lightning and moved nimbly around the rink, as though he was born with ice skates on his feet. He would perform quick moves with his hockey stick to fake out the opponents, hitting the puck between their legs to one of his teammates before zooming away. He moved so quickly that he was almost like a flash. For some reason, it seemed almost supernatural to me, but no one else seemed to notice, so I figured that it was just in my head. Soon, the opponents became frustrated and aggressive. One player in particular, I think he was the captain of the other team, started following Enzo closely and trying to trip him up. "Come on, Enzo," Jessica shouted. "I hope he doesn't get hurt," another girl said from beside me, sitting up in her seat to see over someone in front of us. Enzo scored a goal, and suddenly, the other team's captain threw his stick and his helmet down on the ice and tackled Enzo. The crowd gasped as they tussled on the ice. The other player threw punches at Enzo, while Enzo only blocked and dodged, clearly not wanting to hurt the other player. It was now that I finally realized how much pressure was on Enzo as the star hockey player. I held my breath as I watched the fight, images of us in bed flashing in my mind. For some reason, I cared enough about Enzo to not want him to get hurt. I didn't care to look at Justin for even a second. The referee blew his whistle and broke up the fight. The crowd cheered as Enzo stood and put his helmet back on, covering his curly brown hair. The other player was put on the bench for his behavior, and the game continued with a penalty for the other team. During halftime, the cheerleaders returned to the rink and began their halftime show. "You hungry?" I said to Jessica. She looked at me and shrugged, too involved in her conversation with another girl about how hot Enzo looked dodging the unsportsmanlike competitor during the fight. As long as I had known her, Jessica always had an easy time making friends. I didn't mind it, because I was more introverted and appreciated the fact that she usually took control of all of the socializing at things like this. I stood and shimmied out of our row, then went down the bleachers toward the food stands. My stomach was growling, and the smell of soft pretzels was making me even more hungry. "One soft pretzel, please," I said to the vendor. "And a water, too." I handed my money to the vendor and waited for my pretzel. Just then, I felt someone watching me and turned around to see none other than Enzo. He was standing with his teammates by the side of the rink as they rested and drank water, but he was staring right at me. His brown eyes almost glowed. My heart started to race as I found myself unable to break away from his strong gaze. Something about him made me want to walk over to him, as if I was in a trance. "Miss." "Hello." The vendor broke me out of my trance. He was holding out my pretzel and my water. "Oh, sorry," I said. "Thank you." I took my pretzel. When I turned back, Enzo was no longer looking at me and was instead entrenched in a conversation with a teammate, as though he hadn't just been staring into my soul. I considered going back to Jessica, but after the encounter with Enzo finding me in the massive crowd and staring at me just now, I only wanted to leave. I decided to make up an excuse later and just go home. Jessica had made some friends already and probably wouldn't even notice my absence. She could fill me in on the results of the game later. I left the arena, tossing my uneaten pretzel in the trash on the way out, as my stomach suddenly felt too sick to eat. The The cool autumn air was a bit of a relief as I walked back to the dorms, although I still felt stifled, like I was being watched or hunted. How was Inso able to spot me in the crowd like that? And why did he always look so animalistic and hungry when he looked at me? I had never heard any of his many other flings complain of such a thing, so maybe it was all in my head. It had to be. Why else would Inso seem like such a predator? Chapter 5. Nina's POV, just as I thought. Jessica came home an hour later with a frown on her face. "Where did you go?" she said. I looked up from my book as I sat on the couch. Thankfully, I had prepared an excuse beforehand. My stomach started to hurt, I replied. Probably from all the alcohol last night. I couldn't get through the crowd to make it back to you, so I just decided to come home. Jessica let out a sigh and walked over to her door. I hope you're feeling better now at least, because there's a party at the fire pit later since we won the game. And don't even think about saying no. You have to put on a sexy outfit and show Justin what he's missing. With that, Jessica disappeared into her room, presumably to get ready for the party. I sent Lori a quick text. "Where you at?" "You going to that party later?" A few minutes later, Lori replied. "Yeah, I promised Jess." I put my phone away with a sigh and closed my book. It was already 7 o'clock, so the party would probably start in an hour or two. I decided to shower and change. For some reason, as I got ready, I found myself actually caring about looking good, but not to make Justin jealous. I wanted to look good for Enzo. Jessica, Lori, and I made our way to the party around 9 o'clock. It was located outside, about a mile into the woods behind the school. It was an old campground from the 1970s, with several little cabins, which had been cleaned up and repurposed by the students here for generations to use for, well, you know. At the center of the circle of cabins, there was a large fire pit, where a huge bonfire was already burning and loud music was playing. As we approached, I could see rambunctious boys whooping and throwing beer cans into the fire and flirting with girls. Alongside the fire, guys and girls danced and grinded on each other to the music. "Like a bunch of monkeys," Lori grumbled. She had her hands stuffed into her pockets and had her hood pulled up. Almost as soon as we arrived, she pulled out a joint and wandered off to go sit and smoke by herself. Jessica and I had become used to this by now and didn't mind our strange friend's loner nature. "You look good, by the way," Jessica said, nudging me with her elbow. I had picked out a short black dress with tights and boots and wore a leather jacket on top. I still had my hair in braids, but I put on a little eyeliner and lipstick. Hopefully, I wouldn't cry tonight. "Thanks," I replied. "You too." I walked over to a cooler nearby and grabbed a beer while Jessica stopped to flirt with a drunk guy. I took a sip and looked around as I tried to decide whether I wanted to join the dancing or sit by myself. As I stood there, trying to decide what to do, I overheard what sounded like angry voices coming from inside one of the cabins. I was nothing if not a bit nosy, and nonchalantly walked over to the cabin, pretending to look at my phone while I eavesdropped. Listen, I think I made it pretty fucking clear that I was just having fun. I recognized that voice immediately. It was Lisa. And with her was none other than, I broke up with my girlfriend for you. You said we would get together, Justin, I heard Lisa scoff. I never said that, she replied. Besides, you knew what you were getting into. Why would I make things exclusive with you when I could pick any guy I wanted? Ugh, you're pathetic. Oh yeah, any guy, huh? Justin said. How about Enzo then? Everyone knows you're still pissed that he broke up with you. So why don't you go out there and ask him to dance, since you've apparently got the pick of the litter? I heard the sound of stomping across floorboards, and then the door swung open. Lisa looked down at me from the top of the steps with a smirk. If you're gonna eavesdrop, at least don't make it so fucking obvious, she said, then flipped her hair over her shoulder and jogged down the steps. I followed her with my gaze all the way to the fire pit, where Enzo was standing and drinking while a group of girls, Jessica included, fawned over him. Hey, Enzo, Lisa said in a sing-song voice, her ponytail bobbing as she sauntered up to him. Most of the other girls at this university wouldn't dare walk up to Enzo so nonchalantly with so many girls around him. But seeing as Enzo and Lisa used to date, it wasn't entirely unexpected of her. Hey, Enzo replied. Much to my surprise, his eyes flickered to me briefly over Lisa's shoulder. I felt like he was looking into my soul again, but it was over quickly when he looked back at Lisa. Lisa folded her arms across her chest, no doubt pushing her breasts together, and rocked back and forth from her heels to her toes. Wanna dance, she said. I haven't had a dance partner yet tonight. Enzo frowned and took a swig of his beer, looking Lisa up and down. Around them, people began to watch the scene. We broke up ages ago, Lisa, Enzo said. Lisa dropped her hands to her sides and balled them up into fists. Ah, come on, she said. You can't tell me you don't miss this. She gestured to her body, which was still dressed in her tight cheerleader uniform. Enzo simply shrugged and returned to his conversation with the other girls, as though Lisa wasn't even there. With a huff, Lisa stormed off. When she was gone, however, his gaze traveled over to me once more and fixed on me. His eyes almost seemed to glow again, and I felt afraid all of a sudden. I involuntarily dropped my beer and quickly walked away, making for a spot behind one of the unoccupied cabins. I just needed a few minutes alone, and then I could return. Hopefully Enzo would have his eyes set on another girl by then. Hi, Nina. I practically jumped out of my skin at the sound of Enzo's voice behind me. I whirled around to face him, blocking the light of the fire with his huge body. He looked somewhat menacing in the darkness. Something else occurred to me, though. When we met at the bar, we had never exchanged names. How did he know my name? Wordlessly, I tried to step around him to go back to the fire, as this whole interaction made me feel uneasy. However, Enzo blocked my path and folded his arms. Why are you avoiding me? He said, sounding a little hurt. I stopped and bit my lip, peering around him to see Jessica dancing by the fire with a new boy. "I'm not avoiding you," I said, and so sighed and unfolded his arms. "It sure seems like it," he replied. "You left so abruptly last night. What do you want me to say?" I whispered so that no one could hear if they were eavesdropping. "You had your one night stand with me. You never see girls more than once. You should be thanking me, because I'm just making it easy for you." "Is that what you really think of me?" Enzo asked. He didn't try to hide his voice at all. For some reason, I felt more confident confronting him now. "Everyone knows you're a playboy who only sleeps with girls once before moving on to the next," I said, stepping around him. He didn't block me this time, but turned and frowned. "Well, you're different," he replied. "Was this some sort of prank?" The hockey captain, the star of the school and a playboy, thought I was different enough to keep talking to me after we slept together. I wondered if Lisa or Justin put him up to this to rub it in that I would never find love. Enzo stepped closer to me and brushed a bit of hair out of my eyes, finally lowering his voice to a whisper. "I want to have a second time with you." Chapter 6. Nina's POV me. Why me? Why would the star hockey player, every girl's dream guy, the Adness Enzo Rivers, want to be with me? My mind flashed back to our one-night stand. I could almost still feel his hands on my body, and when he brushed my hair out of my face right now, my body shivered at his touch. He had been so gentle and loving when we had sex. Was he like that with all of the girls, or was it an act? It had to be an act. An alarm was going off inside of me, saying, "Don't trust this playboy." After years of being unable to find love, I couldn't believe that his feelings could be genuine. My first love had been similar, the star quarterback of my high school, and look how that had turned out. Never again. "Listen, you got what you wanted," I said, pulling away. "We slept together once. Don't try to make me think that you, of all people, would actually want me again. Who put you up to this, huh? Lisa." Enzo frowned and took a step backward. "No one put me up to this," he said softly. "When we had sex, something was different. Not at all like all of my other one-night stands. I want to try it again and see what happens." "Oh, so I'm just an experiment to you," I snapped. "A test to see if the great Enzo Rivers has the capacity for feelings. No, it's not like TH. If it helps any, I only got with you out of impulse," I said, somewhat surprised by the venom in my voice. I was having a bad night and had just been cheated on. I would never sleep with a player like you under any other circumstances. Besides, I'm not willing to let whatever tricks you're trying to play on me get in the way of my studies." Enzo looked me up and down, then folded his arms across his chest again. "You seemed to like it last night," he said. "I didn't know I would just be an obstacle to you." Admittedly, Enzo's words made me feel a bit guilty for snapping at him like that. I looked down at my feet and stuck my hands in my jacket pockets. "I did enjoy it," I replied quietly, and so took a couple of steps toward me then. "So why deny it again?" he said softly. "And by the way, you look beautiful tonight." He put his hand under my chin and lifted it, so I looked into his eyes. From this close, I could see that his pupils were dilated, and the iris around them had shifted from soft brown to a subtle red color. I gasped and stepped away just before he went to kiss me, nearly stumbling over a rock on the ground as I did so. Was he on something? That had to be the only reasonable explanation for this change in his eyes. Enzo looked at me with an expression on his face that I couldn't quite read. What's wrong? Just, I would prefer if what happened last night was the one and only time, I said. Please stop playing with me like this. I don't want to be hunted down by the hundreds of other girls at this school who would literally kill to get in bed with you for a night. Enzo didn't say anything for several long moments. When I looked up, his eyes still appeared different, like a predator. There was something inside of him, something wild, but I couldn't figure out what it was. Whatever it was, I wanted no part of it. Enzo let out a heavy sigh and stuck his hands in his pockets. All right, he said, but if you change your mind, I'll be here. I can be patient when it comes to important people. I didn't say anything else. I hesitated for a moment, while part of me wanted to run far away, and another part of me wanted to have sex with him again. But then, the part of me that wanted to flee took over. I turned on my heel and ran around the cabin and back toward the fire, where everyone was still dancing. Albeit, they were all much more drunk than before. As I ran toward the fire, I looked over my shoulder toward Enzo, who was still out of sight. Just then, I bumped into something solid and fell to the ground. Well, I nearly fell to the ground, but a pair of strong arms caught me, Enzo. I looked up to see Enzo holding me, looking down at me with concern on his face, while none other than Lisa sat in front of me with her perky butt on the ground, scowling at the fact that her ex caught me instead of her. Watch where you're going, bitch, she growled, standing and dusting herself off. I pushed myself away from Enzo's grip and took a couple of steps away. Sorry, I said, raising my hands in submission. Lisa glared at Enzo then, folding her arms across her chest while her pretty face turned bright red. Babe, I can't believe you caught her, and not me. It was her fault, anyway. Don't call me babe. That was all he said before he threw me one last glance and walked back to the party. I walked around Lisa to go back to the party, but she grabbed my arm and stopped me, her nails digging into my skin. What makes you think you have the right to traipse around with my ex, HM? She growled. I laughed and pulled my arm away. Like you're one to talk, Lisa, I replied. I literally caught you in my bed, fucking my boyfriend last night. Oh, please, Lisa said with a scoff. Justin was never your boyfriend. He just wanted someone to fill the time when I was too busy to fuck him. Maybe if you weren't such a prude and would just have sex with him already, he would have stayed with you, or maybe not. I mean, look at you. She gestured at my body. You're such a nerd. And those stupid braids aren't helping any. I ripped my arm away and clenched my fists. What the fuck is your problem? I said. Lisa smirked and sauntered up to me. She was shorter than me and looked almost comical in my eyes. Enzo is only pretending to fawn over you because he wants to humiliate me. He clearly still misses me after I dumped him last semester and will do anything to make me jealous. I frowned at Lisa's words. I knew all along that Enzo was only playing games with me, but it still hurt to hear it confirmed after all. Look, I said, I have no interest in Enzo. Whatever game you're playing is no use. Let's just go our separate ways. Oh, we'll go our separate ways, Lisa said as I turned to walk back to the party. After you get your ugly little ass away from the hockey team, they're all mine. I rolled my eyes as I thought about Lisa hooking up with the entire hockey team at once. Sure, I said. Whatever. Have fun with your harem of hockey players. My hands shook with anger. If there was one thing I hated more than anything in this world, it was betrayal and infidelity. I knew that the drama amongst the hockey players and the cheerleaders was rampant, but I didn't know it ran this deep. Whatever was going on with Enzo and Lisa, I wanted no part of it. I should never have gotten involved to begin with. But why does Enzo always find me in various places? Did he put a GPS on me? Chapter 7. When I saw the human girl with the 2 black braids at the bar on Friday night, I honestly didn't think twice. She was just another average human girl, pretty, with a nice body, but ultimately useless for me. You see, I'm a werewolf. I was never meant to have anything to do with humans. In fact, they always bored me. I much preferred being around my own kind. But when my father came to me one day and told me that he was purchasing a company that would do business in the human world, and that he wanted me to be the face of the company, I couldn't say no. My father was always in control. He was the alpha werewolf, and as his son, I was expected to do whatever he told me to do if I wanted to be the next alpha. So, when he enrolled me in a human university and put me through rigorous training to be a sports god, I had to just grin and bear it. Everyone else at the university thought I was human, and as far as I knew, none of them knew anything about werewolves to begin with. To the ordinary human, werewolves were just a myth, a story from a book written to scare children. The only human at the university who knew about my true nature was the dean, who was a hybrid. My father had paid him well to let me enroll and keep my secret safe. To everyone else, I was just a popular, wealthy hockey star. Eventually, after the first 3 semesters of being a hockey star, I actually wound up enjoying it. Hockey was the one thing that kept me sane during all of this. When I was on the ice, it was only me and my opponents. No drama, no company, no father telling me what to do and where to go. I could just focus on the puck. Outside of sports, my father always wanted me to mate with a girl who was poised and proper, someone to hold up the image of our household. But I never wanted that. I never found a mate anyway. It's not that I didn't want to find a mate. I just never found the right person. That's why, when my father told me to date a hot, popular cheerleader to gain prestige at the university, I did what he told me to do. I didn't even like Lisa at all, though. She was hot, but she wasn't a werewolf, and my wolf, Theo, hated every second in bed with her. She was nothing at all like the werewolf girls I had experienced so far. The werewolf girls that I always liked were wild and free. Most of them didn't care about skimpy clothes and makeup, and much preferred wearing practical clothing to move about freely in nature. My father was angry at first when I told him that Lisa and I broke up, although I was relieved. "You had one job," he said. "Christ, Enzo, can't you just be happy to be a god at this school? You're going to ruin the face of our company." He got over it pretty quickly, however, when I explained that not dating Lisa could be a good thing. It meant that I was available, and all of the girls would fawn over me. His eyes practically showed dollar signs when I told him this, and from that day forward, my orders were to specifically stay out of a committed relationship. I never told him about all of the sex. Admittedly, being in the human world made me miss the werewolves, and Theo was ravenous for women. He didn't like the human girls either, but they served as fresh meat to fulfill our craving for sex and relieve stress. But when I saw Nina in the bar, Theo went berserk. "Get her," he said. "I want that one. I have to have her." "What's so special about that one?" I replied in my mind. It was convenient to be able to speak to my wolf without saying anything out loud. "I don't know," Theo said, "but her scent. I have to have more of it." Theo would have been inconsolable if I said no, even though I wasn't planning on having any sex that night. His stubbornness sometimes gave me a headache, but nonetheless, I took a big swig of my whiskey and walked up to the bar. I put on my best show, which I put on for all the girls, and soon enough, she was in my bed. She looked average at first, but when she took off her clothes, her body was smoking hot. She had a small waist and a round ass, long legs, and perky breasts that fit perfectly in my hand. She was a virgin and had no skill with sex, but being with her made me feel differently than I felt with the other girls. Was Theo onto something right after we had sex? She got dressed and went home. Normally, I would have been happy to have my bed to myself, but admittedly, I was a bit disappointed and I couldn't stop thinking about her. I laid awake all night, playing our sex over and over again in my head. I could still taste her skin on my tongue. I could still feel her warmth. I saw her in the bleachers at my hockey game on Saturday afternoon, and I knew she was watching me through her binoculars. She looked away as soon as she saw me watching her, but I could tell that there was a small part of her that liked it. I saw her again as she was buying food from the stand during halftime. She looked cute up close. I liked her long braids and her practical clothing. Her ass looked perfect in her tight jeans, and when I saw my teammates checking her out, I was a bit jealous. For some reason, I felt territorial over her. I wanted her all to myself. I wanted to sink my teeth into her and fuck her like a wild animal. I knew my father would never approve of me publicly being with a somewhat nerdy, unpopular girl, but that only made me want her more. Saturday night, after the hockey game, I saw her again at the homecoming party in the woods. I could tell that she dressed up just for me. Even though she was dressed up, she still looked comfortable and practical. All I could think about was pinning her up against a tree and lifting her skirt so I could thrust myself into her. Theo still had no explanation for this strange feeling. She was just an ordinary human, but both of us knew that we had to have her. Maybe if I had sex with Nina just one more time, the feelings would fade and I could move on with my life. But getting her back into my bed proved to be more difficult than I thought. She was playing hard to get. I would find a way to convince her, though. Chapter 8. I walked back to the party, trying to ignore the strange interactions I had just had with Zoe and Lisa. Jessica was dancing with the group, while Lori was still sitting on the steps of one of the cabins and smoking. I didn't feel like dancing right now, so I went to sit with Lori. Lori handed me her joint without a word when I sat down. I didn't smoke very often, but I just wanted to relax right now, so I took it gratefully and took a couple of puffs. I saw you talking to Zoe and Lisa, Lori said, taking the joint back from me and flicking a bit of ash on the ground. Everything okay? I shrugged and pulled my knees up to my chest. I just made some mistakes. Lori chuckled and took a deep drag of her joint. Yeah, she said, getting involved with hockey guys is usually a bad idea. By Monday morning, I felt a lot better about the situation. I woke up early to get ready for class and put on a long-sleeved Henley and black skinny jeans. By the time I got ready and had my breakfast, it was time to go. Jessica normally came to class with me, but she wasn't waking up on time, so I left without her. I felt a bit bad about it, but I wanted to start this week off on a high note and didn't want to be late along with her. I knew she'd understand. I walked out of the dormitories and started to cross the quad toward the shuttle stop today. I usually took the shuttle to the medical campus for my classes, which I didn't mind. I couldn't afford a car, and besides, sitting on the bus gave me time to read or just people watch. Nina, wait. A familiar voice called out Justin. I sped up, just wanting to ignore him and move on with my day. But he caught up and grabbed my arm. Nina, can we talk? He said breathlessly. I pulled my arm away and shook my head, continuing toward the shuttle stop, but he jogged to keep up with me. Please, Nina, he said. I stopped in my tracks and whirled around to glare at him. What the fuck do you want? I growled. I just wanted to say I'm sorry, Justin pleaded. I know I fucked up. Oh, you don't say, I replied, raising my voice. You literally fucked a cheerleader in my bed. On my birthday, no less. By this point, students were noticing our argument and started to gather nearby, whispering to one another. Justin hung his head and stared at his feet. Look, I know I was extremely shitty. I only went after Lisa because all of my teammates are dating popular cheerleaders and models. I got peer pressured into getting with her, but now I know that I made a mistake. Please, will you forgive me? I scoffed and folded my arms across my chest. How desperate do you think I am? I said. You ruined my birthday, and you broke my trust. I'll never forgive you. Justin looked speechless. I could tell that he wasn't expecting me to be so confident in my response. If anything, I felt even more confident now that I had spoken my mind. And with that, I turned on my heel to head toward the shuttle stop once more, while Justin hung his head and walked away. I didn't get far before my plans to make it to class without any more drama were ruined again as a motorcycle pulled up in front of me. The rider, who was wearing a black leather jacket, took off his helmet. It was Enzo. Was my life a movie? What on earth was happening? And why couldn't I just get to class in peace? When Enzo removed his helmet, all of the girls in the general vicinity began to gather and swoon. But Enzo only had eyes for me. Want a ride to class? Enzo said, patting the seat behind him, which caused the other girls to start whispering. Who is she? I heard one girl whisper. I have no idea, another replied. But I'll tell you what, if Lisa finds out, this nerdy girl is gonna be dead meat. I frowned. Hearing Lisa's name made me sick to my stomach. Well, Enzo said, I have a spare helmet. No thanks, I replied. I'm taking the shuttle. There was more whispering as the other girls were surprised at my refusal. Any girl would feel lucky to ride on the back of Enzo's motorcycle, but not me. I just wanted to be left alone. I sidestepped to get around Enzo's motorcycle, but he rolled forward a bit to block me. He flashed a cheeky smile at me, his brown eyes looking perfectly normal as opposed to the last time I saw him. Come on, he said. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. I shouted, stamping my foot and clenching my fists. Stop trying to mix me up in whatever game you're playing with Lisa. I walked away, fuming, and left Enzo looking surprised behind me. As I reached the shuttle, I heard Jessica shouting behind me. I turned to see her running and waving her arms. She looked a bit frazzled, like she had just woken up. Her dirty blonde hair was pulled into a bun, and she was wearing leggings and a sweater, much unlike the preppy party girl version of herself that came out on weekends. Hold the bus, she shouted. When she got on, we sat together. I ignored how out of breath she was. Just woke up, I said as the bus started driving away. Jessica nodded. Yeah, I was up late last night. I know, I replied with a smirk. I heard you come in after midnight. Was the lucky boy cute, at least? Jessica blushed and looked down at her lap. She fiddled with her sweater a bit. Hey, today is the day we pick our clinics, I said. What are you thinking of doing? Jessica smiled and clutched her bag to her chest. I had lived with her and Laurie long enough to become used to how different Jessica was during school. She always focused on her studies and was really smart, always getting top marks in classes. But on the weekends, it was like she became a different person. I didn't mind, though. I think I really like pediatrics, she replied. I love working with kids. What about you, surgery? I replied. I knew that Jessica was a bit sad that we wouldn't be studying together anymore, but we would have eventually had to take our own paths anyway. We both knew this from the start. I'll miss you during class, Jessica said, resting her head on my shoulder. You'll have to spend extra time with me outside of class. After classes, I always went to work at a local diner for some extra cash. My parents paid for my school, but any other expenses like books, clothes, and food, were my responsibility. I didn't mind working at the diner, though. It was fun to meet all kinds of new people, and the owners were a lovely older couple. When I got to work, I went into the back and pulled my hair back, then changed into my uniform. A retro-style blue waitress dress with a white apron and white sneakers. Once I was ready and satisfied with my appearance, I grabbed my notepad and got to work. It was a slow night, which wasn't unusual for Mondays. We had a few travelers here and there, truck drivers passing through mostly, as well as a couple of regulars and some students who chatted and studied at their table. I spent most of my shift standing behind the counter and pouring fresh coffee for whoever needed it. I only had an hour left on my shift, and the night had gone well so far, until the last person I wanted to see walked in. Chapter 9. Nina's POV. Enzo didn't seem to recognize me right away with my uniform and my hair pulled back. He came in and sat down at the counter while I was pouring coffee for another customer, which I nearly spilled all over the table out of shock. My hands trembled as I approached the counter. Was he following me? Or was this just a coincidence? Now, more than ever, I regretted ever sleeping with him. Why must he insist on playing with my feelings like this? Couldn't he just move on to the next girl? I walked behind the counter and immediately turned my back to him, pretending to fiddle with the coffee machine. Hi, Nina. So he did recognize me. I took a deep breath and turned around to face him. What are you doing here? Enzo looked around and gestured a bit with his hands. What do you mean? It's a diner. I'm hungry. I frowned and folded my arms across my chest. You and I both know that you could have gone to any other restaurant in town, and you chose this one. Are you following me or something? Enzo shook his head. Can I just get a menu, please? With a huff, I grabbed one of the laminated menus from behind the counter and tossed it down in front of him. Just then, my boss came out of the back. He was a kind old man named Phil. He walked with a cane, but his mind was sharp and his hearing was even sharper. I hope you're not being rude to a customer, Nina, he said. No, I started, but Phil cut me off when he saw Enzo. Oh, he said. Enzo Rivers. Welcome. Enzo smiled, not smirked, but genuinely smiled for the first time since I met him. He looked handsome when he smiled, and suddenly I had a flash of a memory from Friday night in his bed. I blushed and looked at the floor. Is Nina being harsh? Phil asked. Enzo shook his head. No, she's just surprised to see me, that's all. HM. Phil looked up at me then and winked before hobbling off to go count the register while Enzo scoured the menu. What do you recommend? Enzo asked. He glanced up from the menu. His brown eyes were captivating, but I tried not to let them get to me. I shrugged, somewhat annoyed at his question. He was clearly trying to get me to talk to him more than I needed to. But Phil was watching, and I couldn't be rude in front of my boss. I like the grilled cheese, I muttered. A grilled cheese sounds good right now, Enzo said, handing back to me. And some fries. Oh, and a soda. I pursed my lips together into a sarcastic smile and snatched the menu away, ignoring Phil's dissatisfied glare, then retreated to the kitchen to put in Enzo's order. I hid back there while the cook made his food. My hands still shook a bit as I carried the plate of hot food back out to the counter. I set it down in front of Enzo, then filled up a glass with ice and root beer for him. Enzo said, his mouth full after, taking a bite of grilled cheese. This is good, thanks for the recommendation. You're welcome, I replied when I looked over to see Phil glaring at me from the register. While Enzo ate, I busied myself with pouring coffee for other customers and clearing tables. I always felt Enzo's eyes on me as I worked, but whenever I turned around, he only seemed to be looking at his phone and his food. It was unsettling to feel like I was being watched, only to find out that I wasn't being watched at all. I chalked it up to Enzo making me nervous, but it felt like there was something else at play here. When Enzo was finished, he waved me over. Thank God, I thought to myself. He's leaving, Enzo handed me a wad of cash, which I took to the register to get his change. Much to my dismay, he followed me to the register. Not that that was out of the ordinary for customers, but I guess that I hoped he would keep his distance. As I counted it, something fell out. It was a VIP ticket to a hockey game. What's thy hey, Nina? Jessica's voice suddenly rang through the restaurant. I had completely forgotten that we had planned to meet up at the end of my shift, which was almost over. I nervously clutched the ticket in my hand as she approached the counter and sat down. When she sat down and looked over, she nearly jumped out of her skin as she finally noticed that none other than Enzo was standing across from me at the register. Oh, Enzo, she exclaimed, jumping up and primping her hair. What are you doing here? Just visiting, Enzo replied. I crumpled the ticket tighter into my hand, my face going red with a mixture of embarrassment and rage. Jessica looked at me, then at my hand, then back at Enzo. Actually, Enzo said, reaching into his pocket, I have another VIP ticket. Here. Now you can both come to the game and get the best seats. He held out the ticket for Jessica, whose eyes lit up. She snatched the piece of paper gratefully, with a grin on her face. I had had enough. I threw the ticket down on the counter and folded my arms. No, thank you, I said. I won't be showing up to your game. Both Jessica and Enzo looked disappointed. All right, Enzo said with a sigh. I handed him his change, and he shook his head. Keep the change, and keep the ticket just in case you change your mind. Before I could protest, Enzo turned around and walked out of the restaurant. I could see him get on his motorcycle through the window and drive away. Jessica ran up to me with an angry look on her face, clutching the ticket like her life depended on it. Are you crazy? She half whispered. The Enzo Rivers gave us VIP tickets to his game, and you decline. I shrugged and closed the register. Sticking the tip Enzo gave me in my apron, and leaving the ticket on the counter before walking away to clear off the counter. Jessica grabbed my ticket and followed me. Nina, you have to tell me what's going on, she said. I feel like you're hiding something. My body stiffened at Jessica's words. There was no way I could tell her the truth. For starters, she would never forgive me for sleeping with her biggest crush. Second, I didn't exactly want to broadcast the fact that Enzo and I had a one-night stand. I wasn't that type of girl. Nothing's going on, I lied, grabbing the dirty plate and cup off the counter. Oh, so Enzo Rivers is just inviting you to his team training match for no reason, Jessica pried. You seriously don't think he likes you? I shook my head vehemently. No way, I replied. How could he like me? I'm totally not his type. He's just being nice after what Justin did, so the reputation of the team doesn't get sullied. You really have nothing to do with him? Jessica asked. Absolutely nothing, I said. I promise. Jessica surprisingly seemed satisfied with this response. She let out a sigh of relief and sat back down at the counter while I took the dirty dishes into the kitchen. While I was cleaning up the dishes, Phil entered the kitchen. I could hear his cane tapping on the floor before I heard anything else. The tapping came closer, and soon he was standing beside me. Nina, you know I love having you here, he said, but your behavior tonight with Mr. Rivers was unacceptable. His patronage here could be useful for business, so I don't want you driving him away. Understand? I nodded, biting my lip. Did that mean that I'd have to see Enzo at the diner more often? When I was finished up and my shift ended, I grabbed my jacket and my book bag from the back and went back out front to meet Jessica. She was beaming, but not only because of the tickets. The internship assignments were posted, she said, holding out her phone. I perked up and jogged over to her, taking her phone from her hand. Jessica Valdez, Children's Hospital, I read. Jessica squealed. My heart caught in my throat when I scrolled to my name and saw my assignment. Chapter 10, Nina's POV. Well, what's your assignment? Jessica asked. Sports medicine, I replied, handing the phone back. Jessica looked confused. I thought you wanted surgery. Yeah, I said, grabbing my bag and heading for the door with Jessica on my heels. First thing in the morning, I would go to the dean of the medical school and ask for a reassignment. And why do you want to be reassigned? The dean asked as I stood in front of her desk the next day. She was a curly-haired woman with glasses and a hard face. I swallowed and tried to calm my nerves. It's just not the direction I was hoping to take, I replied. I don't like sports medicine. You can't just ask to be reassigned because you don't like the internship, the dean said. And besides, you haven't even tried it yet. How do you know you won't like it? She was right. I couldn't just ask for a new internship, simply because I didn't like my assignment. And there was no way I could explain the real situation to the dean. How could I tell the dean that I didn't want to be assigned to the sports medicine internship because I didn't want to be around Justin and Enzo? The dean must have seen my pained expression because she sighed and pulled out a form. Just go to the first few sessions, she said as she filled in a portion of the form. If you still really hate it by then, come to me and we'll see about a reassignment. Sound good? I nodded gratefully. I was still a bit disappointed that I'd have to go to a few sessions where I'd likely have to deal with the hockey team, seeing as how they were the most likely sports team to be injured. But at least I could get out after that. Not to mention that sports medicine was totally not even close to the field I actually wanted to work in. The dean dismissed me, and I exited her office. Jessica was sitting outside. "Well?" she asked. "What did she say?" She said no, I replied. "She wants me to try it first." HM. Jessica tapped her chin as we headed toward the cafeteria for lunch. "I know it's not exactly what you wanted, but look at it this way. At least you get to deal with all of the handsome athletes, so you'll never be bored. Yay." My voice sounded anything but excited. "Ah, come on," Jessica said, nudging me with her elbow. "How could you not be excited about getting to touch hot athletes all day?" "I just don't want to be around Justin," I replied. I wanted to tell her that I didn't want to be near Enzo either, but kept it to myself. Justin aside, whatever was happening between Enzo and I was getting weird. I wondered if he had something to do with my assignment, considering his influence in the school. After classes that day, Jessica and I went home. Laurie was sitting on the floor of the living room with a stained white sheet around her and a canvas that she was painting on. "Ugh," Jessica said, covering her nose and mouth with her shirt and running over to open the window. "The fumes," Laurie chuckled. "I didn't notice anything." "Yeah, that's because you're high all the time anyway," Jessica replied snarkily. I couldn't help but laugh at my friend's interaction. Later, it was time for me to go and meet my internship mentor for the first time. She sent me an email with her office information. It was located in between the soccer field and the hockey arena. It was chilly out and getting dark, so I threw my jacket on and headed over. "Come in," a chipper voice called when I knocked on the door. I opened it and poked my head in to see a pretty woman with wavy brown hair sitting at a desk. She looked up and flashed me a toothy grin as she waved for me to come in. "You must be Nina," she said, standing up from her desk and coming around to greet me. Much to my surprise, she hugged me. I was a bit taken aback by my mentor's vitality and warmth. It was not at all what I expected from a person who would deal with sweaty, whiny athletes all day. In fact, even though she was middle-aged, her bubbly personality made her appear 10 years younger. "I'm Tiffany," she said when she finally pulled away from hugging me. "I'm so happy to see another young woman working in sports medicine. We don't usually get female students in here, so it's always nice to know that there are other women who are passionate about it." I looked down at my feet, unsure of whether I should tell Tiffany that I actually didn't want this internship, or if I should just let her be happy for the time being. She must have noticed my sad expression, though, because she looked at me with concern on her face. "Are you all right? You seem depressed." "You know, I'm not just your mentor with this internship. I'm your mentor with everything." I bit my lip as I tried to come up with my response. For some reason, I felt comfortable being candid with Tiffany, even though I was usually not the type of person to spill my feelings so easily. I hate to say this, but I was actually hoping for a different internship. Tiffany's face fell. She looked disappointed and a bit hurt, but nodded in an understanding manner. "That's okay," she said. "What were you hoping to do? Did you talk to the dean?" "I talked to her this afternoon," I replied. "She told me to give it a try for a few sessions before I made my decision. But I bit my lip again. Tiffany was incredibly kind, and I hated to be so rude to her since she seemed so excited to have me as a student. But now I felt like it was better to just be open about it instead of suddenly withdrawing from the internship in a couple of weeks. "Is there something else?" Tiffany said. "You can be honest with me. Was it the hug?" I always forget that not everyone is a hugger. "No," I replied, shaking my head vehemently. "It's not you. It's just that, well, one of the members of the hockey team is my ex-boyfriend, and there's another team member who I had a one-night stand with. So it's just a really awkward situation, and I feel uncomfortable." Tiffany flashed me a sweet smile. "Sit down," she said, gesturing to a chair across from her desk, while she walked over to a small kitchenette. I sat down and watched as she filled an electric kettle with tea. "I had drama like that when I was your age," Tiffany said over her shoulder. "I could tell countless stories from my college years about love gone wrong, week-long flings, unrequited feelings. The water started to boil. Tiffany dropped 2 tea bags into mugs and then poured the hot water over them. She walked over and handed one to me, then sat down at her desk. I gratefully took the tea and let the hot steam waft into my face. "I won't be offended if you decide you want to leave after all," she said, "but I think you should give it a shot. If I had let boys dictate my actions in college, I wouldn't be working in a field that I absolutely love today, would I?" Tiffany's words hit me hard. She was right. Who were these boys to get in the way of my education? Maybe sports medicine wasn't what I thought I would do, but maybe it could also turn into something that I really enjoyed. Still, I wished that I didn't have to be tangled up in this mess between Enzo and Justin. I just wanted to escape from them. Chapter 11. Nina's POV. The next morning was my first day at my new internship. I woke up feeling both nervous and excited for what was to come. Hopefully, I wouldn't have to interact with the hockey team too much. It was raining and chilly, so I wore something warm. I put on my usual skinny jeans, a knit sweater that I thought would be appropriate for work, comfortable boots to keep my feet and ankles dry, and my leather jacket. I pulled my hair into my 2 long braids and was ready to go. I was supposed to meet Tiffany in her office, but when I arrived, she wasn't there. There was a note on the desk. "Sorry to say this, but there was indeed an injury on the hockey team already. Meet me at the arena, Tiffany." I groaned and made my way to the hockey arena. Why did it feel like the universe just wanted me to be miserable lately? Why couldn't I have just stayed in Tiffany's office today and dealt with paperwork? When I entered the arena, the whole team was already there in their full gear. They were circled around someone on the floor, 2 people, actually. Tiffany and one of the team members. The team member was on the floor, groaning and holding his ankle while Tiffany prodded at it. "Yep, looks like you rolled your ankle nice and good," I could hear her say as I approached. Several heads jerked up when they heard me coming. Enzo and Justin both looked at me. Justin seemed confused, while Enzo seemed somewhat pleased. Tiffany looked up and smiled. "Oh, Nina," she said, pointing to her medical bag on the bench. "Can you grab the ace bandages?" I nervously walked over to her bag and rifled through it until I found the ace bandages, trying my best to ignore Justin and Enzo's eyes on me, then handed the roll to Tiffany. "Everyone, if you don't know already, this is Nina," she said as she wrapped the hockey player's ankle. "She's my intern this semester." When Tiffany was finished, she stood and helped the hockey player stand. He couldn't put weight on his ankle and had to stand on one foot. "Ooh, you're gonna be out of commission for a bit," she said, cringing at the sight of his ankle. "Tony, will you help me bring Matt to the infirmary?" "Nina, I'll be back soon so we can do physicals." I felt sick when Tiffany told me that not only would she be leaving me alone here, but that we would also be spending more time with the hockey team. Was this a plan of hers to get me to face my fears? I felt almost betrayed. Tiffany and the other 2 hockey players left the arena, leaving me alone with the rest of the team. "All right," Enzo said nonchalantly, clearly not wanting to draw attention. "Let's get back to practice." The team went to get back on the ice, with Enzo leading, but Justin stayed. His eyes were fixed on me as he clenched and unclenched his fists. "Justin, come on," Enzo called, stepping out onto the ice and skating in a backward circle. "What are you doing? You know, Nina," Justin said loudly, chapter it team doctor enough for the whole team to hear. "I tried apologizing to you. I know what I did was fucked up, but you have to understand that it was a mistake." I felt my heart catch in my throat as the entire team stopped and gathered near us. "Justin, now is not the time," I said. "And I told you, I'm not interested." "I loved you, Nina," Justin said. He was still raising his voice. It almost felt like he wanted to make a scene. "I'm sorry I messed up. Please take me back." I bit my lip as I felt the entire team's eyes on me, waiting for my response. "You guys are dating?" One teammate said. "We broke up," I replied, but no one seemed to be listening as the team erupted into a chorus of gossip. I heard snippets of "I told you so" and "She chapter team doctor should feel lucky" coming from the din. I looked away from Justin and over to the group. At the back stood Enzo. He looked at me sternly, his eyebrows knit. I could see the pain on his face, but he hid it from the other players. "That's enough," Enzo said loudly. The entire group went silent and turned to look at their captain, but he was only glaring at me. Without breaking eye contact, he said, "Let's train." The day went by far too slowly. While the team practiced, Tiffany and I pulled out the players one by one for their physicals in the locker rooms. Justin gave me puppy dog eyes throughout his whole physical, practically begging for me to forgive him. Finally, the last person to examine was none other than Enzo. He sat down on the bench in front of me, removing his shirt for the team doctor examination. His muscles were tight and pronounced from how hard he was practicing. And as I stood nearby while Tiffany examined him, I could smell the sweet odors of his sweat emanating from his body. It felt a lot like the night we hooked up, like his scent was a pheromone. Enzo avoided eye contact the whole time. I could tell he was upset by what Justin said. Halfway through the examination, while the team was practicing, there was the sound of people colliding on the ice and someone yelling out in pain out in the arena. Tiffany groaned and handed me her stethoscope. "Finish this," she said. "I'll go make sure no one is dying. These boys have a death wish, I swear." Enzo and I were completely alone in the locker room. Team doctor, I sheepishly put the stethoscope in my ears and walked up to Enzo. I put it on his chest and started listening to his heartbeat, which was strong and steady. "So he's the reason why you rejected me, huh?" Enzo said quietly. I pulled the stethoscope away and looked at Enzo. I was speechless. "We broke up Friday night, and I have no intention of getting back together," I replied finally. Enzo scoffed. "So I was just a tool for you to piss him off, is that it? Is that why you went to the bar on Friday night? To find some meat to make your ex jealous?" I sighed and stood, crossing over to the row of lockers as I exasperatedly rubbed my forehead with my hand. "When will we stop talking about that night?" I said, turning to face him. "It's not like one-night stands or anything new to you." Just then, Enzo's eyes flashed red like the night we slept together. He suddenly stood and stormed over to me, blocking me against the wall with his huge body and placing his hand on the wall above me as he leaned over me. I was afraid at first, but the smell of his sweat and the feeling of his warmth emanating out to me made me feel unintentionally aroused. My heart was racing, but not from fear. Enzo leaned down to kiss me. The lights went out and cast us in complete darkness. Chapter 12. Nina's POV. The locker room was pitch black. Had we lost power? I didn't dare to move in case I would accidentally bump into Enzo and give him the wrong idea. He was still hovering over me, his hand on the locker above me and his muscular body shielding me. I would be lying if I said that I didn't fantasize about taking advantage of the dark and kiss him, letting him run his calloused hands all over my body and fuck me up against the locker. But before any of that could happen, a light flicked on at the end of the row of lockers. Just a single light, beaming down like a spotlight from the ceiling. Enzo quickly moved away from me. There was the sound of shuffling in the darkness. Then someone stepped into the light. It was Justin. He was holding his guitar. Everything in my whole body cringed when he started playing his guitar and singing. It was a song that we had listened to the first night we hung out, and it was the song that we had our first kiss to. Under any other circumstance, I would have found this gesture sweet, but now it just made me even more embarrassed. When he finished singing, the lights turned on and the rest of the team flooded in while Justin gazed at me with sorrow in his eyes. "Please take me back," Justin said. "I'm so sorry, Nina. I'll make it up to you." I stood there biting my lip, unsure of what to say. My face felt hot, and grew even hotter when the rest of the team, excluding Inso, who was sitting on the bench next to the medical tools as if he had never gotten up from his seat, started chanting. "Forgive him," they chanted. "Forgive him." I squirmed uncomfortably in my spot, avoiding Justin's gaze. The chanting grew louder as the team closed in on us, urging us to get back together. "All right," Enzo said, standing. No one listened at first until he raised his voice. "That's enough," he shouted. The team went silent. Justin's eyes flickered back and forth between Enzo and I. I could tell that he was starting to put two and two together. It didn't seem like anyone heard my conversation with Enzo or saw him leaning over me at the locker, but maybe something about our body language was giving it away. "This is hockey practice, not a lovemaking session," Enzo said. "Enough with the high school antics." One of the team members scoffed. "You're so boring, Enzo," he said. Enzo folded his arms. "I was gonna make everyone do 25 laps after this shit show. But now I'm thinking that you in particular should do 50, Jared." Jared's shoulders dropped, and he hung his head, embarrassed. "Go on," Enzo said to the team. 25 laps. Now, all of you." He gestured to the door, and as the team filed out, grumbling to themselves, he followed them. He cast one last look over his shoulder at me before leaving me alone in the locker room, letting out a heavy sigh. I looked at the clock and realized that my shift was over. I packed up Tiffany's supplies and lugged the heavy medical bag out of the locker room, just happy that I could go home and not have to see Enzo or Justin for the time being. When I left the locker room, the hockey players were running laps around the outside of the rink and complaining. I didn't see Enzo among them. When I looked around, I realized that he was standing off to the side and talking to someone. That someone was Lisa. She seemed aggravated and was gesturing frantically, although I couldn't hear what she was saying. As I approached the exit where Tiffany stood waiting for me, Lisa glanced over. When she saw me, her eyes shot daggers, and her face twisted into even more of a scowl. "What is she doing here?" I heard her say as I walked past, trying my best to just ignore her. I didn't hear Enzo's response. "Interesting first day, huh?" Tiffany said as I approached. She held the door open for me, and we stepped out into the rain. It was more of a drizzle now, and there was a bit of a fog on the campus. The chill in the air felt nice after being cooped up in the smelly locker room all morning. "Yeah, I guess so," I said as I followed Tiffany back to her office. "No one even got hurt in the arena earlier," she said with a chuckle. "It was all a setup. I take it that Justin boy is the ex you were talking about." I nodded. Tiffany stopped in front of her office door and took the medical bag from me, which she carried with a lot more ease than I did. The woman was stronger than she looked. "If you want me to have a talk with him, I will," she said with a smile. "I know those boys pretty well at this point." I shook my head. "No," I replied. "It's all right. I'll deal with it on my own." Tiffany reached out and squeezed my shoulder reassuringly. Tomorrow will be better, she said. No hockey team, although you might find that the football players can be just as obnoxious. Tiffany was right. The next morning, we did the physicals for the entire football team. Granted, it was a lot easier than the hockey team without the drama between myself, Justin, and Enzo. But the football players still acted like high school jocks. During their practice, Tiffany and I would pull out players individually to perform their physicals. It was all going well until two players collided into one another. Then both held their ankles in pain. Tiffany and I ran over to the field to check on them. My first instinct was that they were being a bit dramatic, but maybe I was just too inexperienced with sports injuries to fully understand what happened. While Tiffany started checking the ankle of one player, I took the other. Can Nina bandage me, actually?" the player that Tiffany was helping said. Tiffany looked up and threw me an amused glance. "No, Nina's bandaging me." "Buzz off," the football player that I was helping said. Just then, the other player stood as if the pain in his ankle had suddenly disappeared. "Come on, man. You always steal the cute girls," he shouted. The player who I was helping stood up too, nearly knocking me over in the process. "I don't steal the cute girls. You're just ugly." The two players suddenly started fighting, tackling each other and rolling around on the ground. "Stop," I shouted, but they weren't listening. Fists were flying, and suddenly, a rogue helmet that got knocked off by a punch flew directly toward my face. Right before it hit me, a hand shot out of nowhere and caught it. I looked up to see none other than Enzo standing beside me, holding the helmet. What was he doing here? Enzo threw the helmet to the ground and angrily stormed over to the boys, grabbing each one by the backs of their shirts and dragging them to their feet. I knew the football team was immature, but not this immature, he growled. "You almost hit your doctor." The football players looked at me, then at the ground with embarrassed expressions on their dirty faces. Enzo let go of their jerseys and picked up the stray helmet, shoving it into the arms of the player who lost it. "You should consider yourselves lucky if I don't talk to your captain," Tiffany suddenly chimed in. "Go on, get back to practice. And next time you just happen to collide, maybe I won't be so quick to think you actually got hurt." As the football players walked off sullenly, Tiffany cleaned up her supplies and started walking back to the sidelines to continue physicals. I went to follow her, but Enzo stopped me. "Kawi talk," he said, Chapter 13. "Enzo, why did you run away like that yesterday?" I asked. Nina and I were standing in the middle of the football field. I knew she was supposed to be working, but I didn't care. After what I discovered yesterday, I couldn't sleep all night from thinking about her. I had to talk to her. Nina's face turned a little red. She looked cute when she was embarrassed. The red on her cheeks reminded me of what she looked like when she orgasmed. "My shift was over," she said. "And besides, you were talking to Lisa." My mind flickered back to my conversation with Lisa yesterday afternoon. "Enzo, I need to talk to you about the party," she said. I sighed and turned toward her as I was watching my team run laps for being buffoons. Can it wait? Lisa folded her arms across her chest, pushing her breasts together, and pouted until I finally gave in and walked over to her by the bleachers. What is it? As your ex and the captain of the cheerleading team, I don't want the party after your match this weekend to have any drama. Oh, so does that mean you're not going? I asked, to which Lisa punched me in the arm. Of course I'm going, idiot, she said. But I don't want that Nina girl there. She's weird. She gives me the heebie-jeebies. I rolled my eyes and laughed. You're being ridiculous. Nina never did anything to you. Well, I think fucking my ex counts as something, she replied, pouting again. Lisa, if you avoided every girl I've slept with since our breakup, which was 6 months ago, mind you, you wouldn't be able to be in the same room as half the girls in the school. Lisa scoffed and stamped her foot angrily. She was clearly not amused by my words. Just then, she peered around me at something and frowned even deeper. What is she doing here? She said, pointing at someone behind me. I looked over my shoulder to see Nina emerging from the locker room. She was lugging that heavy medical bag. The way she waddled with it was surprisingly cute. I liked how her braids swayed back and forth with each step. I looked back at Lisa. She's Tiffany's intern, I said, shrugging. What do you expect me to do? Get her expelled? That was nothing, I said to Nina. Just petty bullshit. Besides, why would you care? Are you jealous? Nina rolled her eyes and folded her arms. I tried not to look at her breasts as they pushed together, her cleavage sticking out from her sweater. You're just trying to provoke me, she said. And no, even though Lisa is gorgeous, I'm not jealous. I could honestly care less if you two got back together. Clearly she wants that. Her words didn't hurt because I knew they weren't true. I could tell that she was jealous deep down. Lisa and I dated for a very short amount of time and broke up months ago. I'm not interested in getting back together with her. You, of all people, should understand how that feels because of your situation with Justin. Nina scoffed and turned on her heel to walk back to Tiffany. I caught up in 2 strides, even though she was walking quickly. I was a lot taller. Nina, if you would just give me a chance to prove myself just then. Nina stopped in her tracks and whirled around to face me, her fists clenched at her sides. Have you ever even been in a serious relationship? She snarled. Or has your whole life been one hookup after the other to fill the void? I froze. I didn't know what to say. I guess that's my answer then, she said, straightening up. We would be terrible for each other. If I'm going to waste my precious time on love, then it has to be with the right person, not some jock who only sees women as playthings. Now that hurt. It hurt because it was true. As I speechlessly stood and watched Nina walk away, I was inwardly kicking myself for everything. She was right. We would be horrible for each other because of my past. Nina returned to her work with Tiffany. I walked away from the football field dejectedly, although I was reluctant to leave in the hopes that she would suddenly change her mind and come running to me. How had an ordinary human girl made me so interested in her? I'd never felt this way before about anyone. not even the werewolf girls that I used to sleep with in high school. All of that felt like nothing compared to how I felt about this girl with 2 braids who I had just met. There was no way she could be my mate, either. She was a human as I walked away. All I could think about was kissing Nina, holding her beneath my sheets that night we slept together. The feeling of her soft, slightly tanned skin on my fingertips. It wasn't tan from the tanning booths, and the spray tans like Lisa's was. It was natural because of her heritage, and made her dark hair and dark eyes all the more beautiful. Her skills in bed had been green, but it didn't matter. The way she passionately moved her hips beneath me, wrapping her legs around me and kissing my neck while I thrust into her, made me feel like I would explode, even now. Although it had been nearly a week since we'd slept together, I could still feel her warmth wrapped around my cock. I had to have her again. But it seemed like there was no way she would give me another chance if I didn't clean up my act. If I wanted her to be with me, I would have to stop all of the one-night stands. I'd have to show that I was passionate about the right things and not using women like meat to relieve my stress and placate my werewolf urges. I still didn't fully understand why I was so interested in her, though. Maybe I would get some answers eventually. But for right now, I needed to focus on having her in my bed again. She would certainly be at my hockey game on Friday night now that she was the doctor's intern. I had made sure of it by bribing the dean of the medical school to assign her specifically to that internship. And to keep it secret from my father, of course. I would play so hard at the game that it would make Nina swoon. When I won, my eyes would be on her, seducing her to come to the party afterwards. And at the party, I would offer her a drink. I would dance with her and make her feel like the sexiest woman on the planet. She wouldn't be able to resist me after that, because I knew she wanted me deep down. Chapter 14. Nina's POV. My encounter on the football field with Enzo left me both confused and upset. First of all, how had he shown up like that just in time to catch the football helmet before it hit me in the face? Second, why did he continue following me around campus like a lost puppy? For someone who was supposedly the campus playboy, it felt odd that he was so obsessed with me of all people. After seeing Enzo and Lisa talking so dramatically, I felt for certain that this was all some sort of huge prank. Surely Justin was in on it too. They wanted me to be humiliated for getting involved with the hockey team. Just a little more and I could walk away from this internship and not have to deal with it any longer. The next day, Friday, was the day of Enzo's game. Jessica used her VIP ticket to go and sit in one of the VIP box seats. I let her use my ticket to bring Lori, who really only ever liked going to hockey games to see the fights. I didn't want to go at all, but it was my job now to attend sports games in case anyone got injured. I wore a Loki outfit that day in the hopes that Enzo and Justin wouldn't notice me as much. It was chilly out, even in the arena, so I wore a university hoodie, jeans that weren't too tight, and a beanie. I even wore my glasses, even though I had been wearing contacts since I left high school. I usually only wore my glasses at home because I thought they looked dumb on me. But I figured that maybe they would get Justin and Enzo to leave me alone. Tiffany and I stood on the sidelines while the game took place. She bought me a hot cocoa and a soft pretzel while we watched. "You know, he clearly really likes you," Tiffany said, leaning closer to me so I could hear her over the roaring of the crowd. "I know," I replied, taking a bite of my pretzel. I didn't bother saying that Enzo was the person I slept with because I figured she already knew. I totally understand if he's not your type, but let me just say this. Tiffany paused to take a sip of her hot cocoa. Her red lipstick stained the white paper cup. "I've known these boys for 2 years now. They're obnoxious and full of themselves, but most of them are good kids. Enzo especially." My heart leaped a bit at Tiffany's words. I looked out at the rink, where Enzo was taking the lead over the opposing team. He moved fluidly on the ice, easily flicking his hockey stick this way and that to control the puck as he flew toward the goal. As I watched Enzo play and pondered what Tiffany said, I thought back to the night that Enzo and I had sex. He had been so gentle and understanding with me, not bothered at all that I was a virgin. He took care of me and made sure that I felt good too, and didn't just use me to get off like most guys did at this age. Were his actions genuine that night? I wasn't sure, but even though I enjoyed the night I spent with him, I knew I wouldn't do it again. I didn't want to be tangled up in this mess. Just then, my thoughts were broken by the sound of splitting wood and a collective gasp from the crowd as a player from the other team slammed full force into Enzo, knocking him onto the ice. I watched as his helmet came off and slid across the rink, while his broken stick went in the other direction. People screamed as the other player climbed on top of Enzo and began punching him deliberately in the face, repeatedly. The referee blew his whistle several times and skated over, but he couldn't get the other player off of Enzo by himself. Enzo didn't fight back. He seemed like he hit his head on the ice when his helmet came off, and it knocked him unconscious. Finally, with the help of 2 other players from our team, the referee managed to get the angry player off of Enzo and drag him away. Tiffany and I shot a look at each other and dropped our hot cocoa and pretzels, running over to the rink qualifying round entrance, as Enzo was lifted and carried to us by a couple of his teammates. He was conscious now, but his face was bruised and bloody, and there was some blood coming out of his mouth from all the punches. "Bring him to the locker room," Tiffany said. I stepped out of the way to let them through, my heart pounding as I watched them carry him away. My chest ached to see Enzo injured so badly, and I just wanted to hold him. We followed them to the locker room, where they sat Enzo down on a bench. He was fully conscious now and able to sit up on his own. Tiffany threw her medical bag down and started examining his face. "Doctor," someone shouted from the doorway. "The other guy is having a seizure. I think he was on something." Tiffany looked at me questioningly. I nodded, affirming that I could handle Enzo on my own. Then she stood up and ran out of the locker room. I crouched down, rifling through Tiffany's bag for supplies. I grabbed some alcohol and gauze to clean the worst wounds and an ice pack. "I'm fine," Enzo said. "I don't need any of that." I frowned and looked up at him. "Yes, you do," I replied angrily. "You'll get an infection." As I went to clean his wounds, he pushed me away and grumbled under his breath. I figured that maybe he was just a bit out of it from hitting his head and tried again. But again, he pushed me away, which made me angry. "I'm the doctor here," I shouted, grabbing his hand and yanking it away from his face so he couldn't push me away again. He turned to me with a surprised look on his face, but when I went to clean his wounds, he finally let me do it. Enzo winced, but didn't pull away as I dabbed at his wounds with the alcohol. Something strange happened while I cleaned his face, though, as I cleaned it, I realized that the cuts almost seemed to be closing up on their own. Were my eyes deceiving me? Or were Enzo's wounds healing right in front of me? Before I had the chance to say anything, Tiffany came into the room with her sleeves rolled up and vomit crusted on her shirt from helping the other player. As the door swung open for a moment, I could see two EMTs carrying him out on a stretcher. Another EMT followed Tiffany into the room to come and look at Enzo. I stood and stepped out of the way while he crouched down and inspected Enzo's face. "HM," the EMT muttered, turning Enzo's head this way and that. He stood and shrugged. "You're perfectly fine. Just some very minor bruising. I'm surprised it's not worse from what your doctor here told me about the fight." As the EMT left, Enzo shot me a wary look. What was he hiding? Whatever it was, I would discover it on Monday during the second round of physical fitness tests. Chapter 15, Nina's POV. The hockey game ended early after the fight. As it turned out, the player who attacked Enzo was on steroids to be bigger and stronger, and he took too many of them. When Enzo scored a goal, the other player flew into a fit of rage. He had a seizure while I was tending to Enzo, but I heard from Tiffany that he turned out okay. But he would be disqualified from participating in hockey for the rest of his time in university, and was on probation at his school. Even though the game ended early, our team still won, since we had several more points than the other team by the time Enzo was attacked, which meant two things. The hockey team would be moving on to the next round of the tournament, and the party would still be held. I didn't want to go to the party. I was planning on going home, but before I could get away, Jessica and Lori cornered me and talked me into it. "Come on," Jessica whined, pressing her hands together in a prayer-like gesture and pushing out her lower lip like she usually did when she wanted something. "All of the hot guys are gonna be there." I finally caved and agreed to go, but went home and changed into something more appropriate for a party. Just like the last party, I couldn't help but want to look good. It felt like my feminine instincts were coming out and making me want to impress Enzo, even though I wanted no part of that romance. I put on a tight-fitting top and skinny jeans, along with my usual leather jacket and a bit of eye makeup. We arrived at the party a while after it had already begun. Of course, Justin and Enzo were there. They seemed to be avoiding each other. Lisa was there too. I didn't dare to go anywhere near any of the hockey players after I saw the evil look she gave me. "Here," Laurie said, grabbing me a beer from the cooler. The party was in one of the frat houses, since it was still raining and chilly outside, although some people hung out on the porch. I gratefully took the beer. We clinked our bottles together and drank. After everything that had happened lately, I just wanted to forget about all of it, so I drank more. And more. The alcohol soon took over me and let me loosen up, so I felt comfortable dancing. I could feel both Enzo's and Justin's eyes on me as I danced, but I didn't care. I decided that tonight I would just ignore them and have fun. At one point, Laurie, Jessica, and I stumbled out of the living room onto the back porch for some fresh air. We were laughing, our cheeks rosy from the alcohol. "That Matt guy from the hockey team always looks at me at these parties," Jessica said as she pulled a cigarette out of her purse and lit it up. "I kind of feel like hooking up with him tonight." Laurie didn't say anything. I knew that she never really cared for guys too much and preferred girls. One night, after smoking weed together last semester, she told me her biggest secret. She had feelings for Jessica. But Jessica was straight, so it was never happening. I promised never to reveal Laurie's secret, but it did always make my heart ache for her when things like this happened. After smoking for a bit, Jessica primped her hair and pushed her breasts together. "How do I look?" she said. "Hot enough for a hockey player." Laurie and I both nodded. I could see Laurie's face turn even redder, but I pretended not to notice. "Yeah," I said. "Go get him, Tiger." With a grin, Jessica pranced back inside, leaving Laurie and I alone. Laurie sighed and leaned on the railing, letting the ash from her joint fall onto the ground. Her black hair, with purple streaks in it, fell in her face. "I'm sorry," I whispered, rubbing her back. "I know it sucks." She simply shrugged. "It's all right. It happens. I'm just feeling extra lonely tonight, that's all." I bit my lip, hurting to see my friend feel this way. Just then, a drunk girl stumbled out onto the porch. She was short and curvy with brown hair that was cut in a boyish way and a nose ring. "Oh, sorry," she said when she saw Laurie and I. She turned around to leave, but not before Laurie looked up and caught her eye. They stared at each other for several seconds. The girl's face turned red, and her eyes practically glowed with attraction. But then she turned around and went back inside. Laurie stood and brushed herself off, putting out her joint on the railing before looking at me with a smirk on her face. "Go get him, Tiger," I said, grabbing her shoulders and pushing her inside. I was alone now on the porch. I walked over to the steps and sat down with a sigh. While my friends were having fun, I admittedly felt lonely too. For a moment, I wondered if I should risk talking to Enzo. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad hooking up again. But no, that was just the alcohol talking. That was a really bad idea. I heard the door open behind me. "That was quick," I said, assuming it was Jessica or Laurie. But when I turned around, it wasn't either of them. It was Justin. He was extremely drunk, swaying back and forth with tears in his eyes and a bottle in his hand. He took a step toward me and stumbled, and out of instinct, I jumped up and caught him. "I love you, Nina," he said with a hiccup as he leaned on my shoulder. "Why won't you take me back?" I didn't know what to say. He was clearly too drunk to understand what he was doing. I should have said something, though. Anything to get him to go away. But I didn't, and he took it the wrong way. He kissed me. I pushed him away quickly, but it was too late. He had already kissed me deeply. And when I looked over his shoulder, as he stumbled backward against the door, I saw Enzo's glowing eyes looking at me from inside. Before I had the chance to explain what happened, Enzo was gone. I heard the front door slam and the sound of a motorcycle starting up, all while Justin continued to sway in front of me and mumble drunken nonsense. Justin lurched toward me and tried to kiss me again, but I quickly stepped out of the way, which caused him to lose his balance in his drunken state and stumble forward. I didn't have the chance to catch him before he fell down the porch stairs. It was only a few stairs, and he fell directly onto the grass, but he fell hard. Someone shouted from inside, and a few people on the hockey team came running out to see what happened. "Oh my God," one of the hockey players said, running down the steps and helping Justin up. Nina pushed him. I didn't know one was listening. I heard a woman scream, and out rushed Lisa. "My poor Justin," she shouted dramatically, running down the steps and cupping Justin's face in her hands. "Are you all right?" He nodded drunkenly, but that wasn't enough. Lisa pulled him into a hug and glared at me over his shoulder. "You're a psycho," she screamed in her shrill voice. "Get out of here, you freak." Tears welled up in my eyes, and I didn't bother to defend myself against Lisa. I just wanted to go home. I stormed through the house and out the front door and started walking back to campus. When I finally arrived at home, I threw myself down into my pillow and sobbed. Why couldn't these boys just leave me alone after this? I had had enough. I didn't want anything to do with these people anymore. All I had to do was get through my shift with Tiffany on Monday. And then I would go to the dean and demand a reassignment. Chapter 16. Nina's POV. It was Monday, which meant that it was finally my last day of my internship. All I had to do was get through the day, and then I could go to the dean and tell her that I still wanted to be reassigned. Truthfully, I sort of enjoyed sports medicine. I liked Tiffany too, and was sad that I would be reassigned. But it was the only way to get myself untangled from this mess with everyone. I just hoped that the drama wouldn't be too bad today after what happened at the party on Friday night. I made it to my shift around 9 in the morning. Tiffany was sitting at her desk, looking at paperwork when I walked into her office. "Good morning," she said in her usual chipper voice. "Are you ready for round 2 of the physicals?" I nodded, even though I really wanted to scream. Tiffany had already explained to me what would entail during the physicals. We took vitals and performed general health checks during the first round last week. Then today, we would be putting the hockey players through rigorous physical tests to make sure their hearts, lungs, and muscles were performing properly. While we walked over to the arena, Tiffany explained to me that she wouldn't normally put the other sports teams through such in-depth tests, since the hockey team was internationally renowned and would be trying out to compete in the Olympics next year. The president of the school allocated extra funding toward these tests just for the hockey team. When we arrived at the arena, the team was already there and performing drills. Enzo looked up when he saw Tiffany and I and came over. I blushed, keeping my gaze averted as I felt his cold gaze fix on me. I didn't know how or when I would address what happened on Friday night, or if I even wanted to bother. "We've got a long day ahead of us," Tiffany said to Enzo, setting down her medical bag. "Can you start sending the boys to the weight room, 2 at a time, for their full body exams?" "Yeah," Enzo replied. "But you should know we're 1 short, so we have an odd number today." "Justin couldn't make it this morning," Tiffany frowned. "Why not? He got sick over the weekend," Enzo said. "Food poisoning." Judging from the way his eyes flickered over to me and glared at me coldly, I knew that he was lying. Was it just that Justin didn't want to see me today, or did Enzo make sure he couldn't come? "Oh well," Tiffany said. "I'll do his test another day." We spent the next couple of hours testing the hockey players in pairs. The boys would have to strip down to their underwear, so we could put them on a special scale that measured their body composition. Then we would hook them up to the ECG machine and have them run on the treadmill to test their heart. Next, we would have them perform different tasks to test their fitness abilities. Pull-ups, push-ups, and so on. After that was done, they would do various stretches for us to test their flexibility. And for some of the less flexible players, or those who had acute pain, we would assist them in their stretches. It was a bit awkward at first to see all of the boys in their underwear, but I soon got used to it. Finally, we were almost at the end. But instead of being relieved that the tiring day was almost over, I was stressed out because the only person left to test was none other than Enzo. Enzo came into the weight room after getting undressed in the locker room. He strode in with confidence, not caring that both Tiffany and I could see the massive bulge in his underwear. His abs were tight and prominent, and the muscles in his thighs made me blush. "All right," Tiffany said nonchalantly as she looked at her clipboard. "Get on the scale, please." "With pleasure." Enzo stared directly at me as he stood on the scale, his gaze unwavering. He looked like a statue of a god on a pedestal. I gulped and walked up to him with my clipboard so I could read the results of the body composition test, my hands shaking as I wrote the numbers down. That was strange. Enzo's body composition contained far more lean muscle mass than his teammates. His body fat was less than 10%, and his water retention was at a perfect balance. He was almost superhuman. I furrowed my brow as I wrote down the measurements. But before I could say anything, Tiffany had him step off the scale and get on the treadmill. I nervously hooked up the ECG machine to Enzo, my fingers brushing his rock-hard abs as I placed the stickers on his skin. The whole time, he stared down at me. His eyes were red and glowing in the same way they did that night we slept together. It made me feel like prey, like he just wanted to grab me and bite down on me, while it made me a bit frightened. I hated to admit that there was something about it that turned me on once again. His ECG was far superior than his teammates, while his teammates would eventually tire out after 10 or so minutes of sprinting on the treadmill. And so went on for so long, with little change in his heart rate, that Tiffany made him stop. There must be something wrong with the machine, Tiffany said, sounding confused as she tapped the ECG monitor thoughtfully. No one's heart rate stays the same like that. You two stay here. I'm gonna go get some new stickers for the machine. I'll be back in a jiff. Just like that, my worst nightmare came true. I was alone with Enzo. As soon as Tiffany left, I averted my gaze to the floor and walked to the other side of the room, pretending to check the results of the team's fitness tests. I saw you kiss Justin on Friday, Enzo suddenly blurted out. I turned around to see that he was much closer than I had thought. He was standing right behind me. How did he get across the room so quickly and quietly? I didn't kiss him, I said, taking a step back and trying not to stare at Enzo's body as he loomed over me. He kissed me. He was drunk. I didn't want him to. Besides, why would it even matter if I did? You and I are not together. Enzo looked a little hurt, but only for a moment before his eyes flashed red again. I shuddered as I saw his pupils dilate like a wolf. Just then, Tiffany returned with the new stickers. Found him, she said. In the blink of an eye, Enzo was back on the treadmill as though he had never been standing next to me, and Tiffany was none the wiser. How did he do that? He moved so fast. At the end of the tests, I recorded the results and was again stunned to see how superior Enzo's abilities were compared to his teammates. He aced all of the tests, and even his flexibility was perfect. He was like a walking god. Enzo returned to the locker room to get changed. I have to run to another appointment, Tiffany said, handing me her clipboard. Could you clean up here and take everything back to my office? I took the clipboard and nodded. But, Tiffany, I said, wanting to tell her that I would be requesting a reassignment today. But she was already gone. I sighed and cleaned up, resolving that I would just have to talk to Tiffany on another day to explain the situation. When I was finished, I headed through the locker room to get to the exit. Surely everyone was gone by now, so I wouldn't see anything. But then, I suddenly bumped into none other than Enzo. He had a towel wrapped around his waist and was headed toward the showers. When I saw him, I yelped and averted my eyes. Sorry, I said. I didn't think anyone was in here. Enzo simply chuckled. I went to move around him, but accidentally bumped into him and knocked the towel loose. It fell to the floor around his feet. My eyes went wide when I saw Enzo's entire cock. I stammered, but no words would come out as my eyes were fixed on his semi-erect member. Even without a full erection, it was still huge. "What?" Enzo said, stooping to pick up the towel and cover himself again. "You've already seen me naked." Why so shocked, my face turned bright red. Before I could respond, Enzo stepped toward me, backing me into a locker with his huge body. My pussy throbbed as I suddenly thought about what it would feel like to have sex with him again. Right here and right now, up against this row of lockers. "You know," he said, stooping lower to whisper in my ear, "ever since we slept together, I can't stop thinking about you." Chapter 17. Nina's POV. "Ever since we slept together, I haven't stopped thinking about you." Enzo's words sent a shiver down my spine. The sight of his muscular body, the smell of the lingering sweat on his skin. I wanted to sink my teeth into him. Neither of us moved for what felt like an eternity. I couldn't stop looking at his mouth. The way it was constantly pulled into a subtle smirk made me feel weak, and the way he licked his hips made me feel like collapsing into him and letting him do whatever he wanted with me. I was leaning closer to him, and I didn't even realize it until our lips brushed. By this time, it was too late to back out. Enzo pressed his lips against mine and pushed me up against the lockers with his large body. I dropped my clipboard, and he dropped his towel. He reached for my shirt and pulled it up and over my head, stooping to lick and nibble at my breasts. I let out a soft moan, leaning my head back against the lockers behind me. This was wrong, but it felt so right. Our secret rendezvous was cut short, however, when the sound of the locker room door opening and slamming shut shocked us out of our lust. Enzo grabbed his towel and wrapped it around himself while I pulled my shirt back on. "Oh, sorry," a male voice said. I looked over my shoulder with my shirt half on to see one of the other hockey players, who I recognized as being called Logan, standing in the doorway and averting his gaze. I looked over at Enzo, but he was gone. How did he move so fast? Just a moment ago, he was standing beside me, Trace, and now he was gone without no worries, I replied, pulling my shirt on the rest of the way and trying to hide my mixture of embarrassment and confusion. I was just drying my shirt. I spilled water on it. Before Logan had a chance to respond, I snatched my clipboard up off the floor and scurried past him with my gaze fixed on the floor. I beelined for the exit and burst out of the arena into the chilly autumn afternoon air, letting out a sigh of relief. Enzo and I almost got caught in the locker room, but maybe that was a good thing. Hooking up again would have been a very, very bad idea. I returned to Tiffany's office. She was still out at her other appointment, but someone else was in there. It was a guy, maybe a little older than me, with short blonde hair and wearing an Argyle sweater vest. He was standing at a table and looking at paperwork. "You must be Nina," he said, flashing me a smile. "I'm James. I'm one of Tiffany's grad students." "Oh, nice to meet you," I said, crossing over to the table with my clipboard. "Tiffany told me you were going to be analyzing the hockey team's test results, right?" he asked. I nodded and set my clipboard down. "Yeah," I replied as I thumbed through the paperwork. We were silent for a while, each absorbed in our own work, until I made it to Enzo's results, just as I had observed. Enzo's abilities surpassed his teammates' abilities. He was more than twice as efficient and strong as his teammates. And when I compared his results to the national average, he was bordering on superhuman. How was this possible? James must have noticed how stumped I looked, because he came around the table to look at what I was doing. He said, scratching his head. "Are you sure your data is correct?" I nodded. "I'm positive," I replied. I was very careful while I was collecting the data. Everyone else's results looked normal. James took Enzo's data sheet out of my hands and studied it closely. "Ugh, Enzo," he said with an eye roll. "His results are always skewed. I've always thought that he's taking steroids or something, but I can never prove it." "You don't sound like much of a fan," I said. James shrugged and handed back my paper. "As a senior assistant, you pick up on all sorts of gossip." I was intrigued. "What sort of gossip?" I asked. James smirked and folded his arms. "Curious about Enzo Rivers. Huh, got a crush?" I shook my head and bent over my work again to hide my blushing. "Just curious," I replied. "Let's just say that there are certain rumors," James said as he circled back around to his side of the table. "Rumors about a certain hockey team only being so successful because a certain somebody is related to the team." My eyes widened. "Are you sure?" I replied. James shrugged again. "I'm not entirely sure, but Enzo is still a rookie. He basically just appeared out of nowhere and was suddenly the school's heartthrob and a famous hockey star. It all just seems a little fishy to me, and same with those results." He nodded his head toward my paper. For some reason, the grad student's words irked me. "But I was there," I snapped. "I saw him perform today. He's like a superhuman." All James did was scoff and smirk. "I thought you didn't have a crush on Enzo Rivers." After my shift ended, I had to go to an anatomy lab to finish a project before I would have time to meet up with the dean to discuss my reassignment. We had been working on cadavers for the past couple of weeks, and my lab report would be due soon. With everything going on lately, I had had little time to finish my work, which was why I rushed to the anatomy lab to take the rest of my notes. I made it to the empty lab and put on my lab gear, sanitized, then got to work cutting into the cadaver's abdomen with my scalpel and inspecting his organs. As I inspected the organs, however, something caught my attention. There was something off about this body. Maybe my eyes were deceiving me, but the cadaver's heart was much larger than the average human's. Perhaps the cadaver simply had an enlarged heart, I told myself. It wasn't terribly uncommon. Maybe that was how this person died to begin with, but something about it made me unsettled. I kept inspecting the cadaver's organs. There was no visceral fat. In fact, the cadaver looked perfectly healthy. layer of muscle was far thicker than the average human's. My mind flickered back to Enzo's superhuman strength. Was it possible that this cadaver was once a person who also possessed such strength? How would that explain the enlarged heart? Suddenly, I had a strange intuition. I couldn't explain it, but I wanted to check the cadaver's teeth, almost as if I was in a trance. I set down my instruments and walked over to the cadaver's head. There was nothing out of the ordinary about his outward appearance, but when I pulled back his lips to see his teeth, fangs, I stumbled backwards involuntarily and knocked into a table behind me, my heart racing as images of Enzo's red, wolf-like eyes flashed through my mind. What sort of monster was this? Chapter 18. Nina's POV. Without removing my lab coat and goggles, I ran from the laboratory and down the hall. I didn't know where I was going or what I was doing, but I had to tell someone. As I ran down the hall, I nearly ran straight into none other than Jessica. She had her hair up in a bun and a stack of textbooks in her arms, which she dropped when I almost ran into her. "Geez," she said, clutching her chest with one hand as she looked at me. "What the hell happened? You look like a crazed murderer." I caught a glimpse of myself in the reflection of a classroom window. Jessica was right. My lab coat had blood on it from opening up the cadaver, and my goggles only emphasized my wide eaves, but that wasn't important right now. "Follow me," I said. "I have to show you something." We returned to the lab, Jessica grumbling behind me about how gross cadavers were as we entered. "There," I said, pointing at the table with my cadaver on it. "Look," she walked over, clutching her books to her chest, and peered at the body with a scowl on her face. "What is it?" she asked, sounding confused. I stomped over to show her the body, but the chest was completely healed and the fangs were no longer there. "How?" "Someone switched the body," I said, whirling around to see if someone had moved my cadaver elsewhere. Jessica only looked on in confusion. "Nina, are you all right?" she said, putting a hand on my shoulder. "Are you overly tired or something?" I shrugged her hand off and shook my head. "No," I replied. "I'm fine." I swear my cadaver's heart was massive, twice the size of a normal human's, and I checked his teeth. He had fangs. Like a wolf. Jessica furrowed her brow and looked at me with concern drawn across her face. "Nina, that's ridiculous," she said. "I think maybe you should go home and get some rest." "I know what I saw," I snapped. My hands were shaking and my eyes began to fill with tears. That cadaver was no ordinary human, and someone switched it. Jessica didn't say anything. "I know you think I'm crazy," I said, pulling off my goggles and my lab coat and putting them away in my locker. "But I swear, I saw something that was not human." "I believe you," Jessica said slowly. I could tell that she was lying, but I didn't say anything. "Let's just go home and you can rest. Then we can talk about what you saw." I shook my head and grabbed my bag out of my locker. "No," I replied. "I'm talking to the dean. Right now." Before Jessica had a chance to stop me, I stormed out of the lab and marched straight to the dean's office. The dean was sitting at her computer when I unceremoniously entered without knocking. When she looked up at me with a stern expression on her face, I realized how rude I was being and suddenly felt embarrassed. "Good afternoon, Miss Nina Harper," the dean said, taking off her glasses and clasping her fingers together with her elbows on the desk. "Can I help you?" I stammered. "If you haven't got anything to say, kindly leave my office," the dean said. "I saw something," I blurted out, "in my anatomy lab, my cadaver. It wasn't human." The dean raised an eyebrow. "Oh," she said, "do explain." "It had an extremely enlarged heart and fangs, like an animal, a wolf." Saying it out loud to the dean made me cringe at how insane I sounded. She put her glasses back on and looked down her nose at me. "Why come to me and not your professor?" I swallowed, unsure of how to respond. Truthfully, I hadn't thought ahead this far. For some reason, my immediate instinct was to tell the dean. When the professor saw that I wasn't responding, she nodded and pulled out a notepad. She jotted something down on it and ripped the paper off, handing it to me. It had a man's name and phone number on it. "I'm sure you're stressed," she said. "Please make an appointment with Edward Williams. He's an excellent therapist." "I don't need thorough." The dean held her hand up for me to stop talking. "It's not so much a request as it is an order," she said. "I won't have one of my students having a mental breakdown, not on my watch." I nodded solemnly and looked at my feet, blinking back tears. "Is there anything else?" the dean asked. I wanted to ask about my reassignment, but felt as though the dean wouldn't allow it now. Besides, one was too embarrassed. I just wanted to go home. "No," I replied. "That was all. Thank you." I did as the dean told me to. I called Edward and made an appointment. When Jessica asked what happened later, I simply told her that I was tired. No one would believe me, anyway. My appointment with Edward was the next morning. I went to his office after a sleepless night. I'm sure the dark circles under my eyes didn't make me appear any more sane. "So, tell me what happened yesterday," said Edward, a portly, kind-looking older man with glasses. I saw something yesterday when I was working with a cadaver on my anatomy project," I replied as I fiddled with a loose thread on my jeans. "It had an enlarged heart and fangs like a wolf. It was extremely muscular, too." "And what happened after that?" Edward asked. "I ran," I replied, "and when I went back a few minutes later, it was gone. Like someone switched the bodies. Or like it healed on its own." Edward was silent for a moment while he jotted on his notepad. "Let's just assume that what you saw was real for a moment," he said, crossing his legs. "Why would a dead body heal on its own? Not to mention healing within a matter of minutes after having its chest cut wide open." I paused, still looking down at my lap. Maybe Edward was right. This all seemed ridiculous. But it had felt so real, I knew it was real. It had to be. I wasn't crazy. Edward continued. "We all have fantasies sometimes. It sounds like you're stressed, and you likely need a break." I shook my head and finally looked up at him. "It wasn't a fantasy," I insisted. "I know what I saw." Edward fell silent again and jotted something down on his notepad. He looked thoughtful, but I could tell that he still believed I was having some sort of episode. "Have you ever tried hypnotherapy?" he said, setting his notepad down on the table next to him. After my session with Edward, the rest of the day went by in a blur. I went to my classes and went to work, and soon I was starting to feel a little more normal, albeit exhausted. I still felt strongly about what I saw, but I decided to keep that to myself for now. No one would believe me anyway, but maybe there was one person who might know something. I left my shift at the diner, still dressed in my uniform and just ready to go home and sleep. On my way out, however, I was met by none other than Justin. He was sitting on the hood of his car in the parking lot and jumped down when he saw me coming. "Hey," he said. I froze for a second, then turned and started walking past him. He jogged to catch up. "Nina, I'm really sorry about the party," he said. I didn't reply, and instead kept walking. "Hey, just talk to me, Nina," Justin shouted, then suddenly grabbed my arm. I turned around and tried to wrench my arm free, but his grip was too tight. "Let go," I yelled. "Do you even empathize with me at all?" he said, still holding my arm tightly and pulling me closer. "I know I fucked up, but now you're just being cold. And I know it's just an act. Deep down, I know you love me." When he was finished speaking, he yanked me closer and tried to kiss me again. I leaned away from him, but his grip tightened on my wrist. I yelped and shoved him as hard as I could, knocking him to the ground and finally freeing myself. "I already slept with someone else," I said, holding my wrist in pain as tears streamed down my cheeks. "So I guess you could say I'm totally over you. What's going on?" A familiar voice shouted. I looked over my shoulder to see Enzo jogging across the parking lot. For some reason, I was happy he was here. Chapter 19, Nina's POV. What happened? Enzo asked as he ran up to me. He looked down at Justin, then back at me with a concerned expression on his face. Justin groaned and stood. "Justin can't get it through his head that I'm done," I said, still holding my wrist where he grabbed it. "At this point, it's just assault." "I didn't assault you," Justin replied, his face turning red and starting to walk toward me again. Enzo put himself between us, shielding me from Justin with his body. "Justin, I think you need to leave," Enzo growled. Justin looked back and forth between Enzo and I. I could see him starting to put two and two together. He looked like he was about to say something, but then he turned and got into his car, speeding off with screeching tires. Enzo turned back toward me and held out his hand. "Let me see." I gingerly held out my wrist for him to take. It was already red where Justin had grabbed it. Enzo gently took my wrist in his hand. His palm was warm and brushed his fingertips over my wound. Within a few moments, the pain started to subside. "How did you do that?" I asked, pulling my wrist away and inspecting it. Enzo cocked his head. "Do what?" he asked. I shook my head and looked at my feet. Nothing, I replied. Thank you. I don't know what Justin was planning on doing with me. Rest assured that I'll talk to him tomorrow, Enzo said, then reached forward and gently brushed the tears off of my cheeks. I flinched at first, but then relaxed into his palm. When I looked up, Enzo was gazing down at me with his soft brown eyes. In the amber glow of the streetlights, there was nothing intimidating about him at all. No red eyes, no wolf-like stare, no strangely inhuman strength and speed. Right now, right here, he just looked like a regular college boy. Let me take you home, he said softly. I was gonna walk, I replied, but Enzo shook his head and cut me off. It's not safe for a girl to be walking in the dark like this. Don't worry, I'm not trying to do anything. I just want to make sure you get home safely. I paused for a moment, then nodded. Enzo guided me over toward his motorcycle. I've never ridden on a motorcycle, I said, suddenly feeling nervous. Enzo popped open the seat and pulled an extra helmet out of the storage compartment, handing it to me. You'll be fine, he said, putting on his own helmet. Just hold on to me. He swung his leg over the seat and waited for me, hesitantly. I climbed onto the seat behind him and nervously wrapped my arms around his waist. His body was warm, and I could feel his muscles beneath his shirt. While he started the motorcycle, I took in his scent. He smelled like a campfire. As we started to accelerate, I shook my head to shake out the indecent thoughts about Enzo. I wasn't going to fall for him. I couldn't. I swore to myself that I wouldn't get involved with hockey boys anymore. Quickly, I realized that we were headed in the opposite direction of the dorms. I tapped on Enzo's shoulder and leaned forward so he could hear me. Where are you taking me? I asked. I felt more confused than afraid. I knew that Enzo wouldn't hurt me. I don't know how I knew, but I knew. I just want to show you something, he shouted over the hum of the motorcycle. We're almost there. Close your eyes. I hesitated for a moment, but then I did as he requested and closed my eyes. I held on tight while I felt the motorcycle turn, then come to a stop. You can open your eyes, Enzo said. When I did, I screamed and grabbed onto Enzo for dear life. We were right at the edge of a cliff. You asshole, I shouted, hitting Enzo in the arm several times. Why would you bring me here? Enzo chuckled and pointed down. We could see the ocean lapping against a small, private beach below us. There was a pathway with a rope to hold onto that led down to the water. In the water, the full moon reflected clearly. It was actually beautiful. Enzo climbed off of the bike and held out his hand for me to take. I climbed off and let him lead me down the path toward the beach. I like to come here when I'm upset, or when I just need to think, he said. Not many people know about this spot. I even put this rope here myself. Enzo hopped down onto the sand off a large boulder and turned toward me, holding his arms out for me. Don't worry, I'll catch you. I crouched and jumped down into his arms. As he held me for a brief moment, I could feel his heart beating excitedly. How many girls had he taken here before? I wondered. I hoped that he wasn't expecting us to hook up here. Not that I would have necessarily declined the offer. even though I knew it was a bad idea. Some intimacy would have been welcome, and so led me down to the water and stuck his hands in his pockets as he looked out at the ocean. I shivered a bit in my waitress uniform, and without hesitating, he pulled off his leather jacket and wrapped it around my shoulders. "Why did you and Justin break up?" Enzo suddenly asked after a bit of a silence. I bit my lip, looking down at the water. "He cheated on me," I replied. "With Lisa." Enzo didn't say anything for several minutes. We just stood there together, silently looking out at the ocean. I glanced over at one point to see his sharp jaw set hard while the wind blew through his curly hair. He was such a jock normally that it was strange to see him looking so calm and peaceful now. I wondered which side of him was an act, the jock persona or the gentle, thoughtful persona that I saw tonight. "Can I tell you a secret?" I asked, pulling his jacket tighter around me. It smelled like cologne and smoke. Enzo nodded and looked at me. His brown eyes flashed red for a moment, but I wasn't afraid. In the moonlight like this, it wasn't scary at all. "I saw something yesterday," I said, averting my gaze and looking back out at the ocean. "In my anatomy lab, I was dissecting a cadaver and it wasn't human. Its heart was huge and it had fangs. I left, and when I came back, it was all healed up as though I had never cut into it to begin with. The dean made me go to counseling, and the therapist even tried to hypnotize me to make me forget. But I know what I saw. It wasn't human." Enzo didn't say anything for several moments. I was just beginning to wonder if he thought I was crazy when he finally spoke again. "Give me your phone," he said. What? Just give it to me. Open up your contacts." I tentatively handed Enzo my phone and watched as he tapped on the screen, then handed it back to me. He had entered his number into my contacts. "That's my number. If you ever need anything, and I mean anything, you call me right away." Chapter 20. Enzo's POV, Nina's confession, hit me like a ton of bricks. As soon as she described what she saw, I was reminded of a conversation I had with the dean the day prior. The dean called me to her office to tell me something urgent. I was there in mere moments. Having the ability to teleport was one of the werewolf traits that I appreciated the most sometimes. "Oh, good," she said, sitting at her desk. "Take a seat." I sat across from her. "What's so urgent?" I asked. The dean rubbed her forehead and sighed. "You haven't been shifting on campus, have you?" "No, of course not," I replied. "I know better than that." She nodded and clasped her hands in front of her on the desk. "Students have been reporting sights of shifters on campus. Just last week, a girl claimed that she was followed home at night by what she described as a human-cat hybrid. The day after that, a male student was caught running through the dorms in only his towel, banging on doors and screaming about a wolf staring at him through his window on the 4th floor. I furrowed my brow and leaned forward. "What would other shifters be doing here?" The dean shrugged. "I don't know. Your presence, perhaps. No doubt they see you on the television and in the news, and recognize you as a shifter right away. Maybe they think it's all right to come and terrorize my students. The dean also explained to me that she was sending students to see a hypnotherapist who had succeeded in hypnotizing them into forgetting all about their encounters with shifters. But now, I was realizing that there was one student who couldn't be hypnotized, to Nina. I put my number in her phone and took her home after that. It was hard for me to watch her walk away. She looked so sexy in her blue waitress uniform, and I just wanted to finish what we started in the locker room. But now was not the time. Not only did I promise the dean I would investigate the sudden influx of shifters on campus, but I was curious now about why the hypnotherapy didn't work on Nina when it worked on everyone else. Was this somehow linked to why Theo was so obsessed with her? I didn't go back to my dorm that night. I drove my motorcycle right past the dorms and toward my father's home, which was located an hour away from the campus. The house was situated on a cliff overlooking the ocean. My father had it custom built when he decided to do business in the human world. It was a lot different from the architecture I was used to back at home. Instead of ancient stone walls and marble floors, this house was built in a modern style, with massive windows that looked out over the ocean and an open layout on the main floor. There was a heated infinity pool in the backyard and a hot tub, as well as a manicured walkway with stairs that led down to our own private beach. I never liked this house all that much, but it was the perfect disguise. A billionaire and his playboy son, moving into a contemporary home along the ocean with our fancy sports cars and designer suits. My mother would have hated it. She was a werewolf through and through. Our castle was her home, and the forest her playground. Ever since she died, my father pushed away our old life in exchange for this cold, modern human life. The house was dark when I pulled up, but I could see a light flickering in the backyard. I walked around the outside of the house to see a few members of my father's pack sitting around the fire pit, talking and laughing while they smoked cigars and drank whiskey. My father's pack was small, but close-knit. There were only 5, not including my father. Someday, I would be alpha. But for now, I was more of an apprentice to my father. They all looked up in unison as I approached the fire. "Look what the cat dragged in," Louis, my father's beta, said. He stood and walked over to me with a grin, clapping me on the back. "What brings you here on a school night?" I pulled Louis aside for some privacy and spoke quietly. "I need some help looking into someone," I said. "Her name is Nina Harper. She's a student at my school." "New girlfriend," Louis said, flicking some ash from his cigar onto the ground. "Not yet," I replied, "but there's something strange about her. I can't explain it. Just look into her for me, will you?" "Sure thing, kid," Louis replied with a nod. I turned to walk back to my motorcycle. "Leaving so soon," Louis said, sounding disappointed. "Hockey game in the morning," I replied. "Besides, I was just out riding around. Figured I'd stop by." Louis nodded and watched me leave. I stopped and looked back at him one more time. Oh, and Louis, HM, don't tell my father. The next morning, I woke up feeling groggy after a mostly sleepless night. Worrying about Nina with all of these shifters around made sleep difficult. Why was I even worrying about her? Why was I so invested in her already? We had only hooked up once and made out in the locker room after that. I had sworn to myself that I wouldn't get emotionally attached to any of the human girls at this school. What was so special about Nina? I dragged myself out of bed and got dressed for my hockey game, stopping briefly in the dining hall to grab some breakfast. I picked up a breakfast sandwich and some coffee to go, and as I exited the dining hall, I ran into Justin. He avoided eye contact and hung his head low, but the image of Nina's red and sore wrist last night flashed through my mind and infuriated me. Without thinking, I suddenly grabbed Justin by the shirt collar and dragged him around the corner of the building, pinning him against the wall with my teeth bared. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" I growled. Justin continued to hang his head. I could tell that he knew he deserved it after what he did last night. "If you touch Nina without her consent again, I'll make your life a living hell," I whispered, trying my best not to choke him right then and there. "And you're sitting on the bench for the next 3 games. Got it." Justin shuddered, but nodded in understanding. I released my grip on his shirt and gave him one swift smack on the side of his head, leaving him rubbing the point of impact and whimpering before I strode off toward the arena. When I first came to this stupid university, the only thing that truly made its way into my heart was hockey. If I had only spent my 4 years here playing on the team, I would have been perfectly happy. But it seemed now that Nina had made her way into my heart, too. At first, I thought that Nina was just an ordinary human girl, and that my feelings for her would subside quickly. However, I was quickly learning that Nina was anything but ordinary. Chapter 21. Nina's POV. The morning after my motorcycle ride with Enzo, I woke up to dozens of Twitter notifications. Still blinking the sleep out of my eyes, I scrunched up my eyebrows as I opened my phone and started to read all of the notifications. Wow Uwa at Ninaharpi. Alone time with Enzo. Huh. Enzo must be joking if he's hanging around with that ugly nerd at Ninaharpi. What a slut. Messing around with 2 boys from the hockey team at once. Save some for the rest of us at Ninaharpi. I sat up in bed, my eyes glued to the phone as I opened Twitter and realized that someone snuck pictures of Enzo and I last night. There were pictures of me talking to Justin in the parking lot, a picture of me as I shoved Justin to the ground, Enzo wiping the tears from my cheek and getting on his motorcycle together. I knew I shouldn't have trusted him. This was just another step in the game he was playing with me. As I looked at the time, I realized that I had class in 20 minutes. I jumped out of bed and threw on some jeans and a t-shirt, quickly braided my hair and brushed my teeth, and ran out of my room. Jessica was standing in the kitchen when I came out of my room. She looked up from making her coffee briefly, then looked back down. Even in that brief moment, I could see tears in her eyes. It was really nothing, I said, assuming that she already saw the photos. Justin was harassing me, and Enzo just happened to show up. He drove me home. Enzo seems to just magically appear around 1U a lot lately, she grumbled as she poured her coffee. I sighed and adjusted my bag on my shoulder. It was just a coincidence, I said. Jessica suddenly slammed the coffee pot down, sloshing coffee on the counter. Bullshit, she said, glaring at me as tears streamed down her cheeks. What is your relationship with him, really? I looked down at the floor and bit my lip. I'm just the team doctor, I replied, but not for long. I'm going to talk to the dean today and get reassigned. Nina, I've seen the way he looks at you, Jessica said, her lip quivering. You told me that there was nothing between you before, and I had a hard time believing it then. Now, I know something is going on without a doubt. I just wish you were honest with me, that's all. Truthfully, I wanted to be honest with Jessica about everything. But right now, I had to get to class. Look, I said, I'll tell you everything later, but I'm going to be late for class. Jessica sniffled and nodded, then turned away and grabbed a paper towel to start cleaning up the coffee she spilled. Without another word, I ran out the door by the time I got to class. I was already exhausted from all of the dirty looks and whispering from other girls. I kept my head down and sat in the back of the lecture hall. The girls who I sat next to got up and moved seats when I sat down, making me feel even more like a pariah. I just tried to keep my head down and pretend like I was looking at my notes. As I was looking at my notebook, someone sat down next to me. I looked up to see Lisa sitting beside me with an angry expression on her face. Not today, please, Lisa, I said, rummaging through my bag for my pen. Lisa scoffed. I told you to stay away from both of them, she growled. We had a deal, remember? I remember, I replied. But all of this is out of my control. I didn't ask to be the team doctor. Lisa stood and huffed, folding her arms across her chest. Who knows what sort of dirty deal you made to be the team doctor, she said, raising her voice. For all I know, you probably slept with someone to get that position, just so you could fuck the whole team by the end of the semester. You're such a little slut. The other students started whispering amongst themselves. Lisa, pleased with herself, stomped off to sit back with her gaggle of bitchy friends. After the lecture, I was the first to leave the room so I could get ahead of Lisa and her minions. Thankfully, I ran into Lori in the quad, who seemed to be the only person at this stupid school who didn't hate me right now. Thank God, I said, rushing toward her and walking with her. I can't take this anymore. I feel like I've got a bullseye on my back. Lori looked me up and down. Well, not a bullseye exactly, she said, pulling a piece of paper off of my back. Just this. I grabbed the paper and winced. Cheap slut. $5 blowjobs, the paper said. I whirled around to see a group of students snickering nearby. You think this is funny, I said, waving the paper in the air. Fuck you. Lori wrapped her arm around my shoulders and guided me away. Ignore them, she said, grabbing the paper from my hands and crumpling it before throwing it in a trash can. They're not worth your time. I never should have gotten involved with Justin or Enzo, I said, fighting back tears as Lori led me away from the quad. I told you, she replied. That whole team is a bunch of no-good jerks. I returned to my dorm after a morning full of dreadful classes, finally relieved to be able to hide in my room and not have to deal with any of the bullying. So long as I didn't look at my phone or open Twitter, it would be okay. I still had to talk to Jessica, though. I could hear music coming from her room, so I walked over and knocked on the door. "Come in," she said from inside. I opened the door and stepped in, shutting it behind me. She was sitting at her desk, surrounded by notebooks and papers as she worked on an assignment. "Hey," I said. "Can we talk now?" Jessica put down her pencil and nodded hesitantly. I took a deep breath. "I'm sorry I wasn't honest with you," I said. "It's just that I made a mistake the night Justin cheated on me. I was angry and drunk, and I just wanted to fill the void. Enzo was at the bar and offered to give me some company. I didn't think that it would go any further than that, but he's been pursuing me ever since then." Jessica looked down at her lap and tucked a strand of blonde hair behind her ear, biting her lip before speaking. "So what are you two now?" I shrugged. "I don't know. I want to say we're friends, but part of me still feels like all of this is some huge prank that Enzo and Lisa are playing on me. I can't comprehend any other scenario in which someone like Enzo would ever want an ugly nerd like me." Jessica stood up suddenly and stormed over to me. For a second, I thought that she was going to hit me for sleeping with Enzo, but she didn't. She grabbed my shoulders and stared into my eyes. "You are not ugly," she said softly. "You're gorgeous and smart, and any guy would feel lucky to have you. Don't you dare call yourself that." Jessica's words struck me to my core. Tears welled up in my eyes, and I collapsed into her, crying into her shoulder while she rubbed my back. "I didn't want any of this," I sobbed into Jessica's shoulder. None of this would have happened if I had just never slept with Enzo. Once I couldn't cry anymore, Jessica and I hung out for a while until I felt too exhausted to stay up any longer. I went to my room that night and fell asleep, dreaming about standing by the ocean with Enzo. Chapter 22. Nina's POV. I woke up the next morning feeling slightly more rested than the day before, although my eyes still burned from crying so much last night. I dragged myself out of bed, and after a shower and some coffee, I felt much better. I still avoided looking at my phone just in case there was more outrage over my photos with Enzo, and got dressed in a nondescript outfit to go to class. People still stared at me and whispered about me all day, but I tried my best to ignore it. I just kept repeating what Lori told me in my head. This would pass. All I had to do was keep my head down, focus on school, and wait for the bitchy girls at this school to move on to the next bit of drama to gossip about after my classes. I decided that I had to return to the anatomy lab to finish my project, as it was due in 2 days. And I had hardly even started. I really didn't want to go back after what I saw in there last time, but I just kept telling myself that it was all in my head and that it would be fine now. I still didn't feel like it was all in my imagination, but I had to tell myself that in order to get my work done. It was getting dark out by the time I made it to the anatomy lab, which only made the environment seem even more spooky. I steeled my nerves before opening the door and stepping in. The room looked perfectly normal and quiet. Taking a deep breath, I crossed over to my locker and put on my lab coat and goggles, then put on a pair of plastic gloves before pulling my cadaver out of the mortuary cabinet and pulling back the sheet. Just as I figured, the cadaver was perfectly normal. He was still completely healed, as though I had never cut into him to begin with. Had I just imagined the whole thing? Had I passed out or dissociated when I thought I was performing an autopsy? While I studied the cadaver, I was suddenly alerted to the sound of something rattling. I took in a sharp breath and whipped around, only to see absolutely nothing. I shook my head and returned to my work. Surely my nerves were just making me overly sensitive to sounds. I got my tools ready and started to cut into the cadaver's abdomen. I cut down to the belly button, then began to shakily peel back the layers of skin and muscle. As I prepared myself for potentially seeing more strange mutations inside, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Just a regular human body with regular human organs. I let out a sigh of relief. I heard the sound of rattling again. It sounded like bones. I turned around toward the direction of the sound and shrieked when I saw the skeleton that was used for osteology moving. It was off of its stand and staggering directly toward me with its bony hands outstretched toward my throat. I stumbled backwards, tripping over a table leg and falling to the floor. The skeleton continued to lurch toward me, clacking its teeth while I screamed in terror. I scrambled to my feet and over to the door, but when I tried the handle, it was locked somehow, and I couldn't get out. I fumbled for my phone in my pocket, but it wasn't there. It was halfway across the room, on the floor where I fell. The skeleton was already past it now, and there was no way I could get around it to grab my phone. I was cornered. While the skeleton continued to advance on me, I shut my eyes and shook my head. This isn't real. This isn't real. The sound of bones rattling toward me was replaced by the sound of those very bones being kicked to the floor. I opened my eyes to see a large figure in the dark, wearing a hoodie with the hood up, standing over the skeleton as it writhed and kicked on the floor. It swiped a bony hand at the figure and slashed it in the thigh, but the figure retaliated by picking the skeleton up by its throat. Well, where its throat would have been if it had flesh. Who sent you? I suddenly realized that the dark figure was Enzo as soon as I heard his voice. How did he get in here? I looked over to see that the window was open, but we were on the 3rd floor. I'll never tell, the skeleton croaked, its voice sounding like nails on a chalkboard. I didn't know how it was speaking without vocal cords, but somehow it was. Enzo stormed over to the rack where the skeleton previously hung and hung it back up. I watched in wonder as he whispered some strange incantation that I couldn't understand, and the skeleton went limp. And so, I said, my voice shaking, this had to be a dream. There was no way this was real. Enzo ran over to me and pulled off his hood. He grabbed me by my shoulders, looking me up and down with a concerned expression on his face. "Are you all right?" he said. "Did it touch you?" I nodded. "I'm fine," I said. "Your leg." I pointed down at his leg, which had a large, bloody gash through his jeans. "Don't worry about it," he said, pulling me into a hug. "I'm just glad you're all right." "How did you get in here?" I asked when we pulled away from each other. And what was that? Enzo sighed and passed his hand over his face, walking over to one of the lab tables and sitting down on a stool. I kept darting my gaze between him and the skeleton, half expecting the skeleton to jump off of its stand again and kill us both. "There's a lot I have to tell you," Enzo said softly, his eyes fixed on the floor. "There's a whole world out there that you weren't supposed to know about." "What do you mean?" I asked. Enzo looked up at me all of a sudden. His eyes had shifted to that strange, glowing red color that I had seen the night we hooked up, and a couple of times after that. They were stronger now, though, more red and glowing even brighter, so bright, in fact, that I could see them perfectly in the dim light of the room, as though they emanated a light of their own. "Nina," Enzo said, staring at me intensely with those red eyes, "what you saw in here the other day wasn't in your head. There are creatures in this world, creatures that aren't human nor animal, but both." I furrowed my brow, too stunned to speak. "I'm a werewolf, Nina." Chapter 23. Enzo's POV. Nina's eyes widened when I finally told her the truth. "No," she said, pacing back and forth and rubbing her head. "This isn't real. Werewolves aren't real. Talking skeletons are not real." I sighed and stood, walking over to her. "Look," I said, pulling aside the torn fabric of my jeans to show her my wound. It was already healing. The torn flesh from the skeleton's attack was rejoining without leaving so much as a scar. Even the blood disappeared. When Nina saw my leg heal, she stumbled backwards into the wall, her chest heaving as she breathed heavily. "I have to be dreaming," she said. I watched quietly as she pinched her arm to try and wake herself up. "This is real, Nina," I said. "You're awake." "Well then, I must be going insane," she said as a tear rolled down her cheek. I walked toward Nina and took her by the shoulders, stooping to look her in the eyes. "You're not crazy. Everything you saw is real. Don't I feel real?" I took her hand and placed it on my chest, right over my heart so she could feel my heartbeat. She let her hand linger there for a few moments, then shuddered and pulled away. "If you think I'm a monster, so be it," I said. "But I won't stop watching you because someone or something has sinister plans for you, and no human can protect you." I could practically see the gears turning in her head. She shuddered again, but didn't say anything before I had the chance to stop her. She ran out of the room. "She's afraid of us," Theo said. "I know," I replied out loud. "She is a human, after all." I sighed and turned back to face the skeleton. The incantation I used on him would only last for so long before he reanimated again. Some witch must have put a spell on this skeleton, but for what purpose? I didn't know. I crossed the room toward the skeleton. Something crunched under my foot. One looked down and cringed when I saw Nina's phone on the floor. Its screen cracked now. "Shit," I whispered, stooping to pick it up. I'd have to replace that. When I looked up from the broken phone, the skeleton was starting to twitch again. I stormed over to it and grabbed it off the stand, pinning it down to one of the tables by its neck. "Who sent you? And why?" I growled, to which the bewitched skeleton only chuckled. "No one sent me," the skeleton said. "Bullshit," I replied, tightening my grip around the skeleton's throat. "What would an undead like yourself want with an ordinary human girl?" The skeleton didn't respond, but I had to know the truth. My only option was to force an answer out of it. With my hand still on its neck, I reached over to a table next to me and grabbed the first instrument I could think of, a bone saw. I brandished the bone saw so the skeleton could see it, then began to lower it. "Which one should I start with?" I said, gliding it along the skeleton's ribs. "Your arm. Or maybe I should go big and start with a leg." The skeleton squirmed beneath me, but I was far stronger. Skeletons were the lowest form of the undead, without muscle or flesh. They were incredibly weak compared to most other supernatural beings. Becoming an undead skeleton was a punishment brought about by angering a witch, not a blessing of eternal life like a vampire. Although some would argue that vampires were more cursed than blessed. "I think I'll start with a leg," I said, lowering the bone saw to the skeleton's femur. I let the blade graze the bone. "No, wait," the skeleton cried out. "I swear no one sent me. I was attracted to the girl's scent." I lifted the blade away from the skeleton's leg and furrowed my brows. "What scent?" I said. "She has a scent," the skeleton replied, "and a strong one at that. Strong enough to make me go a little crazy." "But she's only a human," I replied. The skeleton shook its head. "She's not human," it said. "I don't know what she is, but she's definitely not human." I frowned, but the skeleton might actually have been onto something. The way that Theo latched onto her from the beginning made me think that she was a bit out of the ordinary. But I hadn't thought that she was supernatural in any way. She didn't show any signs of magical abilities. "He's telling the truth," Theo said. "I can't sense any binding spells on him or Nina that would make him attack her." I sighed and tossed the bone saw down on the table, but kept my grip on the skeleton's neck. I wasn't entirely done with him yet. "You realize you have to be punished for attacking her," I growled. "I never meant to hurt her," the skeleton whimpered. "I just wanted to touch her. I can't explain why, but my intuition told me that she could save me from this undead curse." "I don't care," I said. "You frightened her, and I won't let you go without repercussions." I thought for a moment, pondering my options. I could continue to torture the skeleton, or turn him in to my father's pack to become their servant. Or I could use him for more personal matters. Nina clearly needed protecting, especially with the influx of shifters on campus. but I couldn't watch her all of the time. Between hockey, school, and keeping my relationship with Nina private from my father, I just didn't have the time to keep an eye on her 24/7. From now on, you answer to me, I said, tightening my grip on the skeleton's neck and yanking him up to a sitting position. You're to be her bodyguard until I say you're done. If you don't do exactly as I say, I'll make sure that your lowly existence is full of pain. The skeleton nodded fervently. I'll do anything, he said. Good. I released the skeleton's neck. From now on, your name is Luke. After my conversation with Luke, I teleported him to my dorm and locked him inside while I went to talk to the dean. I explained the situation to her, and while she was skeptical at first, the stack of cash I handed her changed her mind. She enrolled Luke as a student and promised not to tell a soul. I returned to my room and gave Luke baggy clothes to hide the fact that he was, well, a skeleton. He wore baggy sweatpants, a hoodie, a scarf to hide his neck, and gloves. I made sure he hid his face with a surgical mask, sunglasses, and a hat until I could find a witch to put a charm on him that would make him appear human, so long as no one looked closely at him for too long. It worked for now. I only had to convince Nina to trust me enough to let an undead skeleton be her bodyguard. Chapter 24. Nina's POV. I didn't want to believe in Zoe. I couldn't believe in Zoe. Werewolves. Talking skeletons. None of that was real. Surely this was all a daydream or a hallucination. I just needed to get home, sleep, and distress. A good night of sleep and a hot shower would make me feel better, and I would realize that all of this was just in my head. After nothing but nightmares all night, I resolved to march straight over to see Edward and see if he could help me. I was resistant to his therapy before, when I had the incident with the cadaver, but now I was completely open to it. There was no way any of this was real. I needed serious help. I crawled out of bed and put on a university sweater, jeans, and my glasses. Lately, my contacts were burning my eyes from lack of sleep, so I had given up on them altogether. Besides, people looked at me less with my glasses on. They helped me blend into the nerd crowd. So the popular girls who wanted my head on a pike for being caught within Zoe would leave me alone. Once I was dressed, I went into the kitchen. Laurie and Jessica were still asleep, so I slipped out without having to interact with anyone and made my way across the quad toward Edward's office. Edward let me into his office and had me lay down on the sofa. More nightmares, he said. I nodded and explained to him what I saw last night. Edward sighed after hearing about my encounter with the talking skeleton and in Zoe and sat in his chair across from me. Close your eyes, good. Now I want you to repeat after me. There is no such thing as werewolves. There is no such thing as werewolves, I repeated. There is no such thing as talking skeletons, Edward said. There is no such thing as talking skeletons, I repeated. Edward had me continue repeating the mantra while he turned on a metronome. The slow ticking of the metronome lulled me into a somewhat dazed state. Next, he described images to me, peaceful scenery, like the ocean at sunset, or a field of flowers, to help me relax. I started to breathe deeply and felt my heart rate slow down. And soon I was completely susceptible to Edward's hypnosis. By the end of the session, the hypnosis seemed to be helping. Everything that I saw in the anatomy lab was becoming a blur, like it was all a dream. Edward seemed pleased with my progress and told me to come back if I needed more help. Feeling much better, I sat up, rubbing my eyes after being in an almost dreamlike state for the past half hour, and then left for my internship. Tiffany was waiting for me outside her office when I arrived. "Are you all right?" Tiffany said, looking concerned. "You look like you haven't slept in a week." I shrugged, pushing my glasses up on my nose. "Just stressed," I replied. "Lots of projects." "Yeah, medical school will do that to you," Tiffany said. We walked together to the arena. "The boys are starting their tournament soon, so we'll be doing lots of physical exams for the next few weeks," Tiffany explained as we walked in the chilly morning air. The leaves had finally begun to fall, and it was really starting to feel like autumn now, with the morning fog and the smell of autumn in the air. I was feeling a lot better now. Before we went into the arena, Tiffany stopped me outside and smiled warmly at me. "I just want to say that I'm glad you've stuck around so far," she said. "You're a great worker, and I really appreciate your help." I bit my lip and looked at the ground. I had still been planning on talking to the dean for a reassignment, but now I was reconsidering that decision. Besides, at this point, the dean probably wouldn't even let me pick a new internship, since we were already a quarter of the way through the semester. Maybe things would calm down soon, and I could actually enjoy this internship, because I really did like the work. With another smile, Tiffany opened the door to the arena, and we went inside. The team was already practicing their drills when we entered. Justin was too focused on his form to pay any attention to me, thankfully, and in so only shot me a quick glance before returning to training the team. Tiffany and I walked over to the bench and started preparing a spot for physical exams. "The exams won't be nearly as intense as the last ones," she explained. "Just basic stuff. Checking for injuries, that sort of thing." I nodded and got to work as Tiffany started calling over the hockey players one by one for their exams. She stood off to the side for most of it, taking notes on my performance, while I did most of the work. At this point, I was getting surprisingly good at being the team doctor, and even started to joke around with some of the players while I examined them. Even Justin was cordial with me, and by the time I was finished, I had almost completely forgotten about my dreams about the anatomy lab. The last player to examine was Enzo. He came over and sat down on the bench, his brown eyes fixed on me the entire time while I checked his pulse, felt his muscular back and legs for injuries, and shined my little flashlight in his eyes. My heart raced while I examined him, partially from the romantic tension between us as he gazed at me, and partially from the vague memories of my dream about him. I felt silly now for ever believing that he was a werewolf. Once I was done, Tiffany helped me clean up while the team went to the locker room to change out of their gear and go to class. "You did great today," she said, patting me on the shoulder. "I'll see you tomorrow." I nodded, feeling a little bashful that I was starting to fit into this job better than I expected. "Yeah," I replied. "See you tomorrow." Tiffany smiled and left with her medical bag. I opened my phone to see a text from Lori, "Lunch." It read. I tapped out a quick reply agreeing to meet her at the quad, then walked over to the door and flicked off the main lights. Just before I left, though, I heard a sound behind me and looked over my shoulder to see Inso skating by himself in the rink. He was skating around with his stick, flicking the puck this way and that before hitting it into the net while I watched from the darkness. He went and retrieved the puck, then repeated the same routine. His form, under the single light above him, made him appear even more handsome and a little solemn in a way. Enzo flicked the puck into the net again, then stopped halfway across the rink as he went to retrieve it and looked straight in my direction. Even though I was standing in the dark, somehow he saw me. He smiled at me, and my heart fluttered. Chapter 25. Nina's POV. Enzo skated over to the edge of the rink, gesturing for me to come. I felt strangely magnetized to him and walked over to meet him at the railing, which he leaned on. As he leaned and gazed at me with his shining brown eyes, I felt my heart skip a beat. "Skate with me," he said, his voice a little stern. I blushed and looked around. I don't know how," I said, and Zoe simply shrugged, his lips turning up a bit at the corners in a bit of a smirk. "I'll teach you," he said. "Don't worry." He gestured toward the rack in the corner where the rental skates were. I hesitantly walked over to the rental skates and picked out a pair in my size, then sat down on a bench to put them. It was hard to lace up the skates and get them tight enough. Enzo must have seen me struggling, because he came off the ice and got down on one knee in front of me. "Give me your foot." My face was officially beet red now as I stuck my foot out and watched Enzo lace up my boots. When he was finished, he stood and held his hand out for me to help me up. I put my hand in his, noticing how small mine was in his palm and how light I felt when he helped me stand. We walked over to the rink, and he got on the ice ahead of me. My knees were shaking, partially from the nerves of potentially falling on the ice, but also because of being close to Enzo like this. "Don't worry," Enzo said softly, taking both of my hands as I nervously stepped onto the ice. "I've got you." I bit my lip and put one foot on the ice, then the other, and immediately slipped. Whoa. Enzo caught me in his strong arms with a chuckle. He held me there for a few moments before helping me stand upright. I could feel his heartbeat against me as he held me, and the campfire scent that always surrounded him filled my senses. I hated to admit it, but I suddenly got a bit wet at the thought of his muscles beneath his hockey uniform. Once I was able to stand without my feet slipping out from under me, Enzo slowly started skating backwards and holding both of my hands. I felt like an awkward baby deer on the ice as I hobbled forward, but Enzo was encouraging. "You're doing great," he said. "Keep your weight shifted forward. There you go. Now shift from one foot to the other, keeping the skates on the ice." I followed his instructions, and soon I felt a little more confident and wasn't quite as shaky as before. I started skating while only holding one of Enzo's hands for a bit. "See," Enzo said, "you're a fast learner." I blushed again and kept my head down, focusing on not falling. Suddenly, Enzo dropped my hand. I nearly fell from the shock of it, windmilling my arms to keep myself up, and frowned at him as he skated a little ways away from me. "Where are you going?" I said angrily, curling up my fists at my sides. Enzo laughed and smirked at me. "You'll be fine," he said, stopping several feet away. "Just try to come to me." "I can't," I said, tears welling up in my eyes. "Yes, you can," Enzo replied. It seemed that I had no choice. It was either skate all the way back to the rink entrance, which we had gotten far away from now, or skate a few feet to Enzo and hope for the best, deciding that the latter was the better option. I shakily took one stride forward. I nearly slipped without Enzo's support, but managed to keep myself upright before taking another stride forward. Another stride, and one was feeling more confident. But as I took my fourth stride, I realized that Enzo was skating backwards away from me. "Hey," I said, skating after him. "You're moving away." Enzo didn't reply, only grinned and kept going, increasing his speed while I skated after him. I didn't realize it, but soon we were skating quickly around the rink as I chased him, and I wasn't nervous at all. Enzo suddenly stopped after our second lap. I didn't know how to stop, so I crashed directly into him, toppling him onto the ice on his back as I fell on top of him. We were both laughing and out of breath, not caring that we fell at all. After laughing until my belly ached, I fixed my glasses, then lifted myself up and looked down at Enzo, who was now gazing up at me with his big brown eyes. He reached up and brushed a strand of hair out of my eyes and tucked it behind my ear. His gaze slipped down from my eyes to my lips, and I couldn't help but stare at his, too. I leaned closer to him, just wanting to taste his lips. But when I closed my eyes to kiss him, the memories of what happened last night suddenly came flooding back. The skeleton, the way Enzo's leg healed on its own, his glowing red eyes. It wasn't a dream. It was real. I scrambled to my feet, my eyes wide as Enzo propped himself up on his elbows and looked at me. "Nina, are you afraid of me now that you know what I am?" he said. There was a tone of sadness in his voice. I didn't know how to respond. All Enzo had done thus far since I met him was watch over me and protect me, but yes, I'm afraid of you. Before Enzo could say anything else, I skated away and kicked off the rental skates once I was outside of the rink. I grabbed my bag and my shoes, not even bothering to put them on before I ran out of the arena. I went home that night and cried myself to sleep. Why couldn't things just go back to normal? I felt like I was cursed to have nothing but terrible relationships, first being pranked by a playboy in high school, then being cheated on by Justin, and now falling for a monster. After crying myself to sleep, I had strange dreams that night. I dreamed about shapeshifters, witches, and glowing red eyes. I dreamed that I was being chased through the forest by a strange creature, only to be caught in the end. I awoke with a start from my nightmare, my chest heaving and cold sweat coating my back. It was still dark outside. When I looked at my phone, it was nearly 6 o'clock in the morning. There was no way I would be able to get back to sleep, so I decided to just get ready for the day. I crawled out of bed and sat down at my desk to check my emails, since my phone was still missing, likely still laying on the floor of the anatomy lab. So I reminded myself to take the risk later and go over there to check. When I opened my laptop and checked Twitter, however, my eyes widened. Someone had taken new pictures of Enzo tying my laces, us holding hands while we skated together, and falling on top of one another. They were all posted to an anonymous Twitter account called @NerdyNina. Someone was stalking me. But who? Chapter 26, Nina's POV. I slammed my laptop shut. Fuck, I yelled, then covered my mouth when I realized that I might have woken up Jessica and Lori, just as I expected. There was a knock on my door. Lori opened the door a crack and poked her head in, her eyes half closed and her black hair a mess. "You good?" she asked. I shook my head and she came in, with Jessica trailing behind her. Jessica, of course, was wearing bright pink pajamas with an eye mask on her forehead, which was a stark contrast to Lori's ratty band t-shirt and shorts ensemble. "I'm sorry," I said, tears welling up in my eyes. I didn't mean to be so loud. Jessica immediately noticed my tears and came running over to me. "It's okay," she said. "What happened? Did Justin do something again?" I shook my head and her eyes widened. "Was it Enzo? I'll kill him." No, I replied. "It wasn't either of them, I don't think. It's just here, I'll show you." I opened my laptop again and showed Jessica so she could see the new pictures. Lori shuffled over and looked over Jessica's shoulder. Both of their eyes widened when they saw the pictures. "Who keeps taking these?" Lori asked, pointing at the laptop screen. "That's like a total invasion of privacy," Jessica chimed and I shrugged. "I don't know," I replied. It was dark outside the rink, and I was focused on not falling, so anyone could have slipped in and taken these. "You think Enzo is having someone do this to you to humiliate you?" Lori asked, folding her arms. Truthfully, I didn't know. He hadn't necessarily given me a reason not to trust him yet, but if what he said about himself in the anatomy lab was true, and if I wasn't imagining the whole incident with the skeleton, then maybe I couldn't trust him. Weren't werewolves supposed to be evil, scary monsters from fairy tales? Who was to say that he wasn't trying to rope me into trusting him so he could hurt me? I would have to do some research on my own, because Lori and Jessica would never believe me. For now, I would just have to keep it to myself until I had definitive proof. "I don't know," I said. I think I'll just stay away from him, just in case. Jessica sighed and rubbed my shoulder while Lori nodded alongside her. I think that would be for the best, Jessica said. I decided to skip class that day and feign sickness to avoid dealing with bullying. Jessica and Lori took the day off too. We made pancakes for breakfast and watched movies, and soon I was feeling a lot better. Unfortunately, I did have to go to work at the diner. I promised my boss that I would work tonight, so I put on my uniform and headed to work. I made a pit stop at the anatomy lab to see if my phone was there, but unfortunately, it wasn't. It was a bit busier than normal, but nothing I couldn't handle. If anything, the work kept my mind off of all of the drama in my life. The generous tips helped, too. I was a few hours into my shift when the last person I wanted to see right now strolled in with her gaggle of bitchy friends. Lisa. They sat down at a booth, whispering and giggling amongst themselves. One glance at Lisa's phone, even from afar, told me that they were laughing at my pictures. It had to have been Lisa who took the pictures. I hesitated for a while, pretending to be busy with other customers, but I knew that I would have to serve them eventually. Was this job even really worth it? I could walk out right now, but I needed the money. My textbooks this semester were more expensive than usual, and I was struggling. And apparently now I needed to replace my phone. Taking a deep breath and putting on my best customer service face, I walked up to their table. "Hi, can I get you started with some drinks?" Lisa slowly turned her head and looked up at me. There was a long silence, during which one of her stupid friends chewed her gum as loudly as possible and blew a big bubble as the entire group eyed me up and down like a piece of meat. "Oh, my God," Lisa said while her friends snickered. "What? You don't get paid enough for your cheap blowjobs, so you have to wait tables to make ends meet." I scowled and tossed their menus down, pulling my notepad out of my apron in an attempt to just do my job and ignore their bullying. "Drinks," I repeated. Lisa scoffed. "Waters," she replied. "We don't consume liquid calories. Maybe you should try it sometime. You look like you could stand to lose a few pounds." "Sure thing," I replied and walked away to get their waters, trying my best to not let their words get to me. I had never considered myself to be overweight, and I wasn't going to let them convince me otherwise. I returned with their waters and set them down. "I'll be back to take your orders," I said, turning on my heel to go and hide in the back. As I started to walk away, I heard the sound of glass breaking and the girls snickering from behind me. The other guests in the diner went silent for a moment, and I turned around to see that Lisa had pushed her glass off the table and onto the floor, spilling water everywhere. "Oops," she said, holding her manicured hand over her mouth. "Waitress, could you clean that up? Someone could hurt themselves." I balled my fists up at my sides in anger, knowing fully well that Lisa broke that glass on purpose, but put on a fake smile and walked away to get a towel and a broom. I returned and started sweeping up the glass, then crouched down to wipe up the water while Lisa and her friends watched. "I think you missed a spot under there," Lisa said, pointing underneath the table. "Seriously, Lisa," I said with a frown. "I know you're just trying to humiliate me." Lisa smirked, then looked over my shoulder. "Hey, is that your boss?" she said. I turned around to see Phil standing behind the counter with his arms folded across my chest and giving me his signature, "Don't fuck up" stare. With a sigh, I got down on my knees and crawled under the table to wipe up the water. While under there, I felt a hard kick on my rib cage, which made me jump up in pain and hit my head on the table, which as a result made the rest of the waters topple over and spill all over the floor and Lisa's friends. They all jumped up, screaming that I ruined their clothes, while I sat back on my knees and held my rib in pain. "Ugh, let's go eat somewhere else," Lisa said, grabbing her bag and storming out. Her friends followed. The rest of the restaurant was silent. I kept my head down and continued cleaning up the mess, even though my ribs hurt like hell from that kick. But I could feel Phil's stern gaze on me. I finished cleaning up and carried the broken glass to the kitchen as tears streamed down my cheeks. "You just cost me 5 customers," Phil said, following me into the kitchen. "And your performance lately has been a lot worse." "I'm sorry," I replied quietly as I dumped the glass into the trash can. "I think you need a break," Phil said. His words were stern, but his tone was soft. He was never a mean old man, just a business owner. "No," I replied, turning toward him. "I won't let it happen, Agai." Phil shook his head and raised his hand to stop me. "Just take a break," he said. "Focus on school. You can come back in a few weeks." I tried protesting, but Phil wouldn't hear it, so I grabbed my bag and my jacket and stormed out into the chilly night air. The streets were dark, with very few cars and absolutely no one walking. It was like a ghost town. "A few weeks," I muttered to myself as I walked briskly down the dark sidewalk toward the campus. "A few weeks of no pay, over spilt water. HMPH. That sucks," a strange male voice behind me suddenly said. I stopped in my tracks and whipped around, my heart racing, to see a stranger in baggy clothes. They had their hood up and were wearing gloves, a surgical mask, and sunglasses. We stared at each other for several moments as I processed what was happening. Was this just an overly friendly stranger on the sidewalk in the middle of the night? Or was this my stalker? All of the potential scenarios started to run through my head as I backed away, and the stranger continued to walk toward me, closing the gap between us. Images of my body being thrown in a dumpster by a crazed killer flashed through my mind, making my heart race even faster. All I knew was that sticking around was probably a bad idea. My fight or flight kicked in, and I chose flight. Chapter 27. Nina's POV. I didn't stick around long enough to find out what would happen if I didn't run, and I didn't look over my shoulder. I focused on the sidewalk ahead, running as fast as I could as my fear came true. I heard the sound of feet running behind me. They were getting closer, and I knew that the stranger was pursuing me. "Help," I yelled, but the streets were deserted. No one was around to hear me, and even if they were, I had heard stories about women's cries for help being ignored before. I couldn't even call the police since I lost my phone. "Slow down," the stranger called from behind me. I picked up my pace, my heart pounding harder and faster with every step, my legs pumping as fast as I could make them. Suddenly, the stranger picked up his speed and caught up to me, circling around me and cutting me off. I shrieked and turned around to run in the other direction, but he grabbed my wrist and held me fast. "Let go," I screamed, wrenching my arm as hard as I could. My wrist burned and throbbed, but I got away. I had two options: keep running in a straight line out in the open in the hopes that he would either give up or someone would come along to help me, although he would probably catch me again just as easily. Or I could dart into the woods next to us and use the darkness to my advantage. Maybe I could lose him between the trees. Plus, the campus was right on the other side of this patch of woods, so I could possibly find a public safety officer once I got there. I knew it wasn't the smartest option, but it made sense in my terrified mind. Without taking longer to think about it, I sprinted as fast as I could into the woods. "Hey," the stranger yelled, crashing into the woods after me as I wove around trees in an attempt to lose him. "You're not gonna get far. I can smell you." My heart leaped up in my throat. He could smell me. This guy was really nuts. I kept running, darting through the dark woods in the hopes that I would lose him, but his footsteps never sounded far off. My lungs and my legs burned, but still, I picked up speed. Just a little more distance, and I would come out on the other side of the woods. It was dark, and I didn't see the ravine. Suddenly, I was falling down a hill, my limbs scraping against rocks and tree roots as I tumbled down. I felt my head hit against something hard. Then everything went black when I came to. I was laying in the bottom of the ravine. I groaned and sat up, mud caked to my face and my clothes, and frantically looked around. The stranger was nowhere to be found. Had I lost him? Or had he just not caught up yet? I attempted to stand. Thankfully, my body wasn't completely broken, although I felt dizzy from hitting my head. The side of the ravine was steep, and when I tried to climb it, my sore and trembling limbs couldn't muster up enough strength to haul myself up. I would have to find an area that was less steep, but it was hard to see in the darkness down here without a flashlight. I started to walk carefully, my shoes soaked with water and mud. Every step ached more and more, but I had to keep going in case the stranger was going to catch up. And even if he did give up and leave, I couldn't spend the night out here in the woods. The further I walked, the sounds of the woods became more pronounced and frightening. Every sound of the wind creaking through the pine trees, the hoot of an owl, and the scurrying of a weasel made me jump like a scared animal. But I did my best to calm my nerves and just keep going. There was one sound, however, that was different from the rest. It sounded like a low growl. I turned in a full circle, my eyes scanning my surroundings as best they could in the dark. There was nothing there that I could see but I felt like prey. The growling grew louder. Was it a bear? A mountain lion? A wolf? I had never thought that such animals would linger so close to town and to campus, but it wasn't unheard of here in Canada. I felt incredibly stupid for coming out here in the middle of the night like this, but what other choice did I have? Don't move. The stranger's voice came right from behind me. I went to scream, but a gloved hand clapped over my mouth and a thin arm wrapped around my waist. All I could do was squeeze my eyes shut tight and hope that my fate would at least be quick and painless. The growling grew in volume. It didn't sound like any animal I had heard before. It sounded human and cat-like at the same time, and it wasn't coming from the stranger. "Stay back," the stranger shouted. "She's protected, protected." The growling only continued. The stranger pulled me back with him. I opened my eyes a crack to see something that shook my world for the millionth time in the past 2 days. It wasn't human, nor was it an animal. It was a mix between the two, like a sick science experiment gone wrong. It was huge, far bigger than any human or feline I had ever seen. It stood on 2 legs, but its body was shaped like that of a mountain lion, while still possessing anthropomorphic traits. I didn't know what it was exactly, but I knew one thing. It was a monster. The beast snarled and leaped toward us. The stranger released his grip on me and threw me to the side, where I tumbled to the ground with a shriek. The monster turned to come after me, but the stranger barreled into the monster's side and knocked it over. They fought in a tangle of limbs. I couldn't make out exactly what was happening in the darkness, but the sounds said it all. The sounds of the monster yelping and bones clattering. The monster suddenly shrieked and scurried off into the woods on all 4s. "What?" I whispered, pushing myself up from the ground. The stranger came over to me. "Rogue," he replied. "We need to leave." He held out his hand to help me up. As he did so, the moon came out from behind a cloud and illuminated him. His hood had slipped back, and his mask and sunglasses had come off to reveal no flesh, no eyes, nothing but a skull. "It's you," I screamed, scrambling backwards. "Get away from me," the skeleton sighed and dropped his hand. "That thing will be back soon," he said. "If you want to live, you need to come with me. I promise I'm not here to hurt you." "How do I know if I can trust you?" responded, my voice shaking. "Because," the skeleton said, stepping toward me and grabbing my shoulders, hauling me up to my feet and leaning close. "Enzo sent me. I'm your bodyguard." As I stood, my leg was on pins and needles. I hadn't realized the pain before, but now I knew that I would certainly be dead meat if I didn't get out of here. And it seemed that this skeleton was my only ticket home. With a hesitant nod, I let the skeleton hoist me onto his back and carry me. He walked easily up the ravine without holding on to anything, carrying me as though I weighed nothing. Soon we were back on campus. He set me down on the sidewalk. "I can't be seen like this," he said, "so you'll have to go the rest of the way." "Can you walk?" I nodded. My leg hurt, but I could still put a little weight on it and limp back to my dorm. The skeleton nodded in response and disappeared into the woods. I stared after him for a few moments, still in awe of what had just happened, before I started slowly making my way home. When I got home, I opened the door to my suite. "What the fuck happened to you?" Lori said from her spot at the counter island, her eyes wide as she looked me up and down. "I fell," I lied, limping over to my room. I put my hand on the doorknob and opened the door. Enzo was sitting on the edge of my bed. He looked up at me, his eyes widening as he took in my dirty and bloody appearance. "What the hell?" I said, turning back toward Lori. "He said he really needed to talk to you," she said, "and he found your phone." I didn't bother to ask why Lori let him into my room, because she was clearly stoned. I sighed and turned back toward Enzo, who looked at me with concern written across his face. Taking a deep breath, I walked into my room and shut the door behind me. In a strange way, I was relieved to see Enzo. Chapter 28, Nina's POV. "What happened to you?" Enzo said as soon as I closed the door, rushing over to me and taking my shoulders in his hands and looking me over. I shrugged him off and limped across the room, where I kicked off my muddy shoes and sat down at my desk to rest my injured leg. "You hired a talking skeleton to be my bodyguard," I whispered, keeping my voice low so Lori couldn't hear me. Enzo folded his arms across his chest. "Clearly, you need protection, judging from your current state," he replied. I laughed. "I look like this because I was running from your bodyguard. You could have at least warned me." "Yeah, well, maybe if you hadn't run away from me last night and the night before, I would have had the chance," Enzo growled. I rolled my eyes and went to stand, but a sharp pain shot through my leg, and I fell back down on my chair with a groan. Enzo rushed over to me and kneeled in front of me. I pulled away as he went to put his hands on my leg, and he looked up at me with an annoyed expression. "Let me look at it," he ordered. I hesitantly stuck my leg out, wincing as he put his hands on it. "It's all right," he whispered. "It'll just take a moment." Sure enough, as he pressed his hands on my leg, the pain started to fade. The throbbing in my head faded as well, and soon enough, I felt like I hadn't fallen down a ravine at all, aside from the mud all over my body and my clothes. "There was another monster out there," I said quietly, looking down at my lap. Enzo looked up at me with worry in his soft brown eyes. "Where?" "In the woods," I replied. "I was running from your skeleton bodyguard and fell down a ravine. He showed up and fought it off. Said it was a rogue," Enzo sighed. "Rogues? What are they doing here?" "You're extremely lucky that Luke was there." "Luke?" I asked. "You gave it a name," with a shrug. Enzo stood and paced over to my bed. "I don't know what it is exactly, but something about you is drawing these creatures to the campus," Enzo said. "It'll only get worse from here, and I can't always be around to keep watch over you." "Yeah, well," I said, standing, "I can take care of myself. Tell your skeleton bodyguard to leave me the fuck alone." Enzo suddenly whipped around and glared at me, his brown eyes now burning the bright red color that I had become so familiar with. "Why can't you just accept that I care about you?" he said. "Because because you're a monster too, apparently. So how do I know if I can really trust you?" I shouted, then immediately regretted it when I saw a pained expression flash across Enzo's face. He frowned, the red fading from his eyes, and reached into his jacket pocket. He pulled out two things, my old broken phone and a brand new phone in a box. "Here," he said, tossing them down on your bed. "You're welcome." Without another word, he stormed out and left me alone. "Wait, Enzo," I said, opening my bedroom door and going after him. But he was already gone. Lori was still sitting at the kitchen counter, her mouth full of cereal, and she looked at me with a puzzled expression on her face. "What was that all about?" she said. "I heard something about skeletons," I sighed. "It's nothing," I replied. "Just talking about class, that's all." I could tell that Lori knew something else was going on, but she didn't pry. I returned to my room and peeled off my muddy clothes before getting into the shower. As the hot water ran over me, washing the mud and blood off of my skin, the events of the past few days swirled around my mind. Edward had tried to hypnotize me, but it hadn't really worked. And now, I knew for certain that there was more to this world than I thought. My night in the woods solidified that. Between the talking skeleton bodyguard and the terrifying werewolf, I knew that there was a lot I had to learn. Part of me just wanted to run away. I didn't think I was out of the ordinary at all. Surely these creatures weren't drawn to me, like Enzo said. Maybe if I just ran away and went home, it would all stop. My parents would kill me if I suddenly dropped out of medical school, though. How could I possibly explain to them that I had to leave because of werewolves and talking skeletons? They'd have me put in a mental institution, but maybe that was where I belonged. Once I was clean, I got out of the shower and sat down at my desk to do some research. Of course, an initial search of werewolves only brought up basic cryptozoology nonsense on the internet. There were plenty of videos on the subject, however, and I knew I wouldn't be getting much sleep tonight. So I grabbed my laptop and crawled into bed to watch them. Before getting into bed, I set aside the new phone that Enzo bought for me. Looking at it made my heart ache for what I said to him. I'd have to apologize and thank him later. As I laid in bed watching cryptozoology videos, I learned a few things, all speculative, of course, since most sane people were of the belief that such things were only myths and fairy tales, and definitely not real life, about werewolves. According to folklore, the first werewolf was created by a witch who cursed a man for killing her daughter. She cursed him to turn into an animal on every full moon, during which time he would go on rampages and lose all 10 bonus humanity. What she didn't expect, however, was that he would be able to transfer the curse through a single bite, which led to thousands of werewolves suddenly coming into existence. Those werewolves went on to breed and have werewolf children. The curse eventually mutated over many generations, leading to what cryptozoologists today consider to be modern werewolves, creatures who could shift into wolves at will, while maintaining an ordinary human appearance when they weren't shifted. These people supposedly could possess any myriad of special abilities, even in their human forms, such as night vision, teleportation, telepathy, foresight, healing powers, superhuman strength and speed, and more. As I learned this, I thought about how my wrist had stopped hurting as Enzo touched it on the night that Justin attacked me, and how he had somehow healed all of my pain tonight with only his touch. It was starting to make sense, but I still didn't want to believe that any of this was real. I fell asleep at some point as I watched the videos, completely exhausted from my chase through the woods. I spent the night dreaming about strange creatures and the full moon shining overhead. I even dreamed that I was one of the creatures, shifting from my human state into that of an animal, while Enzo gazed at me with his glowing red eyes. Was this some sort of omen? Was I truly out of the ordinary? Chapter 29, Nina's POV. On Saturday morning, I woke up feeling a lot more rested than I had in a long time, despite my injuries from last night. I wondered if whatever Enzo did to fix my leg gave me more energy as well. When I looked at the clock, it was already past 10, so I climbed out of bed and headed out to the kitchen for some breakfast. Lori and Jessica were sitting on opposite sides of the living room. Both of them had their arms folded across their chests and were scowling at each other. "What happened to you two?" I asked. "She stole my hoodie without my permission and got pizza sauce all over it." Jessica snarled, pointing her finger at Lori, who narrowed her eyes at her. "I did not steal it," she said. "I borrowed it. You just left it out here and I was cold." "That still doesn't excuse the big pizza sauce stain right on the front," Jessica replied, "which I apologized for," Lori yelled. "And it's not even big. It's a tiny drop, and you're just neurotic." Jessica stood with her fists balled up at her sides. "I am not neurotic." Lori stood as well, and soon they were both yelling at each other at the same time. "Everybody calm down," I shouted, causing them both to stop yelling and look at me. I wasn't in the mood for bickering roommates today. "Lori, take Jessica's hoodie to get dry cleaned. And Jessica, don't be so anal about everything." The girls both huffed and sat back down without a word, pulling out their phones at the same time. I was just glad that they stopped yelling. Sometimes they stopped yelling. Sometimes it was funny to me how alike and different they were at the same time. But sometimes it was just annoying. I walked over to the kitchen and poured myself some coffee, then walked over to the window to look out at the quad. Students were already out, enjoying the sunny weather, sitting on picnic blankets and playing catch. There was one student who stuck out to me, however. He was wearing baggy clothes, and his hands and face were completely covered while he sat perfectly still on a bench facing my window, and he was looking straight up at me. "Luke," I grumbled to myself and set my coffee down, stomping over to the door and slipping my shoes on. "I'll be right back," I said, walking out and running down the stairs to the outside. As soon as I opened the dormitory door, Luke stood and scurried over to me like a minion that had been idling until I was in his presence. I I opened the door to let him in, and then promptly shoved him into a corner. "You can't just sit outside my dorm all day," I growled, looking over my shoulder to make sure no one was nearby. "It's creepy." "Where do you want me instead?" Luke replied. "Want me to come inside? I can keep a better eye on you from inside." "No," I barked, then realized how loud I was being and lowered my voice. "Look, I know I can't get rid of you because Enzo is forcing us both into this," I said. "But you need to stay as far away as possible. I don't need people wondering why there's a creepy cabin in this woods. Dude in baggy clothes and gloves with his face covered following me around all day. Someone will get suspicious, and besides, I don't want to see you either." Luke looked down at his feet for a moment, as though he was processing what I said, then looked back up and nodded almost robotically. "As you wish," he replied. "I'll watch from afar." "Good," I said. "Now get out." I opened the door and shoved him back outside. By the time I got back up to my dorm, Lori and Jessica had somehow already made up after their argument and were planning going to a party in the woods that night. They practically begged me to go, so I reluctantly agreed. Much later, around 9 o'clock, we got ready for the party and made our way there. I wore jeans and a tight shirt with my leather jacket, as well as my glasses and a bit of makeup. If Enzo was there, and he likely would be, I wanted to thank him for the new phone and apologize for yelling at him, and I secretly wanted to look good around him. We got to the party, which was in the woods. There were a lot of students there, most of which were already drunk and going wild. Loud music was blasting, the bonfire was huge, and students were dancing and making out all over the place. As I approached, I could even hear some students having fun in the cabins. I walked over to the cooler and grabbed a beer, but Jessica stopped me and put it back. "Oh no," she said with a smirk. "You're not gonna get away with only having beer tonight." She pulled a bottle of vodka out of her bag and opened it, taking a big swig, then passing it to me. I scrunched up my nose, but took it anyway and took a swig before passing it to Lori. We passed the bottle around for a little bit until we were all tipsy, then started dancing as the alcohol made us lose our inhibitions. Everything started to become a blur. We regrouped at one point to share more vodka, which only added to the light feeling in my head. If I was being honest, I really needed this. It felt good just to let go, and I didn't see Enzo, Lisa, or Justin anywhere. At some point, I felt a hand on my waist. I was too drunk to care and continued dancing, grinding along with the person who was dancing with me. But when I started to notice a few girls giving me annoyed looks, I turned around to see none other than Enzo dancing behind me. I went to walk away, feeling suddenly embarrassed, but he smirked and grabbed my hand, pulling me back and making me stumble a bit. I leaned into his chest and looked up at him. He looked just as drunk as I was, his cheeks red from the alcohol and a lustful look in his eyes. "Ignore them," he whispered in my ear, his lips brushing my skin and making me shiver. "Just look at me." His words made me almost immediately wet. He didn't seem angry with me. Was it the alcohol making him this way? Or was this how he truly felt? I gave in to the temptation and swayed with him to the beat of the loud music. The rest of the party faded away, and it was just us. His hands traveled over my waist and hips as I wrapped my arms around his neck, and soon our bodies were pressed tightly against each other. "Do you want me?" Enzo whispered, his eyes flickering red for a brief moment as he licked his lips. Maybe it was just the alcohol, but right now I did want him. I wanted him badly. I nodded, and he took my hand and led me away from the party. There was an open cabin, and we stumbled inside and closed the door behind us. We didn't hesitate for even a second before passionately pressing our lips together and ripping at each other's clothes. He picked me up and carried me over to the bed. I wrapped my legs around his waist and sucked on his neck as he laid me down. He slid my shirt off over my head, then pulled his own off. We both unbuttoned our pants, both barely pulling them down enough for him to expose his throbbing cock, and for me to give him access to me. I flipped over and heard him spit into his hand. I let out a loud moan as he penetrated me, and so did he. I had never thought that we would actually have sex again. And maybe it was just the alcohol, but I was so happy now to feel him inside of me again. His fingers intertwined with mine as he hunched over me and thrust himself into me. The sounds that came out of his mouth made me even more wet and dizzy with ecstasy. We weren't together for long, though, when Enzo suddenly stopped chapter 30, Enzo's POV. I was right in the middle of finally having hot, drunken sex with Nina when I smelled another shifter. It was definitely close to the party. I'd have to get out there and deal with it before anyone saw it or got attacked. With the recent influx of shifters in the area, there was no doubt in my mind that one had been drawn to the party by Nina's scent. "Fuck," I whispered, pulling out of Nina and zipping my pants back up. She sat up on the bed, swaying a bit from the alcohol as she looked up at me with confusion in her eyes. "I have to go," I said solemnly, standing. "You're leaving me here." I sighed and quickly pulled my shirt on. "I'll explain later," I said, not having much time. "Just go home." I used telepathy then to tell Luke to watch her, then ran out of the cabin. Surely enough, there it was a little ways out into the woods. A rogue werewolf. I cursed, because it also had someone by the ankle. Lisa. It was dragging her unconscious body through the woods. I could sense her heartbeat, but it was weak. Had it already dragged her all this way? I cringed at the thought of this beast being right outside the party, while Nina and I were getting hot and heavy. I knew I should have stayed sober tonight. How could I protect Nina if I was too drunk to pay attention to my surroundings? "Hey," I shouted to get the rogue's attention. The rogue glanced up at me, Lisa's bloody ankle still in its mouth. It dropped Lisa's ankle when it saw me and stood on its hind legs, preparing to attack as it hissed and bared its long, sharp fangs. "You're one ugly son of a bitch, you know that," I said as I curled my fists and began to circle around the rogue. The rogue werewolf snarled and charged at me. But I was too quick and jumped up several feet in the air, causing the beast to run straight underneath me and look around, confused, while I quietly landed on the ground behind it. I took this moment of confusion as a chance to ambush the rogue and ran at it from behind. Using the sharp claws that had grown from my knuckles to slash the back of its neck, it yelped and fell to the ground, whimpering. I took my chance while it was laying on the ground and thrust my claws into the back of its neck. Blood sprayed everywhere, and with a final yelp, the rogue fell limp. I yanked my claws out of its furry throat and sighed as I looked down at the corpse. I'd have to send someone from my father's pack to come and clean this up before anyone found it. So I used my mind link with Lewis to tell him what happened and order him to get here ASAP. Lisa was still unconscious on the ground. I ran over to her and scooped her up, swearing under my breath. She started to heal just from my touch, but I couldn't let her stay here. I didn't know how much she remembered about the attack, and she was starting to wake up, so I did the only thing I could think of. I teleported directly to Edward's office. He was sitting behind his desk and jumped up when I teleported into his office suddenly. "What the hell happened?" he said as Lisa started to groan. "Rogue attack in the woods," I said, setting her down on the couch. She was unconscious when I found her, but I don't know how much she remembers. "Move out of the way," Edward said hastily as he ran around his desk and crouched in front of her. He placed his hands on her head as I stood nearby and watched him work. Edward was a werewolf, just like me. Only the dean knew this. I didn't even tell Nina. He was my father's age, mature and elegant, with a particular expertise in the practice of mind control. With just one look, he could make anyone forget things, change the narrative of stories, and heal emotional trauma. He pretended to be a hypnotherapist in the human world, leaving everyone who used his services blind to the fact that he would employ werewolf abilities to hypnotize them. I wasn't sure exactly how long Edward had been working at this school, but it was a lot longer than I had been here. In fact, the history of werewolves working at and attending this school ran deep. Since the school was located right near a prime location for portals, it was relatively easy for any evolved shifter to enter the human realm. That didn't explain the influx of less evolved shifters on campus, though, because as far as I was aware, they weren't capable of creating or using portals, not on their own, at least. Was someone helping these rogues pass through? And if so, who was helping them? Lisa's eyes started to open. "WH, where am I?" she mumbled. Edward ignored her question and immediately began to work his magic. I watched closely as he started whispering incantations that made her pupils start to swirl, indicating that she was now susceptible to his hypnosis. Seeing hypnosis always fascinated me, so I watched intently while Edward worked. Soon, he had Lisa lulled into his spell and quickly convinced her mind to erase all memories of the attack. He put her to sleep with his abilities when he was done and stood, her to her room," he said. "She'll wake up in the morning and remember nothing about the attack, thinking that she just got too drunk and stumbled home." "Did anyone else see the rogue?" "I don't think so," I replied. "I contacted my father's beta. We'll clean up the body before anyone notices." "Good," Edward said, then stepped out of the way so I could pick up Lisa and teleport her back to her dorm. With an appreciative nod at Edward, I teleported Lisa and I to her dorm, where I laid her sleeping body down on her bed. Now that Lisa was alive and oblivious to what really happened, I teleported back to the spot in the forest where I killed the rogue. Lewis was already there, looking down at the rogue with his hands on his hips. "How did a rogue get out here?" he asked, to which I shrugged. "I don't know," I replied as I helped him hoist the corpse onto his shoulders. "Someone must be helping them get here. I don't know why, but I think it might have something to do with Nina. I think someone wants her gone. By the way," Lewis said as he opened a portal, "I've been looking into her like you asked. She was adopted when she was 2, but that's all I've found so far. I'll keep looking." I furrowed my brow as I watched Lewis step into the portal to the werewolf realm, where he would likely dispose of the rogue's body. Nina was adopted. I wanted to talk to her, but my body was exhausted from all of the teleportation, and I knew I wouldn't be able to teleport again tonight. I'd have to figure out a way to get everyone to leave the party too, just in case more rogues showed up. I would have to find her in the morning and explain everything. Chapter 31. Nina's POV. I knew sleeping with Enzo again would have been a mistake. He didn't even care about me enough to stay for the entire duration. Clearly, he got what he wanted and realized that I wasn't worth his time, so he bailed. When I got dressed and left the cabin, I didn't see him anywhere at the party. He must have run off. I jumped down the stairs and started to walk back toward the party so I could find Jessica and Laurie and tell them that I was going home, but stopped when I overheard 2 of Lisa's friends talking. "Have you seen Lisa?" one said. "Yeah," the other replied. "She walked into the woods a little while ago." "I just saw Enzo go that way too." "Ooh," the first girl said excitedly. "Do you think they're getting back together?" The second girl giggled. "Obviously. Have you seen the way he's been looking at her lately? Clearly, he regrets messing around with that weirdo Nina and realizes that he'll never do any better than Lisa." I didn't want to stick around to hear any more as tears started to well up in my eyes. I just wanted to go home. I ran down the trail that led back to campus. I kept running until I could no longer see or hear the people at the cabins. The waning moon was just a crescent in the sky, no longer illuminating the forest like it did the other night. So I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight so I could see. Eventually, I heard footsteps behind me and whipped my flashlight around to see Luke approaching. "I figured you'd follow me," I said annoyedly, turning back in the direction I was going and continuing to walk. "I couldn't let you walk through the woods alone," he replied. "There could be werewolves, I know," I interrupted. Luke was silent for a moment before speaking again. "Not just werewolves, other shifters too," I paused and pondered what he said. Admittedly, it made me a bit curious. We walked in silence for a bit. What other sorts of shifters are there anyway? I asked eventually, just wanting to not think about Enzo and Lisa together. Oh, all kinds, Luke responded. There are low-tier shifters, which are less evolved, like rogues. Those are the most common. What do you mean by less evolved? They're like the original werewolves. They're like regular humans, but at night they shift and go feral. When they wake up in the morning, if they wake up, they won't remember anything. Most don't even know that they're cursed. Luke paused for a bit as we stepped over tree roots and started to climb a small hill, then continued. The next tier are those who can willingly shift into animals, but just regular animals. They still have a conscience while in their non-human form, but no powers. Believe it or not, many cats, birds, and rodents in the human world are actually shifters in their animal forms. I thought back to my childhood cat, Mimsy. Was she a shifter? She was very clever and would sometimes disappear for days on end. My parents always said she was just exploring, but now I wondered if she was off somewhere in her human form doing human things. What's after that? I asked. Shifters like Enzo, Luke replied. People who can shift into much larger, more powerful versions of animals. It's not just that they have the ability to shift, but rather that there are two beings inside of them, their own human conscience and their animal conscience. Like split personalities. Sort of, Luke replied. But both can be conscious at the same time and talk to each other telepathically. Usually, when a shifter of this caliber comes of age, their animal appears to them, and they share a soul. Their animal, like Enzo's wolf, can give them some or all of its power. So it's a spirit animal. Exactly. Luke and I finished climbing the hill and came to a small clearing. From here, we could see the campus down below. It looked so small. I was silent for a while as I took in the view, but then cleared my throat and asked another question. So, what are you? Are you a shifter? Luke was silent for some time. He looked down at his feet. I couldn't see his face. Not that it would make a difference since he had no face, but I wondered if my question made him sad. I'm not much of anything, he said. Just a guy who fucked up and was cursed to live for all eternity. But not in a cool, sexy way, like a vampire. Just cursed to slowly rot and erode. Eventually, I'll just be dust when these bones start to disintegrate in millions of years. That sounds lonely, I said. I couldn't explain it, but I was starting to feel genuinely bad for this strange talking skeleton. He shrugged. You get used to it. That's why I decided to hang out in that anatomy lab. I like seeing all of the students come and go. For some reason, the skeleton's words made me smile. It was strange to think that a talking skeleton might be becoming my friend. We didn't speak for a long time after that. Eventually, I started to feel better as we sat together on the hillside and started to think to myself as I sobered up that maybe it was a good thing that my sex with Enzo got interrupted. It would have been a bad idea, and I likely would have regretted it in the morning. Even now, was regretting even letting it start. If Enzo wanted to get back with Lisa, she could have him. Alcohol really makes people do the craziest things. I returned home that night around midnight and decided to do some more research on my own. If there really was a whole supernatural world out there, like Enzo and Luke claimed, I wanted to gather information from more sources. I guess you could say it was the academic in me coming out. I sat at my computer with the lights off for hours, scouring online forums and websites for any traces of information that seemed even relatively plausible. Most of what I found was either obviously made up or purely speculative, and one was beginning to think that I should just give up when I found an interesting link several hundred pages deep on Google. The link led me to a forum post on an extremely obscure cryptozoology website that looked like it hadn't been updated since 1999. Most of the forum threads had been abandoned for years, and most of them seemed like utter nonsense. There was one in particular, though, that caught my eye. The title of the forum post read, "I'm a werewolf hunter, and I have proof." Furrowing my brow, I clicked on the thread and opened it. I'm not sure if anyone will take this seriously or even bother clicking, but to hell with it. I've been hunting werewolves for 20 years on the eastern coast of Canada, and I have actual proof that they're real. If you want to give me a chance and see what I have to offer, email me at the link below. I swear that what I have to show you will rock your entire world. There wasn't anything else to the post aside from the email link, and there were no replies. It could have been a scam, but something in me told me to click the link and reach out just to see what would happen. I clicked the link and typed out my message. I saw your post. I believe that werewolves and other cryptids may be real, and I would like to discuss it with you. N. Taking a deep breath, I sent the email. I went to close my laptop, figuring that I would never get a reply, but before I did, my email dinged. My hands shook as I saw that the anonymous forum poster had replied within moments. "Hi, N. I'd like to talk. Let's meet up." K. Chapter 32. Nina's POV. That night, the anonymous poster who referred to himself as K sent me his information. He was located a few hours away from me and seemed eager to make the drive to meet up. We'd meet in a public place, of course, and unbeknownst to K, I would have Luke standing guard across the street if anything went wrong. I knew it was stupid to meet up with strangers from the internet so quickly, but Kay didn't know my real name or address, and I'd cover my hair and face with a hat, sunglasses, and a surgical mask. I didn't tell anyone that I would be going to meet Kay except for Luke, and even with Luke, I kept the information vague. I'm meeting up with an internet friend in a couple of days, I said on the Tudor morning of the next day as I walked to get breakfast at the dining hall. I want you to keep watch from across the street if anything goes wrong. Just in case, you know. Luke didn't question it. He simply nodded and agreed to do whatever one needed once that was all squared away. All one had to do now was wait and think about what sort of questions I would ask Kay. I hoped that he would have some real information for me and wasn't a total crackpot. What I would do with that information later was still a mystery to me. Right now, my only goal was to just learn as much as I could, and I wanted it to come from a source that wasn't in Zoe or Luke, in case they weren't being entirely truthful. I still didn't know for sure if I could entirely trust them. Besides, planning the meetup with Kay kept me from thinking about my sexual encounter with Zoe at the party last night. It was better not to think about it. I hadn't heard from him or seen him at all since I left the party, and if I thought about it for too long, images of him having sex with Lisa in the woods flooded my mind. It was just better if I stayed away. It was Sunday, so thankfully I didn't have class, and anyone who was at the party last night was still hung over in their dorms. I would have been hiding in my dorm as well, but unfortunately, with everything going on lately, my grades were starting to get a bit shaky. I had another exam in a few days, so I had to study. After I grabbed a quick bagel and coffee for breakfast, I walked over to the library with the intent to study all day. The library was mostly empty, aside from a few other students who were probably in the same boat as me. Found a table by a window and sat down, opening my laptop and getting out my notebooks to start studying. "Mind if I study with you?" A familiar voice said not long after I sat down. I looked up to see James, the graduate student from Tiffany's office, standing at the table. He was looking down at me with a sweet smile on his face and a coffee cup in his hand. I smiled and nodded, honestly happy to have the company. "Sure," I replied. "I could use some company." James grinned and sat down across from me. He took his laptop and notebook out. I looked up from my laptop for a moment to catch him looking at me, which made him blush a bit and look away. I couldn't help but blush, too. "What are you working on?" he asked, clearing his throat nervously. "I have a pathology exam in a few days," I responded, "and admittedly, I'm not doing very well in that class right now." "Why not?" James furrowed his brow and cocked his head to the side, which made him look sort of cute. I shrugged. "Just got a lot going on," one said. It was technically the truth. I couldn't tell him specifics, obviously. He'd think I was genuinely insane. "I passed pathology with flying colors when I was in undergrad," he said with a warm smile. "Want me to help you?" I nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, please," I said. James smiled and stood, coming around the table to sit next to me. When he sat down beside me, I could smell a faint scent of cologne coming from his sweater. It smelled winter, like mahogany and old books, and made my heart speed up. James cozied up next to me and started to point at my notes as he leaned close to me. His closeness made me feel a bit shy as he started to explain a few things. "See, if you look here," I looked up at him, taking in his soft face and attractive jawline as I listened to him talk. He was so studious and intelligent in the way that he spoke that it made me feel a new sense of attraction to him. He caught me staring and looked up at me, meeting my gaze. For a few moments, James held my gaze while he attempted to continue to explain a concept, his voice eventually faltering. That's why, benign tumors, his eyes flickered down to my lips. I blushed and looked away, pretending to be completely absorbed in my notebook. But I couldn't help but notice the feeling of our shoulders pressed together as we continued to study. Somehow, we studied for several hours before I realized just how much time had flown by. My stomach growled, and although I was enjoying being this close to James, I knew it was time to call it a day. "Thank you for your help," I said shyly as we packed up our things. "I'm sorry I took away from your studying time, though." James smiled and waved my words away. "No worries," he replied. "Just make it up to me by acing that exam. And study with me again sometime." I blushed and looked down at my feet as I held my laptop to my chest. "I think that would be nice," I said, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. "I'll see you around then," James said, with another warm smile as he backed away. There was something adorably awkward about him, yet he was also incredibly handsome in his knit sweater, with his somewhat messy shirt collar sticking out of the top. I watched James leave, admiring how academic he looked with his leather satchel slung over his shoulder, then let out a deep breath as I headed home with a smile plastered on my face. My smile faded, however, when I saw a familiar figure walking toward me from across the quad. It was Inso. I tried to keep my head down and pretend I didn't see him, but I knew there was no way he didn't see me. And when he called my name and started jogging toward me, I knew that I would have no choice but to talk to him. "Nina." Enzo called, jogging toward me. "Can we talk?" He stopped in front of me as I held my laptop even tighter to my chest. "Hey, Enzo," I replied, avoiding eye contact. "I'm really sorry about last night," he said. "Lisa, it's fine," I blurted out, not wanting to hear any more. When I looked up at Enzo, his brown eyes were fixed on me. His eyebrows were knit together, and he looked a little sad, but I forced myself not to let it get to me. I knew that he ran away from me last night to meet up with Lisa, and I no longer wanted to play this game with him. "I have to go," I said, averting my gaze and walking past him. "Wait," Enzo called after me. I didn't stop. I could feel his eyes focused on my back as I walked across the quad, but I just ignored him and let the stream of students coming out for lunch envelop me, breaking his view of me. Chapter 33. Nina's POV. The next day, I ran home after my classes and changed into the most nondescript outfit I could come up with for my meeting with Kay. A plain black hoodie, baggy black jeans, a plain black hat that I tucked my hair into, sunglasses, and a surgical mask. "Geez," Lori said from the couch as I stepped out of my room. Trying to hide from the paparazzi, I realized how ridiculous I probably looked, but I had already prepared an excuse in the event of being seen like this. "I have to go to Planned Parenthood," I said. Lori's eyes widened. "You're not pregnant, are you?" she whispered. I shook my head. "No, just a regular checkup. But last time I went, there were these crazy religious people outside who were ranting about how I was going to hell, even though I was just there to get treated for a UTI. So I like to play it safe from now on. That's fair, Lori replied, returning to her book. Satisfied with my excuse, I left the dorms and headed toward town. Kay and I planned to meet up at a local coffee shop. He said he would be wearing a red t-shirt. I stepped into the coffee shop and looked around nervously, my palms sweating while all of the worst possible scenarios played through my head. What if he didn't show up, then jumped me while I was on my way home? What if he stalked me home, snuck into my dorm, and killed me, even with Luke there to protect me? I didn't know what this guy was capable of. For all I knew, he could have already been stalking me and knew about Luke. Maybe he even had experience fighting talking skeletons. I suddenly felt incredibly stupid for doing this and considered turning around and going home. But when I saw a middle-aged man with a beard sitting at a corner table, looking sad as he held his to-go cup of coffee, I didn't feel so afraid anymore. I knew you couldn't judge a book by its cover, but something told me that he wasn't dangerous. Taking a deep breath, I walked over to the table. He looked up from his coffee and looked me up and down, seeming a bit amused by my hair tucked into my hat and my face fully covered. "You must be in," he said, gesturing for me to sit down. "I'm not gonna stalk you, you know. You don't need to hide your whole face like that. If anything, you're drawing attention." I looked around to see that other people in the coffee shop were giving me strange looks, probably wondering if one was going to rob the place. Feeling embarrassed, I took off my sunglasses and mask and freed my braids from my hat. "Much better," Kay said, holding out his hand for me to shake it. His hand was large and calloused, as though he had been a manual laborer his entire life, but his grip was gentle when I shook it. When we finished shaking hands, he gestured for the waiter to bring me a cup of coffee. "Now," he said, leaning back in his chair and taking a sip of his coffee, "you believe they're real, huh?" I nodded, unsure whether I should tell him about Enzo or not. He did claim to be a werewolf hunter in his forum post, and I didn't exactly want Enzo killed. I just wanted information. Even if Enzo was dangerous, I didn't want to be involved in any killing. "I think so," I said, "but I'm not entirely sure. I was hoping you could give me some information." Kay paused while the waiter poured my coffee, then spoke again when the waiter walked away. "I've got plenty of information," he said. "Where do you want me to start?" I bit my lip and fiddled with my coffee cup as I thought. "From the beginning, I guess," I replied. "When did you know for sure that they're real? And how do you know?" Kay ran his hand along his beard, stroking it. "My wife and infant daughter were killed by one," he said. My eyes widened. "I'm so sorry." "It happened a long time ago," he replied. "Not that I don't still grieve for them every day. Why were they killed? You see, lichens, werewolves, have this concept that they refer to as a mate. Like real wolves, only the bond is more powerful. They claim to all have one fated mate, their one true love, someone whose wolf is bound to theirs. When they find this person, they become obsessed. It's sick. A werewolf claimed your wife as its mate, I asked. Kay nodded. Yep. Except she was human. Which only goes to show that the whole concept is bullshit. When she refused that monster's advances, things got ugly. I was silent for a few moments. I began to wonder if that was why Enzo was so obsessed with me. Did he think I was his mate? Would he kill me if I kept refusing his feelings? Is there any way a werewolf, can break a bond with a mate? Not without the help of a witch, Kay responded, taking another gulp of his coffee. If I had known that 30 years ago, my wife and daughter would still be alive today. If Enzo did think I was his mate, then maybe a witch could help me get away from him. Do you know where I can find a witch? I blurted out. Kay shot me a knowing glance. You got a lichen problem, huh? He said. I hesitantly nodded, still fiddling with my coffee cup. Kay looked around to make sure no one was looking before he reached into his shirt and pulled out a necklace. Attached to the thin leather strap was a large, yellowed canine tooth, far bigger the inn than anything I had ever seen. Aside from saber-toothed tiger skulls that I had seen in museums before, my eyes widened as I realized that this tooth belonged to a lichen. A witch can break your bond, but I can make sure that thing doesn't hurt anyone else, he whispered, leaning across the table. I leaned away, my eyes wide. What if they're not all dangerous? I said. Kay scoffed. No such thing. They're all monsters. I've hunted enough of them to know that for a fact. He noticed my hesitation and tucked the tooth back into his shirt, leaning back in his chair once more. Listen, I know how these animals tick. They'll lure you in, using their supernatural abilities to make you think that it's safe, that they're just like everybody else, that they truly care for you. Then, at the slightest hint of resistance, they'll kill you in the blink of an eye. I stood suddenly from the table, nearly toppling over my chair as I pushed it back. I don't want to kill anybody, I said. Kay looked up at me, not moving from his seat, and shrugged. It's either the life of one or the lives of many, he said. You know how to find me when you're ready to make the right decision. As if we were just having a casual conversation this whole time, Kay pulled out a newspaper and pencil and started doing the crossword. I stood there in shock for a few seconds, then hurried out of the cafe with my heart racing. Was everything that Kay said true? Was Enzo truly a monster who was only manipulating me? I started walking down the street to head back to campus, chewing my fingernails as I considered everything that Kay had just told me. But then, like clockwork, I heard the sound of a motorcycle and looked up to see Enzo driving toward me. He pulled up next to me and flipped up the visor on his helmet with a playful smile that made my knees weak. "Wanna go for a ride?" he asked. I considered saying yes, my heart skipping a beat as I thought about being alone with Enzo on the beach, laying a blanket down on the sand and undressing each other, not caring if someone caught us, but I couldn't, not after he had sex with Lisa, and especially not after what Kay just told me. I shook my head and backed away. I can't, I said. I have a paper to work on. I'll see you around. before Enzo had the chance to respond, I scurried away. I could feel his eyes on my back as I ran off, and although I couldn't see his face, I knew that he was suspicious of me. Chapter 34. Enzo's POV. I watched Nina walk away with a frown on my face. Just a couple of days ago, it seemed like everything was going to be fine. She seemed to really want me at the party, and we even started to have sex. But I've hardly been able to get her to talk to me for more than 30 seconds since then. A few moments after Nina walked away, I saw Luke trailing behind her from a distance. He saw me sitting on my motorcycle and came over. "What's going on with her?" I asked, nodding my head toward Nina as she disappeared down the street. Luke shrugged. "I dunno. She met up with someone at the coffee shop just now." "Who was it?" I asked. Luke shrugged again. "I didn't get a good look since she made me wait across the street. But when she told me she was meeting someone, she did refer to them as he. Said she met him on the internet." I felt a pang in my chest as I realized what Luke was saying. Was Nina going on dates with guys she met on a dating app? She had seemed flushed and nervous when I ran into her in the quad yesterday. Had she just been on a date? Even though we weren't technically together, it still hurt me immensely to think about her being with someone else. Maybe it was revenge for kissing Lisa, in which case I would have to talk to her tonight and set things straight. I wasn't going to go around any longer and let Nina think that I would ever choose Lisa over her. Eventually, I'd have to finally put my foot down with Lisa as well, because she also seemed to be under the impression that we were going to get back together after I saved her. But first, I would put on my best show at the hockey game to show Nina that I was superior to whatever strange men she was meeting on the internet. After the game, she would be mine. Later that night, as I was getting ready with the team in the locker room, I was hyping myself up internally to play harder than ever. Nina was here on shift with Tiffany in case there were any injuries, so I knew she'd be watching closely from the sidelines. While I got ready, Justin walked behind me and caught my gaze in the mirror. I narrowed my eyes at him and turned around. "Staying out of trouble?" I asked. He nodded, avoiding my eyes. "Good," I said, slapping him hard on the shoulder. "Keep it that way." I turned to walk away, but Justin called after me. "I know you fucked her on Saturday night." I slowly turned back around to face him, feeling Fio start to growl inside of me. I quieted Fio, calming myself at the same time before I answered Justin. "And what of it?" I asked. "You guys aren't together." Justin looked more hurt than angry. "No, we're not together anymore," he said. "But it's still pretty fucked up that you fucked her last night." I walked toward Justin, my fists curled up at my sides. "You should have thought about that before you threw away a really amazing girl," I growled, glaring at him. The rest of the team had grown quiet by now and were standing nearby, watching. "She deserves better than you." Someone on the team cleared their throat abruptly to get my attention. I turned around to face whoever it was. It was Matt, and he was cringing and pointing subtly at the locker room door. Nina was standing in the doorway, holding a clipboard. Had she heard everything? She said sheepishly. looking at the floor and pushing her glasses up on her nose. I just wanted to check in to make sure that no one needs anything before the game. The rest of the team shook their heads like a flock of stupid sheep, and before I had a chance to ask her to talk in private, she slipped back out of the locker room. I turned back toward Justin. His eyes were red, but he didn't say anything else or instigate a fight. "All right," I said, addressing the whole team now as I heard the announcer start talking in the arena. "Let's play like hell tonight." Despite my argument with Justin in the locker room, we did all play like hell. Throughout the entire game, only two things were on my mind: the puck and Nina. I kept her in my peripherals at all times as I gave my all. That night, I skated faster and harder than I ever had in my entire hockey career. I even took some of Fio's strength to perform some difficult tricks, which caused the crowd to erupt in cheers. I didn't care about the crowd, though. Every time I accomplished a great feat during the game, my eyes only went to Nina. I just wished I could read the expression on her face, because I couldn't tell whether she was amazed, afraid, or angry. Never in my life had I seen someone with such an impressive poker face. The game was an easy win with all of my extra effort. The other team skated off of the rink in shame, while my team pumped their fists at the crowd, and the cheerleaders went wild. I started to skate toward Nina, but as soon as I stepped off the rink, Lisa came barreling toward me and threw her arms around my neck, jumping up and wrapping her legs around me like a parasite. "Babe, you played so well," she yelled, loud enough for everyone in the vicinity to hear. I could tell that there was a tone to it that intended to hurt Nina. Before I was able to pry Lisa off of me, I saw Nina dip into the crowd as people started to filter out. I had to go after her. "Get the fuck off of me, Lisa," one shouted, yanking her off and putting her on the ground. "We're not together. Stop calling me babe, and stop clinging to me like a monkey." Lisa's face turned red, and tears welled up in her eyes. With a HMPH, she stormed off to go be with the other cheerleaders, who took her in like a sad orphan and glared at me while they comforted her. But I only cared about finding Nina. I scanned the crowd, thankful for my height, as I quickly spotted Nina's black braids bobbing away and went after her. "Nina," I called, but she didn't hear me over the crowd. "Nina, wait." She didn't turn around. In fact, it seemed that she was headed towards someone entirely different altogether. Standing near the doorway was a tall, lanky guy in a sweater vest. He had a leather satchel on his shoulder and was smiling at Nina, who walked right up to him. I stopped in my tracks and watched as he said something to her, gesturing out the door with his thumb. Then the worst scenario I could have imagined happened. She left with him. I felt a mixture of rage and heartbreak wash over me. Was this the guy she was seeing? Were they going somewhere to be alone together? At that moment, my team rushed up to me and jumped on me, excited from our landslide victory, while Nina and that guy disappeared before I could run to her. I couldn't bear to see Nina with anyone else. I had to win her back, but how? Just then, as I caught a glimpse of Lisa glaring at me from the sidelines, I had an idea that could test Nina's affection for me. I could make her jealous by pretending to get with other girls. Chapter 35, Nina's POV. When I saw Lisa run and jump into Enzo's arms, I felt my heart break just a little bit. I knew we weren't ever together, but it still hurt to see them being so affectionate with her. I had overheard Enzo saying some really sweet things about a girl in the locker room earlier, but as I saw them together now, I knew that he was talking about Lisa. Enzo had played so beautifully during the game. Had it all been for Lisa, I didn't want to stick around any longer, so I left without a word and slipped into the crowd. I just wanted to go home and cry. Nina. I heard a familiar voice call from ahead of me. I picked up my head to see James standing by the exit with a soft smile on his face. Even though my chest ached from seeing Lisa and Enzo together, the pain lifted a bit to see James. "Hey," I said, putting on a smile and walking up to him. "I didn't know you were here." "I actually came for you," he said, making my heart skip a beat. "Can I walk you home? I found something that I think you'll want to see." He gestured toward the door behind him with his thumb. I nodded, and we walked out of the arena together. We broke away from the stream of students and walked toward the quad. Remember how Enzo's PT results were significantly better than anyone else's? James asked as we walked. Of course I remembered. "Yeah, I think so," I lied, not wanting to give away any interest I had in Enzo. "Well, I was looking at some old records," James said, reaching into his bag and pulling out a thin stack of papers. "I noticed that Enzo isn't the first student here to have insane PT results. I thought you'd find it interesting." He handed me the papers, which I took with wide eyes. Was this more proof that lichens were real and that they had attended this school before? "What's even more interesting is that they've all been on the hockey team," James said, stopping next to the large fountain in the middle of the quad. "One mean, our hockey team has always been the best of the best, usually because there's always one player at a time who has these insane abilities." So I got to thinking, what if there's some sort of conspiracy here? Like drugs or something. I tried to hide the fact that I knew precisely that it wasn't drugs as I thumbed through the pages. "That's really interesting," I said, looking up from the papers to see James smiling down at me. In the soft amber light from the street lamps, his face looked even softer and sweeter. Part of me wanted to kiss him right now, to let him take me back to his room. But I knew that that was just my brain trying to comfort itself after seeing that Lisa and Enzo were back together. "You should take a good look at those when you have a chance," James said. "Then I was hoping, would you want to meet up again?" "To talk about the records, of course." One blushed, and so did James. "You, I stammered, looking at my feet. "I think I'd like that." James let out a sigh that sounded like relief and tousled his blonde hair. "Cool," he said quietly, sounding just as nervous as I did. "Wanna grab coffee on Friday?" I said yes. I could hardly sleep that night with so many things swirling around my head. I was both depressed and relieved to see Enzo and Lisa together again. because while it did break my heart a little bit, as I had genuinely begun to develop feelings for Enzo, this could also mean that he no longer thought I was his mate, and that I was in the clear. Maybe the end of all of this drama was in sight, and I could just be done with this strange supernatural world for good. I'd happily pretend that none of this ever happened at this point. I was also excited about my upcoming date with James, the studious boy with a sweet smile. Beyond that, however, I was most fascinated by the records that James had found. He was right. All of the previous people with superhuman abilities were on the hockey team, and there was always one. When one would graduate and leave the team, another would show up almost immediately after. It was strange. Why was hockey so important here that there would always be a lichen on the team to ensure victory? There had to be something else to it, and now I was determined to find out. The next morning, I went to class. Lisa gave me a dirty look when I entered the lecture hall, but she didn't come over to harass me again. Probably because she was already satisfied to be back together with Enzo, and didn't have to bully me out of talking to him anymore. Whatever I thought to myself as one sat down, she can have him, even though it hurt to see them back together. I was at least happy to know that I had a chance with James. He was sweet and kind, and loved academia just like I did, and there was nothing complicated about him. I needed someone uncomplicated. I also needed someone who wouldn't potentially kill me for not wanting to get together with him, if what Kay said was true. After class, I had to go to work with Tiffany. We were supposed to be working in the office all day and tending to sick or injured students, so I was relieved to know that I likely wouldn't have to deal with Enzo. So, Tiffany said in a sing-song voice after a student with a migraine finally left, "You and James, huh?" I blushed. "We're just friends. Besides, how do you know anything?" "I'm very observant," Tiffany said playfully, folding her arms across her chest. "You know, I've been working with him for 2 years, and I've never seen him show interest in anyone, but you're so cute, so I can see how he couldn't resist you." One blushed even harder and looked down at my work to hide my embarrassment. Just then, the office door swung open. "Ah, Mr. Rivers," Tiffany said. "What can I do for you?" I felt my heart practically leap up into my throat, my eyes widening as I continued to stare at my work. What was Enzo doing here? "I think I fucked up my shoulder," Enzo said. I looked up to see him standing in the doorway, massaging his shoulder with one hand. Tilany sighed and waved him over to an infirmary bed, where he sat down. My face turned beet red as Tiffany instructed Enzo to remove his shirt. He stared at me the entire time he took it off, his gaze not wavering while Tiffany inspected his shoulder. She said, pressing here and there. Every so often she'd poke a new spot and ask if it hurt. "More in the middle," Enzo said, pointing to the middle of his back. She walked around him to get a new angle, pushing up her sleeves. As she moved, I caught a glimpse of something big and red on his neck. Was that a hickey? Enzo shot me an almost knowing look, as if to say that he knew I saw it. I looked down at my work and pretended that I didn't see it, although my heart raced and my hands started to shake. "How about here?" Tiffany asked. Enzo suddenly stood. "Actually, I think I'm okay," he said, almost as if he only came in here so I would see his hickey. "Oh, are you sure?" Tiffany asked. "Yeah," Enzo replied. "Must have just been a muscle spasm." "Well, come back if it starts to hurt again," Tiffany called after him as he walked out of the infirmary. I let out a soft sigh of relief as the door shut behind Enzo. That had certainly been a hickey on his neck, but one couldn't get jealous. Even though it broke my heart knowing that he and Lisa were together again, and she had given him a hickey, I couldn't let it get to me. I had to get over Enzo Rivers. Chapter 36, Nina's POV. I had an anatomy exam the next day, and after my shift with Tiffany, I needed to get some studying done. It was nice and sunny out, which was a welcome relief after the weather being gloomy and rainy for the past couple of days. So I decided to find a spot to sit under a tree where there were few people. A few minutes after I sat down in a spot a little ways out from campus in a quiet park, Luke showed up. He walked over to me and stood right in the way of the light. "You're blocking the sunlight," I said, not looking up from my notebook. "Oh, sorry," he said, stepping out of the way. He continued to stand there, just staring at me. I tried my best to ignore it in the hopes that he would just go away, since I was not in a good mood at all after seeing Enzo's hickey. But he didn't budge. Finally, I slammed down my pencil and glared up at him. "If you're gonna hang around, at least sit down or something," I growled. "Okay." He immediately plopped down on the ground. I couldn't help but smirk a bit, amused by his dog-like obedience. "What's so funny?" he asked, cocking his head. As he did so, I could hear the faint rattle of his vertebrae clacking together. "Nothing," I replied, returning to my work. Do you have any thoughts of your own?" Luke was silent for several moments before speaking. "Of course I do," he said finally. "Why don't you share them then?" He was silent again for much longer this time. After about 10 minutes, when I had become reabsorbed in my studying and thought for sure that he had gone dormant or something, he suddenly spoke again. "I think you made a mistake in your notes." I looked up suddenly and furrowed my brows. "Huh?" Luke pointed a gloved finger at my notebook, where I had a diagram of a skull with notes scribbled on it. "Right there. You got your terms mixed up. It's occipital bone, not parietal bone. The parietal bone is over here." He pointed to another spot on the skull. I stared at my notes for a moment, then realized that he was right and erased my notes so I could fix them. "Thanks," I muttered, "no problem." He was silent again for several more minutes. I became absorbed in my studying again, only to notice eventually that he was inching closer and closer so he could see my notes. He muttered, rubbing his head. I sighed and looked up from my work again. "What is it now?" "Well, the glabella is used for facial expression, not supporting the lacrimal apparatus. That would be the lacrimal bone." Once again, I realized that Luke was right. I fixed my work. How do you know all this? I asked. I mean, look at me, Luke said, gesturing to himself. I am a skeleton, after all. And besides, remember that I've spent decades in an anatomy classroom. You pick up on things here and there. I guess you're right, I said. Do you have any other pointers you can give me then? I really need to pass this exam. Yes, actually. Luke and I spent the afternoon together under the tree while he helped me study. He was a surprisingly good anatomy tutor, even going so far as to show me where all of the bones were on his own skeleton. He was incredibly literal and couldn't take a joke, but it was still surprisingly nice to spend time with someone who wasn't either trying to backstab me or have sex with me by the end of our tutoring session. Had gained two things: expert knowledge of anatomy and a new friend. The next morning, I woke up bright and early. I felt more enthusiastic about life, while my relationship with Enzo may have come to an end. My date with James was now a day closer, and I also felt oddly happy to have made friends with that strange talking skeleton. I jumped out of bed early, showered, ate breakfast, and had my coffee, and then I was on my way to my exam. The sun was shining already. The birds were singing. The autumn air was crisp and cool, and I felt great so long as I didn't think about Enzo. When it was time to start the exam, the professor handed out the test sheets. There are 30 multiple choice questions and 6 short answer questions. The professor, David Bowman, said as he handed the sheets out. He was a stern professor, but he was still friendly and always asked us to just call him David instead of Dr. Bowman. Best of luck. You can leave when you hand in your exam. I took a deep breath and started to answer the questions. The answers came so easily to me now, all thanks to Luke's help. I was the first to turn my exam in, and David raised an eyebrow at me as I handed it to him. That was quick, Nina, he said, checking his watch. I hope you didn't have a cheat sheet. I heard snickering behind me and knew it was Lisa, who always sat in the front like a teacher's pet, but I ignored her. No cheat sheet, I replied. Just a good tutor. David smiled and addressed the rest of the class. I can think of a few of you who could benefit from a good tutor, he said, which caused a few students to chuckle and a few others to turn red in the face. He looked back at me and smiled. Good job, Nina. See you next class. I nodded and left the room, feeling an extra spring in my step for the first time in ages. I'd have to thank Luke for his help. What did skeletons like for gifts? When I stepped out of the building and into the sunshine, however, that extra spring in my step faded along with my smile. Hey, Nina. Enzo was leaning on the railing with his hands in his pockets. He pushed himself up and turned toward me. I swallowed and nervously gripped the strap of my bag in my hand, as if that would calm my nerves. Hey, Enzo, I said, trying to sound casual, and not like I wanted to jump off a bridge. Are you waiting for Lisa? He scrunched his eyebrows together. What? No, I'm here for you. I took in a sharp breath and clutched my bag even harder as I prepared myself to hear him tell me that he was sick of chasing me, that I was his mate, and he was going to kill me if I kept turning down his advances. "It's nice outside. Will you go on a walk with me?" he asked instead. Chapter 37, Nina's POV. It's nice outside. Will you go on a walk with me? As if my heart wasn't already racing enough, it felt like it was going to burst out of my chest when Enzo asked me to go on a walk with him. I hesitated to respond, wondering if this was some horrible prank concocted by Lisa. But he seemed genuine, and I was curious to see what he wanted to talk about. Maybe he would tell me that he decided I wasn't his mate and that he would leave me alone now. Maybe he would tell me that werewolves and talking skeletons weren't real, that all of this was just a joke, and that my skeleton bodyguard was just a normal guy wearing a costume. It was unlikely, but wishful thinking never hurt anyone, right? "You, sure," I responded, still clutching my bag tightly. Enzo smiled a real, genuine, handsome smile that made my heart skip a beat. I couldn't deny that he was handsome. "After you," he said, stepping out of the way and gesturing down the stairs. We walked across the quad and toward the entrance to the little garden that was located between the two dormitory buildings. Other students sat on the benches in the sunshine as they studied, read books, and chatted with friends. I liked to come here often in between classes to get some fresh air and look at the flowers. Right now, there weren't as many flowers since it was autumn, but the fallen leaves on the ground and the fall decorations still made for a nice atmosphere. Our shoes crunched on the pebbly trail as we walked together in silence for a bit. I continued to clutch my bag nervously while Enzo walked casually with his hands in his pockets. Eventually, he stopped under a large cherry tree and turned to look at me. I swallowed, unsure of what was to come. Enzo stared at me with his soft brown eyes, which practically sparkled in the sunlight, for a few moments before speaking. "I really like you, Nina," he said softly. Taking a step toward me, I swallowed again and unconsciously took a step back, not knowing what to say. Wasn't he back together with Lisa? This had to be a prank, and a mean one at that. What had I done to deserve this sort of treatment, other than to be so silly as to think that the school heartthrob, Enzo Rivers, would ever genuinely like me? Enzo stopped and looked at me with a furrowed brow, cocking his head a bit to the side. "Aren't you going to say anything?" he said. "You do like me back, right?" I blushed and looked down at my feet, biting my lip as I tried to come up with a response. If this interaction was being recorded from somewhere in order to humiliate me some more on Twitter, I wanted to choose my words carefully. Finally, I looked back up at Enzo again, and my heart sank when I saw his painful expression. His normally stoic face, with his sharp jawline and stern eyebrows, was soft and sad now. I realized then that this wasn't a prank. It couldn't be. He did really like me, but he had slept with Lisa, and there was a hickey to prove it. "I can't," I replied, choking up a bit. "I know you left the other night to be with Lisa, and I saw you after the game with her, and I saw your hickey. I won't be with a playboy who can't even commit to me for 10 minutes. Enzo's eyebrows knit together for a moment, But then a smile started to spread across his face. "You really think I left you the other night to sleep with Lisa?" he asked, chuckling a little. I nodded and frowned. "Why else would you have just suddenly run away in the same direction as her and disappear for the rest of the night?" I said. "Because," Enzo replied, glancing over his shoulder and lowering his voice, leaning closer to me so no one would hear. "There was a shifter out there. I had to take care of it." My eyes widened. "That close to the party?" I said, temporarily forgetting about Lisa. "You don't think it was coming for?" "I don't know for sure," he replied. "But considering how the appearances of shifters in the area generally seem to be localized to wherever you are at the time, it's becoming pretty obvious to me that they're coming for you." "But why?" I asked. Enzo shrugged. "I'm still trying to figure that out." There was a bit of a silence between us. A couple of students walked by holding hands, talking about what to do after class today. For a moment, I wished it could be that simple for me, to just be able to openly hold hands with someone and casually talk about dinner plans without all of the werewolf drama. "So," Enzo finally said after the students walked past, "what do you say?" "I really like you, Nina. I want you to be my girlfriend." My heart skipped a beat, partially from excitement and partially from sadness. "You say you didn't sleep with Lisa," I said quietly, looking at my feet. "But I saw your hickey. Even if you're not sleeping with her, you're sleeping with someone. I may not be the prettiest girl on campus, but I do have some self-esteem, and I won't lower myself enough to let a player interrupt my studies." Enzo went silent again, then let out a huge sigh. "Look at me," he said quietly. I hesitantly looked back up at him to see him pulling aside the collar of his shirt, where the massive hickey had been earlier. I had been so big and dark that there was no way it would have healed by now, but it was gone. "I never slept with anyone," Enzo said, sounding a bit ashamed. I thought that if I used some makeup to put a fake hickey on my neck, you would get jealous and want to choose me." "Choose you?" I asked incredulously. I felt hurt and manipulated and released my death grip on my bag to fold my arms across my chest. "I saw you talking to someone after the game the other night," Enzo said. "I wanted to know if you would choose me over him." "So you lied to me?" I asked. "Do you realize how manipulative that sounds?" Enzo looked down at the ground and didn't say anything for a few moments. "I know it was stupid," he said finally, "but I only did it because I really like you, and I want you to be mine so badly. Maybe you should learn that you can't always get what you want, Enzo," I replied quietly as tears welled up in my eyes. He snapped his head back up to look at me with that same painful expression on his face. "So this is a no then?" he asked. I shrugged. "I don't know. I like you too, but I think it's best if we just stay friends for now," I said. "A relationship would be toxic between us. You can't deny it." As if a switch flipped, Enzo straightened himself and stuck his hands in his pockets, nodding. "Okay," he replied. "You're right. Friends. I'm okay with that, so long as we can at least be that." I could tell that he wasn't actually okay with it, but it was a relief to hear him agree with me and not threaten to kill me like Kay said he would. With a sad smile, I stuck out my hand to shake his. "Friends," I said. Chapter 38. In Zoe's POV, Nina and I shook hands and agreed to be friends for now. "You can't just let this happen," Theo growled, angry with me for letting it come to this as I watched Nina walk away. "I know," I replied with an outward sigh, sticking my hands in my pockets and making my way toward where my motorcycle was parked. I wasn't going to let this happen. For whatever reason, Nina Harper was special to me, and I had to have her. If being a good friend for a while was what it would take to get her to see that I was the best choice, then so be it. But that didn't mean that I wasn't going to try in some other ways to gain her affection, too. I went to hockey practice that day and let out my frustrations by training harder than I had in a long time. My teammates were both surprised and annoyed by the grueling training regimen I inflicted on them, but I was too angry to care. "And so, we've been doing drills for 2 hours," Matt complained, stopping suddenly in the middle of a drill in the middle of the rink and doubling over with his hands on his knees. The other players stopped as well and started complaining, to all except for Justin, who was the lone teammate to keep pushing through the drill, skating back and forth with all his might on the rink. Was he punishing himself too for what he did to Nina? Or was he trying to prove something? Either way, I praised him after practice in front of the whole team. "The rest of you could have done better today," I said as we got changed in the locker room, which caused a chorus of grumbles from everyone. I turned to face the team and folded my arms as I watched them get changed, then shook my head with a sigh and grabbed my bag to leave. As I was leaving, I heard Justin call my name. He jogged to catch up to me as I walked toward the dining hall. "Hey, Enzo," he said, catching up with me and matching my stride. I didn't slow down because, frankly, I didn't want to be talking to him despite his good performance during practice. "What's up?" I said, keeping my gaze straight ahead. "I just wanted to say I'm sorry for starting that argument with you the other day," he said. "I'm just angry with myself for doing what I did to Nina. I shouldn't be taking it out on you. I'm trying to be different from now on." "Better?" I raised an eyebrow, surprised at Justin's sudden change in demeanor. As long as I had known him, he was always a bit of an insufferable jackass. Did Nina really have such an effect on people? I thought about how I used to be, how I used to sleep around almost every night, using girls as merely a means to let off steam and then discard them. And now I was scheming how to get this ordinary human girl to be my girlfriend. I cleared my throat and forced a smile, turning toward Justin and patting him on the shoulder. "I'm glad to hear it," I said, although what I really wanted to say was, "Don't you dare even try to get back together with Nina. She's mine now." But I controlled myself. "Thanks," Justin said with a somewhat meek smile. "Well, see you tomorrow at practice." "Yeah," I thought to myself as I watched Justin walk away, narrowing my eyes as I wondered what he was scheming. "See you tomorrow." I didn't have time to worry about whatever dumbass angle Justin was trying to get, because I had big plans the next day to get Nina's attention. First thing in the morning, I rode my motorcycle to town. I got a haircut, bought myself a new set of clothes, a nice flannel, new jeans, and even a new pair of boots, and then made my way over to the florist. I bought a dozen roses with a little teddy bear and a box of chocolates. After that, I stopped at the liquor store and bought a bottle of wine, then picked up fancy pastries from the bakery. I had never noticed what sort of foods and flowers Nina liked, but how could any girl refuse roses and chocolate croissants? By this time, it was already almost lunchtime, so I had to rush back to the campus to set up what would hopefully be a date. I knew Nina would be heading across the quad to get lunch, so I set up a picnic blanket with everything I got for her and stood nearby with the flowers, waiting for her to cross my path. Soon enough, there she was. She looked beautiful. Instead of her usual oversized sweater and jeans, she was wearing a short dress that flowed at the bottom with thigh-high socks and boots with a bit of a heel. She had her usual braids in, which I had always liked, and seemed to be wearing her glasses all of the time now, which I also liked. There was an academic, casual sexiness to her that none of the other girls I had ever been interested in before possessed. I cleared my throat to call out for her, but before I did, my voice faltered as I saw her walk right past me and toward someone else, the same guy who I had seen her leave with after the hockey game the other day. My heart sank as I watched her walk up to him with a smile on her face. I wasn't close enough to hear everything, but I could hear snippets of their conversation. Something about studying at the coffee shop. Maybe they are just studying, I thought to myself as I watched them walk off together. Even then, I couldn't contain my jealousy. I had never been the jealous type, and Nina was allowed to see whoever she wanted to see. But it didn't stop my heart from breaking to know that she was repeatedly spending alone time with this guy. I felt a sharp prick in my palm and looked down to see that I had been crumpling the roses in my hands, and a thorn had made its way through my skin. I felt numb as I looked down at the trickle of blood, not bothering to heal myself. What was so special about this human girl that I was so enthralled by her? Was I, too, a victim of her strange scent like Luke and all of the other shifters, where I watched Nina and her friend, or whatever he was to her, disappear behind a building? Choking down my rage, I stiffly walked over to a trash can and threw the roses in. I left the picnic set up for the squirrels or another student to steal and stormed off, blood dripping from my palm. Whatever this obsession with Nina was, it had to stop once and for all. Chapter 39, Nina's POV. I didn't want to admit that it broke my heart to tell Inso we couldn't be together, but it was the right thing to do. We would be toxic together, and besides, there was just too much drama surrounding the pseudo-relationship we already had for a real relationship to be able to blossom. Admittedly, I didn't know if I even wanted to go on this date with James after everything? Was it even a date? Or were we just two friends meeting up to study? Either way, I didn't know if it was a good idea, especially so soon after I told Enzo that we could only be friends. I told Jessica everything, however, and she convinced me to go. "Ah, come on, Nina," Jessica said when I told her about James and Enzo. "Are you really gonna let a guy who you hooked up with once stop you from going on a date with a really sweet guy who clearly likes you?" I wanted to explain that it wasn't just a hookup, that Enzo had saved my life multiple times now, and that he possibly even thought I was his mate. But I didn't. Jessica would think I had. Gone totally bonkers, Lori chimed in then, with a smile on her usually stoic face. "James sounds like your type anyway," she said. "Plus, you know how bad of an idea it is to get involved with hockey guys. And you know what they say, the best way to get over someone is to get under someone else," Jessica said with a grin and placed her hands on her hips. Lori rolled her eyes. "That wasn't what I was gonna say, but I guess that works too," she grumbled, returning to her book. I couldn't help but laugh. "All right," I said, throwing my hands up in surrender. "I'll meet up with him, but I'm not having sex with him or anything like that. We're just studying," despite the fact that I told myself James, and I would just be casually studying. I still got a little dressed up the next day. I put on a flowy dress with a turtleneck layered underneath, along with a pair of thigh-high socks and ankle boots, aside from a bit of mascara. I didn't put on any other makeup or do my hair in any way that was out of the ordinary. I didn't want to seem too dressed up. After class that morning, I headed to the quad, where I was supposed to meet up with James. He was sitting at the fountain and reading a book, wearing his usual sweater vest and button-down ensemble when I approached. "Hey," I said as I walked up to him. He looked up and shut his book with a smile and stood. "Hey," he replied, briefly glancing at my outfit. I could tell that he was trying not to be obvious, but I knew he checked me out, and it made me blush a bit. "You look nice." I blushed even harder and nervously tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. "Thanks," I said sheepishly, ready for studying at the coffee shop. As James and I walked to the bus stop, I felt eyes on the back of my head and glanced over my shoulder. Was that Enzo I saw storming away? We made it to the coffee shop and sat down at a window table with our drinks, where we set up our laptops and notebooks to get some studying done. Over time, as we got more comfortable, we started chatting while studying. James was incredibly smart and wound up helping me a lot with my research, but we also got to know each other a bit better. "So, what's your research topic as a PhD student?" I asked, taking a sip of my coffee. "I'm actually really interested in biomedical genetics," he replied. "That's what my dissertation is going to be on. Why we have certain genetic dispositions, mutations, disorders. All of that stuff really fascinates me." I stopped for a second, thinking about Enzo's werewolf DNA. I wondered if James would know anything about something like that, or at least have some sort of interest in the subject. So let's say, I said, choosing my words carefully so as not to sound like a total crazy person. Let's say, hypothetically, someone had DNA that shared traits with certain animals, I said. Just hypothetically. Would that be possible? James furrowed his brows, making my face turn red. I'm sorry, I said. I probably sound like a lunatic. No, no. James interjected, reaching out and touching my hand for a moment, then quickly pulling away with an embarrassed look as he realized what he did. I mean, it's not that unlikely. We all share DNA with most mammals, like monkeys. We did come from the same ancestors, after all. What about wolves? I asked. Oh, James said, furrowing his brow again. Well, we do share 84% of the same DNA with canines, and it's the same with all mammals, but it's only basic connections, like physical structure. Put a head here, put some legs there, give us a womb, stuff that would separate us from, say, a jellyfish or a flower. I nodded, deciding not to ask any further. It was silly of me to think otherwise. Humans didn't have any close links to wolves. If werewolves truly were real, and I wasn't at the center of a circle of crazies, it was supernatural, not genetic. A few minutes later, James looked at his watch and sighed. This was fun, but I have to go meet with Tiffany, he said, shutting his laptop. Would you want to study again sometime? I blushed, glad at least that I hadn't scared him away with my wolf question, and nodded. Sure, I replied. I'd enjoy that. James smiled and stood. Want me to walk you home? I shook my head. I think I'm going to study here for a while longer, I said. It was nice hanging out with you. As I watched James walk out of the coffee shop, my heart skipped a beat. For some reason, even though our study date had been mostly platonic and only minimally flirty, the thought of what it would feel like to kiss him crossed my mind. Did I have feelings for James already? I sighed quietly and went back to my studying, only to feel a tap on my shoulder a little while later. Maybe James had forgotten something and came back for it, but it wasn't James. It was Justin. Oh, hey, I said, setting down my pencil. What's up? Justin smiled down at me, his face and eyes soft. It was a stark contrast from his usual look, which was generally aloof and careless. I couldn't explain it, but he seemed different. He wore a relaxed outfit that consisted of a flannel, jeans, and boots, which felt familiar, like he had practically borrowed clothes from Enzo's closet. He was also holding a coffee, which seemed out of character for him. I had only ever seen him drink water and alcohol before. Fancy seeing you here, he said. Can I sit with you? Chapter 40, Nina's POV. Fancy seeing you here, Justin said with an oddly warm smile. Can I sit with you? I bit my lip and glanced around quickly, half expecting Lisa or someone else to be snickering nearby, as if this was all a prank. But there was no one else. It seemed as though he came alone. Why was he acting so different all of a sudden and dressed like Enzo? It all felt a bit weird, and I didn't really want to stick around to see what would come of it. I was actually just leaving, I said, shutting my laptop and standing as I slipped my things into my bag. Justin looked immediately saddened, but what could I do? He was my ex, and I had made it clear, multiple times, that I wouldn't be open to any sort of friendship or relationship with him after I found him cheating on me with Lisa in my own bed. "Oh," Justin said with a sad frown, his shoulders drooping. "Well, see you around then." I managed a pitiful smile before turning on my heel and practically running out of the coffee shop. What was all that about Jessica and Laurie were waiting for me when I got home? Jessica was sitting on the floor with a little handheld mirror as she did her makeup, and Laurie was texting on the couch when I entered. "You're going out with us tonight," Jessica said matter-of-factly, not looking up from the mirror. I stopped in the kitchen and cocked my head. "Oh," I replied, a bit annoyed that it seemed that my roommates had decided for me already. "And where are we going?" "Some new club in town," Laurie replied. "It's their grand opening. Free drinks." I sighed, knowing that I wouldn't be able to get out of this if both Laurie and Jessica had already made up their minds. I loved them, but they were both extremely stubborn. "All right," I said, tossing my bag down on the counter and heading to my room to shower and get changed. "How was your date?" Jessica asked, looking over her shoulder at me with a smirk. I paused at my door, not wanting to think about Justin randomly showing up like a clone of Enzo. "It wasn't a date," I replied. "We were just studying, and it was nice." Jessica grinned and returned to her makeup. A few hours later, Jessica, Laurie, and I were standing in line outside the club, waiting to get in. "I told you to bring a coat," I said to Jessica, who was shivering and rubbing her arms. She was wearing nothing but a skimpy, sparkly pink dress with heels, while Laurie and I were both comfortable in the cold with our jackets on over our outfits. "It's too much trouble," Jessica replied. "I hate having to deal with coat check." Laurie and I looked at each other and rolled our eyes. "Next," the bouncer said, waving us forward. He let us through without so much as checking our IDs, which he had been doing with all of the girls so far. It seemed that they just wanted as many college girls as possible inside, which was a somewhat gross practice in my opinion. Once we were inside and handed our coats over to the attendant, Jessica grabbed both Laurie's and my hands and dragged us straight toward the bar, where she immediately ordered 3 shots of some alcohol that I couldn't hear her pronounce over the loud club music. The bartender filled 3 shot glasses and handed them to us. "Let's get wrecked," Jessica shouted over the music, clinking her shot glass with us and downing it like a ditzy sorority girl. Laurie and I gave each other another look at our friend's goofy behavior and took our shots. Next, we grabbed some drinks that we could actually sip and not have to drink all at once, then headed for the packed dance floor. The sweaty mob of horny college students swayed and bounced as one big unit to the music, the flashing lights making them look like they were moving almost robotically. Jessica, of course, wanted to be right in the center of the group and wriggled her way in with Laurie and I on her heels. I took a big swig of my drink and scanned the crowd, happy to see that neither Enzo nor Justin were around. Or at least, I couldn't see them anywhere, which was a win for me at this point. Out of sight, out of mind. The shot we took at the bar started to hit, and soon I was dancing along with my friends. It felt good just to let loose without having to deal with any drama, just us three girls. I was glad that I had been paired up with them as roommates in our first year of college. Soon enough, I finished my drink and decided to head back to the bar for another. They were free, after all. I squeezed my way through the dance floor and walked over to the bar, leaning on it and letting my sore feet rest for a little bit. The bartender leaned toward me and cupped his hand around his ear to take my order. "Vodka cranberry," I shouted over the music. He nodded in response while I looked over my shoulder, smirking as I saw Jessica's blonde ponytail bouncing above the crowd. She was pretty tall for a girl, and her heels and high ponytail only added to it. "Vodka cran kinda girl, huh?" A male voice shouted over the music. I turned around to see a handsome man leaning on the bar next to me and smiling at me. He looked a bit older and had a businessman look about him. The bartender had already placed down my drink, and the guy next to me had his own drink in his hand. I shrugged and picked up my drink, raising my cup a bit to him before drinking. "Come here alone?" the guy asked, leaning closer. He smelled like cologne, and in my tipsy state, it was tantalizing. "I came with my friends," I said, pointing toward the crowd. The man only nodded slowly, almost seeming uninterested, despite the fact that he was the one who asked me a question, and took another sip of his drink. I followed suit and took another sip of my drink before turning to head back to the dance floor. Just as I turned around, however, everything started to spin. I suddenly felt nauseous and started to stumble, but a strong arm wrapped itself around me. "Gonna throw up," the man said. It looked like there were two of him standing above me. I nodded, trying to hold down my vomit. "Come on," he said with a smirk. "Let's get you out of here." Inside my mind, I knew that this was getting dangerous. I knew that this man did something to me, and that he had bad intentions, but I couldn't fight back. My body felt limp and useless as he half carried me to the bathroom with an evil grin on his face. The room spun around me as the effect of the drugs became stronger, making me feel so sick I couldn't even speak or call for help. He carried me down the hallway to the bathrooms, but kept going past the bathroom and into a broom closet. He shoved me inside, making me stumble and fall on the floor, and looked around for a second to make sure no one was watching before coming in after me and closing the door behind himself. I watched in horror as he propped something heavy up against the door to keep anyone from getting in, then started to unbuckle his belt. I immediately vomited. "Ugh," he said, unzipping his pants. "You're pathetic." I could only groan and lay on the floor as he crouched down and flipped me over roughly, yanking up my skirt so he could have his way with me. I wanted to scream, to kick and scratch and bite, but I couldn't. I felt like a prisoner in my own body, and could only close my eyes and wait for it to be over. "Hey, what the?" he yelled all of a sudden, jumping up. I heard the sound of a struggle. A shelf toppled over, sending buckets and brooms sliding across the floor. The last thing I saw before the drugs knocked me out was a familiar skull leaning over me and scooping me up off the ground. Chapter 41. Enzo's POV. I was just sitting down to watch a movie and drown my sorrows in a bowl of popcorn when my door suddenly burst open. "What the fuck?" I shouted, jumping up from my couch and spilling popcorn everywhere. My eyes widened as I saw Luke come in, his skull exposed, carrying a limp Nina in his arms. He ran over to the couch and shoved me out of the way, laying her down while I stood there in complete shock. "What did you do?" I said. "I saved her from getting sexually assaulted," Luke said, stepping away so I could crouch down to Nina and feel her forehead. She was clammy and delirious, mumbling nonsense under her breath. "Who did this, and where is the fucker?" I growled, looking up at Luke, who was covering his skull again. "Some asshole from the club," he replied, sounding just as angry as I was. "Don't worry. I got him in the back of my car. Well, not my car, technically. A car that just happened to be unlocked with the keys inside." He pulled a set of keys out of his pocket and jingled them. I stood and rubbed my forehead with my hand, sighing. "You can't just steal cars," I replied. "But thank you. Can you get him somewhere secluded? I won't let some asshole who drugs girls, especially Nina, walk around as a free man." Luke nodded and walked back toward the door, taking one last glance over his shoulder at Nina, before pulling his hood up and darting out of my apartment. "Ugh," Nina groaned, holding her stomach like she was about to puke. I cursed under my breath and ran over to the kitchen to grab a trash bag, but by the time I returned it was too late. She had already vomited all over herself, my couch, and the floor. "Shit," I whispered, turning her on her side in case she puked again, and running for a damp towel to clean up the mess. When I returned, she was fast asleep again. I wiped up the mess, holding my nose, then decided that I couldn't let Nina just lay there with crusted vomit all over her, and gently slid her shirt off over her head. I wiped her down with a clean, wet towel and soap, and then put one of my shirts on her. Under any other circumstances, I would have found her to be incredibly cute in one of my shirts. She was so small that it was like a dress on her, and I was able to remove her dirty skirt as well without violating her privacy any further than it already had been tonight, and tossed her clothes, along with the vomit-covered towels, straight into the washing machine. While I was doing all of this, I fumed about the asshole who had done this to my Nina. How could anyone do this to her? I just wanted to hold her and protect her once I finished cleaning her up and getting her into a clean shirt. She was starting to seem better already. She was still sleeping, but the color had already come back into her face, and she stopped sweating, which was surprising. Didn't drugs like this make people sick for hours? Then again, Nina was proving more and more every day to be out of the ordinary. Seeing her heal so quickly made me wonder if she was even human at all. Could she be a hybrid? They were fairly common in the human world, but most people had no idea about their hybridism, since it was extremely rare for one to have any sort of supernatural powers. Deciding that now was not the time to agonize over whether Nina was human or not, I let out a deep sigh and scooped her small body up in my arms. I walked over to my bedroom and laid her down in the bed, pulling the covers up to her chin and placing a trash can, a glass of water, and her cell phone on the nightstand. I looked down at her for a few moments, watching her sleep peacefully. I hated myself for letting her get hurt. If I hadn't been such a fuck-up that pushed her away and ruined our chances of being together, I could have been there and none of this would have happened. It was too late now, though. The damage had been done, and I had been such an asshole. I had to make things right for her. If she wanted to just be friends, we would be friends. I couldn't push her anymore like I had been. I needed to be there for her. I needed to protect her. I decided that it was best if I just let her rest for now. So I tucked her in and headed back to the living room, leaving the door cracked just in case she needed me. When I sat down on the couch, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I opened it to 2 texts, one from Luke, telling me that he had the asshole who hurt Nina tied up in an abandoned barn with a spell on him to keep him asleep, and one from Lewis. There was a picture attached to the text from Lewis. I raised an eyebrow and opened it. The text read, "Been doing some more digging. Found this. The pattern looks familiar. I can't find anything else on the girl, though. Sorry I can't be of more help." The image that was attached to it was a picture of an old, yellowed photograph with burnt edges. The burn marks destroyed most of the image, except for the figure of what appeared to be someone holding a baby swaddled in a blanket. I squinted and looked closer. The figure's face was burned away, so I couldn't make out who it was, but Lewis was right. The pattern on the blanket was familiar. It was a burgundy-colored blanket, with little golden rabbits on it that looked like something out of a storybook that my mom used to read to me when I was a kid. It was a folk tale about a rabbit and a wolf putting aside their differences and becoming friends. But it was only something I had ever heard in the werewolf world. As far as I knew, humans didn't know this story. How, though? If this was Nina in the picture, or someone related to her, then how would a human family be in possession of a blanket with a werewolf pattern on it before I had enough time to think about the strange picture? My phone suddenly started blaring. It was a typhoon warning. It looked like a bad one, too, judging from the weather report that popped up when I opened the warning. I sighed and stuck my phone back in my pocket, hitting play on the scary movie that I had been planning on watching tonight. As the wind began to howl and rain started to beat against the sides of the building. Chapter 42. Nina's POV. I woke up to the sound of thunder and howling wind in a dark bedroom that was not my own. Where was I? I slowly sat up, peering through the cracked door that led to another room. I could make out the silhouette of a man on the couch. He was watching a scary movie on the TV. It sounded like there was a hellish storm outside, but I was willing to go out there if it meant getting away from the man who drugged me. I stood as slowly and quietly as I could, realizing now that I was only dressed in an oversized men's t-shirt, and my clothes were nowhere to be found. Did this lunatic have his way with me already? I shuddered at the thought, tears pricking at the backs of my eyes as I scanned the room for some sort of weapon. Maybe if I could sneak up on him and hit him over the head, it would knock him out long enough for me to grab my things and get the hell out of here. Bingo. There was an umbrella hanging on the back of the door. It would take a lot of force, but I could do it. Surprisingly, I felt strong despite the drugs in my system. I grabbed the umbrella off the door and slowly creaked the door open, stepping forward to strike. He suddenly whipped his head around. I stood frozen like a deer in headlights, with the umbrella poised over my head to hit him. It was Enzo. Jesus, he said, jumping up from the couch. How are you even up right now? Enzo drugged me. You asshole, I yelled, circling around the couch with the umbrella still ready to strike him. You drugged me. Enzo backed away, knocking into a bar stool and toppling it over with a crash. I didn't drug you, he said, but I didn't believe him. Kay was right. Enzo was a monster. I swung at him with the umbrella, but he caught it before it hit him. Nina, calm down, he said, yanking the umbrella away. I backed away, weaponless, scanning the room for my things so I could grab them and run. Hell, I didn't even care about that anymore. I just needed to get out. I turned on my heel and ran for the door, my heart racing as I heard Enzo running behind me. Nina, Luke brought you here, he said, catching up to me and placing his hand on the door just as I was about to open it. I stopped. Luke, I furrowed my brow, straining to remember what happened before I blacked out. Yes, Luke, he said, tossing the umbrella down on the floor. You know, your skeleton bodyguard. He found you with some psycho who was trying to hurt you and brought you here. My heart was still pounding out of my chest, but when I looked up at Enzo, his face was hard and serious. All of a sudden, my head started to throb, and I felt like I was going to pass out from all of the exertion. I stumbled backwards. Enzo leaped forward and caught me just before I fell, wrapping his strong arms around me and scooping me up with ease as a wave of dizziness took over me. He quietly carried me over to the couch and sat down, still holding me tightly. You know I'd never hurt you, he said, feeling my forehead with the back of his hand as a concerned expression drew across his face. As Enzo held me, rocking me gently, the memories started to flood back in. I remembered an older businessman at the bar. He carried me to a broom closet and I didn't want to think about it anymore. I'm sorry, I whispered when I finally felt like I could speak. It was just, I know, he responded. You woke up in an unfamiliar place right after someone tried to hurt you. I'm sorry too. I should have left you a note or something. I sat up and slid off Enzo's lap and onto the couch, tucking a strand of messy hair behind my ear. I need to go home, I said, standing. But as I stood, another wave of dizziness came over me, and I fell back down on the couch. I'll take you home when you're able to walk without collapsing, Enzo replied, his words immediately followed by a sudden crash of thunder that made the TV flicker. Also, there's a typhoon. I shuddered and pulled my knees up to my chest. Wordlessly, Enzo stood and grabbed a throw blanket from a chair. He came over and wrapped it around me with a gentle smile on his face, then headed toward the kitchen. A few minutes later, after some banging around in there, he returned with a tray and set it down on the coffee table. Bon appetit, he said with a grin, sitting down next to me. I figured you might be hungry. We've got popcorn, hot chocolate, grilled cheese, and there's a vending machine down the hall if you want me to get you anything else. I'd order us a pizza, but, he gestured to the window, through which we could see the treetops swaying in the intense wind. I couldn't help but smile. This is perfect, I said. Enzo grinned and picked up one of the sandwiches, handing the plate to me. I'm not much of a cook, he said. I usually just order food when I want something. I took a bite of the sandwich, which was surprisingly delicious. As we ate and watched the scary movie on the TV, I found myself becoming more relaxed. We made fun of the dumb characters who kept getting themselves killed. And when the movie was over, we still weren't tired, so we put on another scary movie. This one was a lot scarier, especially with the storm raging outside. And I hid my eyes and grabbed Enzo for comfort a few times. At some point, I'm not sure when, I felt myself start to nod off with my belly full of popcorn and hot chocolate, and my dreams full of Enzo. When I woke up, it was surprisingly bright outside. I felt warm with the sun shining through the windows and smiled a bit, nuzzling into Enzo's chest. Wait. Enzo and I had fallen asleep cuddling on the couch. When did that happen? My face turned red as Enzo's eyes opened and he looked over at me with a soft smile. Morning, he said, his voice low and gravelly with sleep. I sat up without a word and swung my legs over the side of the couch, standing. Enzo sat up behind me with a confused expression on his face. You okay? He asked. I nodded. I should get home before my roommates get too worried, I said. Oh, okay, Enzo replied. He sounded disappointed, but didn't say anything else. I walked into the bedroom to look for my phone and my clothes. My clothes were folded on the bed, while my phone's notification light flashed on the nightstand. No doubt I had dozens of texts and missed calls from Jessica and Lori, who probably thought I either died or ditched them for a one-night stand. Sighing and trying not to think about how lovely it felt to wake up in Enzo's arms, I quickly got dressed, grabbed my phone, and headed toward the door. Enzo was standing by the door when I approached. His eyebrows were turned up a bit in the middle, in a slightly sad expression. I half expected him to beg me to stay, to be his girlfriend, but he just opened the door for me with a sad smile. Be safe, he said quietly. I had a lot of fun with you last night, I nodded, averting my gaze to the floor. Me too, I replied. Part of me wanted to kiss him goodbye, but I didn't. I had to stick to my decision to just stay friends. And that boundary had already been crossed from a night spent cuddling. As I left the dorm and headed home on my walk of shame, I couldn't help but feel disappointed that Enzo didn't come running after me. Chapter 43, Nina's POV. When I got home, Jessica and Laurie were both furious. "Where were you?" Jessica yelled as soon as I walked in the door. I didn't even have a chance to hang my jacket up. "You totally ditched us," Laurie chimed in, folding her arms across her chest. "We thought you got kidnapped or something. Then that freak typhoon hit, and you still weren't answering your phone." "Okay, Mom and Dad," I said, tossing my bag down on the counter. "I'm sorry. Just, I was lonely, and there was a cute guy." Jessica let out a big sigh. "Well, you could have at least let us know you were leaving," she said. "But I know with everything going on lately, stuff like that happens." Meanwhile, Laurie didn't seem convinced at all. She had always been more intuitive than Jessica and could always see through a lie, but she didn't say anything this time. Still, seeing her hurt expression made me feel awful for lying, and I couldn't let myself walk away like this. I took a deep breath. "Actually," I said, looking at my feet, "that's not what happened. I did something really stupid, and honestly I'm lucky that it didn't turn out worse than it did." Jessica and Laurie were silent. When I looked up at them, they both looked concerned and confused. I sighed and continued. "I didn't watch my drink at the bar, and I got drugged." Jessica gasped and clamped her hand over her mouth, her eyes wide. Laurie, without a word, ran over to me and threw her arms around me. No one said anything for a few moments. The longer Laurie held me, the more I felt like I was going to cry until I couldn't hold it in anymore, and I started sobbing into Laurie's shoulder. Jessica came over and rubbed my back, tears in her eyes as well. "You weren't at that asshole's place all night, were you?" Laurie asked finally, pulling away a bit to look at me. The smudged makeup under her eyes from the night before made her expression even darker. I shook my head. "No, it didn't get that far." Thankfully, a friend of mine saw what was happening and stepped in and took me to the hospital. My roommates both let out a sigh of relief. I didn't feel as bad not telling them that I was actually picked up by a talking skeleton and carried to a werewolf's apartment. So I just left it at that. Laurie smiled up at me through her tears. "I'm glad you're okay," she said. "I didn't see Enzo or Luke at all for a few days. By Wednesday, I started to wonder if they were avoiding me, or if they were doing something to the guy who tried to drug me." The thought haunted me all day, but I choked it down in order to get through classes and work. On Wednesday night, I had just finished up work with Tiffany and was heading home. We had spent the day in her office treating students since there was a flu outbreak on campus. Needless to say, after hours of tending to feverish and vomiting students, I was exhausted and just happy to be going home. The air was cool and brisk, a welcome relief after being cooped up in an office all day, and the campus was quiet. I enjoyed nights like this more than anything, feeling the cool autumn breeze on my skin and hearing the leaves crunch under my boots. Unfortunately, it seemed that the universe had something else in store for me, because Lisa was crossing the quad and heading directly for me. I stopped in my tracks as she approached. She looked strung out on something, storming toward me with her fists balled up at her sides and her hair a mess. She was wearing her skimpy cheerleading uniform with no jacket, which was odd considering how chilly it was outside. Hey," I said nervously with a little wave when I realized that she was indeed headed straight for me. "Hey, bitch," she growled, not hesitating for a second before her hand flew forward and grabbed one of my braids, yanking me toward her. "Oh," I yelped, trying to wrench my hair free from her surprisingly strong grip. "What are you doing? I saw you leaving Enzo's apartment the other day. You dirty, pathetic little slut," she yelled, yanking my hair so hard that tears came to my eyes. It's not what you," I said, but she didn't seem to care. She clearly just wanted to fight. Lisa released her grip on my hair and shoved me hard enough to send me to the ground, my laptop and notebooks falling out of my bag and slamming on the concrete. I groaned and attempted to stand, but she was on top of me in a flash like some sort of demon, clawing at me with her sharp, manicured nails. "You fucking bitch," she screamed, spit flying out of her mouth as she attacked me. I saw flashes of light as Lisa grabbed me by the throat and throttled me, hitting my head on the sidewalk. I grabbed her wrists and attempted to stop her, but it was no use. It was like she was on something, or possessed. Her grip tightened around my throat. I couldn't breathe. I flailed my arms as I tried to get her off of me, but the longer she choked me, the weaker I became. My vision started to stop. I heard someone else scream. I heard the sound of people running toward us and saw two guys grab Lisa by her arms and yank her off of me, kicking and screaming like a feral animal. I rolled over onto my hands and knees, coughing and sputtering as I held my sore throat with one hand, while blood dripped down from my face onto the pavement. As I pushed myself back onto my knees and gasped for air, I saw a flash of a familiar baggy hoodie dart behind a building. Luke. Within a few moments, I heard a police siren and saw flashing red and blue lights pulling up to the quad. Two officers, one male and one female, jumped out and beelined for Lisa, who was still thrashing, while the other two guys who had come to my rescue held her. They cuffed Lisa and put her in the back of the police car, then came over to me and helped me up. "Can you come down to the station to give a statement?" the female police officer asked, rubbing my back once I was finally able to breathe properly. I really just wanted to go home, but I agreed anyway. At the station, the female police officer took me to a private room and took my statement. I explained everything, which really only consisted of 3 things. Lisa thought I slept with her ex. She saw me walking home after work and attacked me like she was on drugs. The whole time, the female officer nodded with a concerned expression on her face and took notes. then let me go with an ice pack for my face after I insisted that I didn't want to go to the hospital. I walked out into the lobby with the ice on my swollen face, tapping at my phone to use my last bit of money to call an Uber. "No need for that," a familiar voice said. I looked up to see Enzo looking down at me. "How did you, Luke?" he responded. I knew I saw Luke running away. He must have gone to get Enzo. "Come on," Enzo said, putting his strong arm protectively around my shoulder. "I'll drive you home." Chapter 44. Nina's POV. I didn't want to admit it, but I was relieved that Enzo was here. I accepted his offer to drive me home and followed him out to the police station parking lot. As we walked out to the parking lot, my stomach audibly growled. I had forgotten how hungry I was due to the fight, but now that my adrenaline was calming down, I realized that I was starving. Enzo must have heard it too, because he looked down at me with a frown. "Sorry," I said, blushing. "I didn't eat lunch today." Enzo stopped in his tracks and frowned even deeper. "Why not?" I shrugged. "I was busy." I replied wordlessly. Enzo handed me his spare helmet and climbed onto the motorcycle. He gestured for me to get on behind him, and once I was situated, he started the bike and pulled out of the parking lot. Except he drove in the opposite direction of the campus. "Where are we going?" I asked, nervously holding onto his waist as we went around a corner. The smell of his leather jacket mixed with the smell of the cold night air and filled my lungs. "You're hungry," he said over his shoulder. "I'm hungry too, but I don't have any money. I don't care," Enzo replied. Before I could answer, we picked up speed on an empty back road, and one knew he wouldn't be able to hear me anyway. Not that I would have protested. As the dark forest of tall pine trees on either side of us sped by, and I leaned against Enzo, feeling the warmth of his body, I felt like all of my other worries washed away. "No," I told myself as I started to get too relaxed. "We're just friends." That's it. In a few minutes, we pulled into the diner parking lot, as it was the only restaurant in this small town that was open this late. I bit my lip nervously as I climbed off the bike. "What's wrong?" Enzo asked, taking off his helmet and shaking his curly hair loose like a model. "Oh, it's nothing," I replied. Enzo frowned. "Tell the truth." I looked down at my feet, embarrassed to say. "I was sort of let go from here," I said sheepishly. "What? Why?" Enzo asked, his frown deepening. "Lisa, actually," I said. "She and her friends came in here a few weeks ago and broke some glasses. They made it look like it was my fault." "And your boss fired you over a few broken glasses?" Enzo asked, furrowing his brow. I shrugged. "Technically, he said to take some time off, but that's just code for you're fired." Enzo scoffed, and much to my surprise, walked toward the diner anyway. "You coming?" he called over his shoulder. I really was hungry, so I jogged after him. The diner was almost entirely empty, save for a couple of other tables at which sat sleepy students who either had the late-night munchies or who were last-minute cramming for exams. We grabbed a booth in the corner, and my old coworker, Millie, came over. "Fancy seeing you here," she said with a smile as she took out her notepad to take our order. "Where have you been?" asked Phil. I responded sheepishly. Millie seemed to get the message and scrunched up her nose. "What can I get for you?" she asked. "I'll have a coffee," Enzo replied. "And a grilled cheese, extra cheese, and fries." "Same for me," I said. Millie smiled and walked away to put in our orders and get our coffees. "You're a nighttime coffee drinker too, huh?" Enzo asked with a smirk. I nodded. "All of the late nights studying in the library have conditioned me to it," I replied. Enzo's face softened a bit, and there was a slight twinkle of red in his brown eyes. "I think it's impressive how hard you work," he said quietly, averting his gaze to the table. "I've never been all that studious. I wish I could be more like you." His words made me blush. I always expected a guy like Enzo to tease me for being so academic, but he was genuine. "What's your major anyway?" I asked. "Business management," he replied, rolling his eyes. "As requested by my dad." I raised my eyebrows. I had heard rumors that Enzo's dad was a CEO of some foreign company, but I didn't know that Enzo was connected to it in any way. I supposed it made sense, but I could tell that Enzo wasn't interested in that life. "What would you be doing if your dad let you choose anything?" I asked. Enzo's brown eyes widened a bit, like he had never been asked this question before. I don't know, honestly," Enzo replied. "I've never thought about it." "Come on," I said, feeling intrigued now. "There has to be something you like, and don't just say hockey. There has to be more to Enzo Rivers than hockey." For the first time since I had known him, Enzo seemed taken aback. He stammered to come up with a reply, and his face turned red. You, he muttered, running a hand through Emma's curly hair as Millie brought us our coffee. "I don't know. I wanted to be a musician when I was little." "Enzo Rivers, a musician. Do you play any instruments?" I asked. Enzo nodded. "Yeah, guitar. But I'm not all that good." For some reason, the thought of Enzo playing the guitar made my heart flutter a bit. "I'm sure you're better than you realize," I said quietly. "I'd like to hear you play sometime." Just then, Millie returned with our food. I was so hungry that my mouth watered a bit when she set my plate down. We ate in silence for a couple of minutes, but it wasn't uncomfortable. Maybe it was just because I was starving and the food was delicious, but I didn't mind the silence. "By the way," Enzo said, having regained his composure after my personal questions, "I'll take care of Lisa. I promise she won't bother you anymore." I swallowed a bite of grilled cheese and frowned, my heart racing as I thought about what probably happened to the guy who drugged me. Ketik's words swirled around my head. "They're all monsters. I've hunted enough of them to know that for a fact. Please don't kill her," I blurted out, then immediately regretted my words when I saw the shocked expression on Enzo's face. "What?" he said, looking thoroughly hurt. "I would never kill anyone. Why would you even say that?" I suddenly felt like the biggest asshole in the entire world, and I couldn't even explain myself. What was I supposed to say? "I met up with a crazy dude from the internet with a giant fucking tooth that might have honestly been fake. And he said that your kind are all killers. I looked down at my plate, blinking away tears. I'm sorry, I said. I don't know how this whole werewolf thing works quite yet. Enzo let out a sigh. I know the rogues that have been coming around make it seem like we're all killers, but they're just that, rogues. Most of us are perfectly normal and quite frankly pacifist. I looked up at Enzo to apologize again, but his brown eyes were soft. He didn't seem angry, although I still felt stupid for believing some stranger from the internet over him. We finished eating, and Enzo paid the bill, then drove me home on his motorcycle. When he pulled up to the dorms, I hopped off his bike. Thank you for dinner, I said quietly, to which he merely nodded in response. I nodded back and turned to head into the building, but stopped a few feet away and turned back to look at him. Hey, about the other night, don't worry about it, Enzo said. I know we're just friends, and I'm okay with that. Right, I thought to myself as I headed inside and watched him drive away on his motorcycle. Just Friends, Chapter 45, Nina's POV. After Enzo dropped me off, I went upstairs and went straight to bed. That night, I had dreams about Enzo. In the dreams, he wasn't just a human, but a huge wolf with silver fur and red eyes. I sat on his back while he walked through the forest, my fingers tangled in his fur. Something about it felt comforting. When I woke up the next morning, I realized that I had missed my alarm. I jumped out of bed, cursing, and threw on the first thing I could find in my dresser. Combed my hair without even bothering to braid it, and brushed my teeth before running out of my dorm and flying down the stairs with my loose hair flowing behind me. A few minutes later, I burst into class, completely out of breath. The professor raised an eyebrow at me as several students turned around to see what the commotion was about. Sorry, I muttered, squeezing my way through a row of desks to find its seat next to Jessica, who had saved me my usual spot. She glared up at me and moved her jacket out of the way so I could sit. It's not like you to be late, she whispered, while the professor continued giving his lecture. I took out my notebook and tucked my wild hair behind my ears. I was up late, I whispered back. Jessica frowned at me. I saw his motorcycle driving away. I thought you were done with him and interested in someone else. Ladies, please, the professor said annoyedly, folding his arms across his chest and facing us. Please save your conversation for after class, especially you, Miss Harper. You've already missed enough this morning. Sorry, Professor, I replied, averting my attention to my notebook. Jessica and I headed toward the dining hall for lunch after class. Do you really think Lisa was on something? Jessica asked after I explained what happened last night. I shrugged my shoulders. I don't know. Sure seemed like it. Her pupils were like saucers. Well, good riddance, Jessica said. Maybe now she'll quit bothering everybody. Maybe, I replied, although I couldn't help but feel a little worried for Lisa. If she was on hard drugs, she was probably really struggling. Addiction is a bitch. Still, Jessica said, looking over at me as we walked into the dining hall. You should be careful about Enzo. You said yourself that it would be toxic between the two or you. I know, I replied. We got in line at the sandwich shop. I thought you were his biggest fan, though. It seems unlike you to say anything bad about him. Jessica shrugged. He played with your feelings, she replied. Besides, I just haven't been that interested in guys lately. I raised an eyebrow, confused by my friend's sudden change in demeanor. As long as I had known her, she had been boy crazy and was almost constantly talking to a new guy. Why the change of heart? Jessica looked around while we waited in line, twirling a strand of blonde hair around her finger, then grinned and waved excitedly at someone. I turned and looked over to see that she was waving at Lori. Both of their faces were blushing. Was Jessica interested in Lori? It couldn't be, but still, I could hardly contain my smile. After lunch, I had to go to work with Tiffany. I said goodbye to my friends, who seemed perfectly content with sitting alone together, and headed over to the health office as I downed the last of my coffee in a pathetic attempt to wake myself up after everything that happened the night before. When I entered Tiffany's office, she was sitting at her desk looking through some papers. She looked up from her desk when I entered and smiled. Afternoon, she said in her usual sweet tone of voice. Ready for another fun day? I nodded, hanging my bag and my jacket on one of the hooks in the back of the room. I'll be leaving in a few minutes for a performance review with the dean, she said, rubbing her eyes. She looked like she was up late the night before, too. Think you'll be okay in here without me if any students come in? No problem, I replied with a smile. By this point, I had been working here long enough to feel fairly comfortable with my tasks. Besides, when it came to waiting on students in the health office, the majority of what I would be doing was simply handing out condoms and cold medicine. Awesome, Tiffany said, standing. If you need anything, you have my number. I nodded in response, and when Tiffany left, I sat down at the tall lab table to get some studying done while I was waiting for students. A few minutes later, the door opened. I looked up from my work, expecting to see a student, but felt my face get hot when James walked in instead. We hadn't seen each other since our study session at the coffee shop, and by this point, I had really begun to think that I scared him away with my wolf nonsense. It seemed that James wasn't scared away at all, however, when he came over to me with a big smile on his soft face. Long time no see, he said, setting his bag down on the table. I thought you got swept away by that typhoon. Almost, I replied, pushing my night with Enzo out of my mind the best I could. I'm actually glad you're here, James said. He walked over to a cabinet and pulled out a microscope and a baggie with slides in it, then came over to the table and set it up. With the recent flu outbreak, I got curious and took some samples to look at under the microscope. You should take a look. I've never seen anything like it. He turned the microscope toward me. I raised an eyebrow and peered in to look at the virus. What about it? I said, pulling away from the microscope and looking up at James. You didn't see it, he said, his smile fading. He pulled the microscope to himself and looked in, muttering to himself as he fussed with the dials. "No, I swear it was. That's odd. What's wrong?" I said, leaning over out of curiosity and accidentally brushing our shoulders together. "I swear this was not an ordinary influenza sample," he muttered, looking up from the microscope. When he locked eyes with me, I realized now that our faces were incredibly close enough to kiss. My face turned beet red, and so did his. I pulled away quickly and cleared my throat, averting my gaze back to my notes. Maybe you got the slides mixed up," I said, trying to act nonchalant. "Why, yeah," James replied. "Maybe." Suddenly, the door swung open and a sick student came hobbling in, holding her stomach. I let out a small sigh of relief now that I had an excuse to escape the awkward atmosphere, and jumped down from my stool. Walking over to her, James and I didn't get any alone time for the rest of my shift. What with the almost constant stream of sick students coming in. Before I knew it, my shift was over. "Hey," James said, just as I was about to leave with my things. "When are we going to have that study date?" My face turned red when I heard James refer to our study session as a date, and I stammered to come up with a reply. I'll let you know," I said hurriedly, which resulted in a disappointed look from James. "This is all too much," I thought to myself as I scurried out of the health office with my heart racing. Truthfully, I liked both Enzo and James. How could I possibly choose Chapter 46, Enzo's POV, after I dropped Nina off at her dorm on the night she was attacked by Lisa? I immediately returned to the police station. "I'm here to take her home," I said, nodding my head toward the cell where Lisa was being held. She was sitting on the cot, visibly uncomfortable and covered in sweat. I had had my suspicions before, but now that I saw her, I could instantly tell what happened to her from a mile away. She had been bitten by a rogue werewolf. It would only be a matter of time before she turned into one herself and broke out of that cell, killing everyone in here. I had to get her to a witch before it was too late. The female officer sitting at the front desk turned around and looked at Lisa, then looked back at me. "It's Enzo, right?" the officer said. "I've watched your hockey games. You're really good." I sighed and repeated my statement. "I'm here to take her home." "Is she free to go?" "She'll be free to go in the morning," she replied. "Her toxicology report came back clean, but we think it's best if we monitor her." "Listen," I said, rubbing my tired eyes. "She's my girlfriend. She was traumatized as a child and has these episodes sometimes. Keeping her in a cell isn't going to help her come out of this episode. We can have her transferred to the hospital," the officer said, picking up the phone. "No doctors," I yelled, causing the officer's eyes to widen and kicking myself for being so abrupt. "I mean, that won't help either. I think it's best if I just take her home. She needs a familiar place, you know." The officer sighed and looked over her shoulder again at Lisa, then back to me and nodded, standing. "I'm not really supposed to do this, but But since the other girl didn't want to press charges, "One guess, I'll let you take her," she said. I let out a sigh of relief as she walked over and unlocked Lisa's cell. "You're free to go home," the officer said to Lisa, who didn't even acknowledge her at all and just continued to stare blankly at the wall. Miss, it's all right," I said, stepping past the officer and into the cell. "I got her." I walked over to Lisa and crouched in front of her. When she saw me, her eyes focused on me. Her gaze was cloudy and distant, but she was still in there. "Somewhere. I'm gonna help you, okay?" I said softly. She slowly nodded, then let me scoop her up off the cot and carry her out of the cell. "Thanks, officer," I said as I passed. "Oh, it's no problem," the officer replied with a smile. "Anything for Enzo Rivers. More now than ever." I was glad for the teleportation ability that had been passed down to me from my father. As soon as I was out of sight of the police station, I parked my bike along the side of the road, took Lisa in my arms, and in the blink of an eye, I was at my father's house. Louis and the rest of the pack were sitting around the fire pit once again, as they did every night when I arrived. "Holy shit," Myra, the newest recruit, who also happened to be my cousin, said when she saw me holding Lisa. Louis jumped up and ran over to me, his eyes immediately showing recognition of the situation. "She was bitten, wasn't she?" he asked. I nodded. They all knew Lisa. My father had forced me to be in a relationship with her for quite a while, after all, and knew what would happen if a human was bitten by a rogue. "Someone get a witch here now," Louis yelled. "Which witch?" Myra asked. Louis rolled his eyes. "I don't care. Find a witch and bring her here." Myra took off. She was the fastest one in the group, even faster than me, while Louis and I carried Lisa up to my bedroom. "Where's my father?" I asked. "Still overseas," Louis replied, as we gently set Lisa down on the bed. She had already begun convulsing, and we turned her on her side in case she vomited. "Won't be back for another couple of weeks. This shifter situation is getting out of control," I said. "The dean won't do anything except wipe students' memories." Louis nodded, his eyes fixed on Lisa. "I'll send the pack out there to patrol for rogues as soon as I can." "I wonder why they seem to be so fixed on that campus. It's gotta be Nina," I replied. "Something about her is drawing all sorts of shifters to campus. Not to mention that Lisa here made a beeline for her as soon as she got bitten. Must be her scent," Louis muttered. "But she's just a human." "Why?" Before we had a chance to discuss any further, Myra returned with a rather stunned-looking witch. As soon as the witch saw Lisa, she pushed both Louis and I out of the way and started whispering some sort of incantation while she searched Lisa's body for the source of the bite. When she lifted up Lisa's shirt, I nearly gagged when I saw the wound. How had the police officers missed this? The witch pulled a vial of something off of her belt and dumped its contents into her hands, rubbing them together, then pressing them into the wound. Lisa arched her back and screamed at the pain. "Hold her down," the witch said. Louis and I nodded at one another, holding her down by the shoulders and ankles while she continued to scream. A little while later, it was all over, and Lisa was soundly asleep in my bed. Louis paid the disgruntled witch for her services. She gave him an extra vial of whatever potion she used on Lisa's wounds, then disappeared into the night, while Louis and the rest of the pack went to investigate the source of the rogues and hunt them down. I stayed with Lisa for the next 2 days. She woke up on the 3rd day, completely dazed and confused. Thankfully, she didn't remember anything about being bitten, so I lied and told her that she got attacked by a bobcat. She believed it without question. Lisa was strong enough now to go home, so I took one of my father's cars and drove her home on the evening of the 3rd day. She whined and held her stomach the whole way there. When we pulled into the parking lot, she turned toward me and pushed her lower lip out in a pout. "I can't walk, baby," she whimpered. "Can you please take me home?" I sighed and nodded. No matter what sort of history Lisa and I had, I wasn't going to simply drop her off and drive away after she had been bitten by a fucking werewolf. She was past the dangerous stage now, and it was safe to say that she was not at any risk of shifting into a rogue. But I still wanted to keep an eye on her. I got out of the car and walked around, opening the door and helping her out. She leaned on me, holding my arm as I walked her back to her dorm. When we crossed the quad, however, I saw a familiar face from the other side of the fountain. It was Nina Shit. She stopped in her tracks when she saw Lisa and I together, her brown eyes widening. I stopped as well, opening my mouth to say her name, but before I could, she turned on her heel and stormed away. "What's wrong, baby?" Lisa whined, tugging on my arm. I wanted to run to Nina to tell her that it wasn't what it looked like, but it was too late. She was already gone. Chapter 47. Nina's POV. I felt like a harpoon pierced me straight through the heart when I saw Enzo walking with Lisa across the quad. She was leaning on him and holding his arm. He glanced up and saw me, our eyes locking across the quad. I froze. He froze, too, for a moment. His brown eyes focused on me with an expression that I couldn't quite read. I hadn't seen Enzo in a few days since the night we went to the diner. Had he been with Lisa this whole time, even though she attacked me like a madwoman? The longer I stood there, frozen, the more tears started to well up in my eyes, and the hotter my face became. I couldn't bear to see him with her like this. Before he could say anything, I turned on my heel and walked away. Ran when I got home. The apartment was dark and empty. I slammed the door behind me and leaned on it, sobbing silently in the darkness, eventually sinking down to the floor and burying my head in my knees. I had told Enzo that I just wanted to be friends, but I knew that part of me still had feelings for him, and seeing him with Lisa only solidified that. I wasn't sure how long I sat on the dark kitchen floor in tears, but eventually the tears stopped coming, and my face hurt from crying. "God, I'm so stupid," I whispered to myself, leaning my head back against the door. I sat there for a few minutes longer as my mind spun from all the crying. Just then, my phone buzzed in my pocket. Pursing my lips, I pulled it out and squinted against the bright light of the screen. There was a text from Enzo. "Can you talk later? I can explain." I rolled my eyes and shut off my phone, deciding not to answer. I didn't want to hear explanations. I had grown tired of them at this point. If Enzo wanted to get back together with Lisa, that was his decision to make. After a few more minutes of wallowing on the floor, I finally stood and decided that maybe it was best if I get out of the apartment and occupy myself. Besides, I had an exam the next day. Some studying at the library would do me some good. The campus was quiet as I walked to the library. I passed by a few students who were out on walks or heading to their night classes, but the quad was mostly empty, just how I liked it. The moon was nearly full, and there was a gentle breeze blowing across the campus that kicked up some of the fallen leaves, and a light fog had begun to settle. It made for a spooky atmosphere, perfect for fall, and got me excited for Halloween in a couple of weeks. When I got to the library, it was mostly empty aside from a few late-night study sessions here and there, and the nighttime librarian. I always preferred the library at night. Not only was it more empty and quiet, but the dim lights made the tall wooden bookshelves, stone floors, and Gothic architecture feel even more cozy. I always felt like a character out of a book when I came here at night. I looked around for a table and found one in a quiet spot behind some bookshelves. The moon shone through a window above it, creating a calming atmosphere that allowed me to feel relaxed enough to get some studying done. I was there for at least an hour already, fully absorbed in my work in an attempt to drown the image of Enzo and Lisa out of my mind, when I heard something behind me. Psst. I looked over my shoulder to see James peeking out from behind a bookshelf with a grin on his face. He came over to me. "What are you doing here so late?" he whispered as he approached. I shrugged. "Just wanted to get out of my apartment." James nodded understandingly and bit his lip. The moonlight illuminated his soft features, which made my heart feel a little less broken for a moment. "You want to sit with me?" I asked, gesturing to the spot across from me at the table. With a smile, James sat down and pulled out his books. I peeked over my laptop to see that he was reading a book on genetics. The cover looked old and dusty, and the pages were yellowed. He saw me looking and smiled. "Your question about DNA the other day at the coffee shop got me thinking," he said. "It's all sort of silly, but the author of this book actually thought that there may have been humans at some point in our history who bred with animals and created all sorts of human-animal hybrids. It's a fun read if you shut off the logical part of your brain." Yeah, I thought to myself as I studied the worn cover of the book. Real silly. I didn't tell him that there were, in fact, human-animal hybrids. They were just created from a curse, not breeding. Although, after everything I had learned about the supernatural lately, I wondered if that was a possibility too. "Can I read that when you're done?" I asked. "It does sound sort of interesting." "Of course," James replied with a nod. "I'll bring it to you when I'm finished." We didn't talk much more than that, both too absorbed in our work was nice just to have the company, though. It felt good to be around someone platonically who shared similar interests, and it took my mind off of what I saw earlier between Enzo and Lisa. Eventually, the clock struck midnight, and the librarian announced that the library was closing over the PA system. I sighed and started packing up, not wanting to go home and be alone with my thoughts. "You all right?" James said as he started putting his books back in his satchel. I shrugged. "I just wanted to stay, that's all," I said. "I don't really feel like being home tonight." James raised an eyebrow. "Why? Everything okay?" "Oh, I replied, scrambling to come up with a lie that didn't involve Enzo and Lisa. "I just had a fight with my roommate, so I don't really feel like being there." "That's all," James smirked. Part of me worried that he was going to invite me over to his place or something, which would only add to the confusion of everything going on. But his next words took me by surprise. "So let's stay then," he whispered, leaning across the table. I cocked my head. "But the library is closing." "So," James said, his eyes suddenly mischievous. "Come on, follow me." The librarian announced that the library was closing again. I bit my lip as James stood and scurried off behind a bookshelf. This felt wrong. I had never broken rules like this before, but it also sounded fun. I looked around in case anyone was watching before standing and following James. He was hiding behind the bookcase and put his finger over his lips, taking my hand and leading me toward the staircase that led to the basement. No one ever really went down there, since the basement mostly contained rare books and random items on display. So when we descended the stairs and saw that it was completely empty, it came as no surprise. We heard the librarian walking around upstairs as she turned off the lights, and James pulled me underneath the stairwell to hide. I suppressed a giggle as we heard the librarian walk up to the top of the basement stairs. "Anyone down there?" she called. James and I held our breath, smirking at one another. The librarian waited for a few moments, then muttered something to herself and shut off the lights, leaving us in darkness. We stood there in darkness for a few minutes, until we were certain that the library was now completely empty before James turned on his phone flashlight. When he did, I realized that we had been holding hands this entire time. We both blushed and quickly pulled away. "Now what?" I asked. James shrugged. "I dunno. Back to studying, I guess." The mixture of James' innocence and studious nature almost made me laugh. I had expected that he would suggest another rule-breaking activity, like breaking into the locked, restricted section for professors only. But he had suggested simply going back to studying, and I didn't mind that at all. Chapter 48. Nina's POV. The next day, I headed to work with Tiffany. She was evaluating a sick student when I arrived. "Good morning," Tiffany called over her shoulder when I entered. I started to take off my jacket, but she stopped me. "Don't get too comfy," she said. "We'll be heading out right after this. Did you wear athletic clothes like I asked?" "I did," I replied, keeping my jacket on. Tiffany had texted me early before my shift to tell me to dress appropriately in athletic clothes and sneakers today. She didn't explain why, but I complied and put on my only real athletic clothes, which was a pair of leggings and a tight Zinun tun with long sleeves. I had purchased them the semester before when I thought I was going to be one of those girls who was into yoga. But one yoga class with Jessica changed my mind. Jessica was graceful and flexible with excellent balance, and I fell on my face. A lot. Tiffany finished evaluating the student. Looks like you've got a nasty case of strep throat. She walked over to her desk and scribbled on a notepad, then ripped the page out and handed it to the student. Take this to the pharmacy for some antibiotics. Avoid overusing your throat and try to drink lots of tea with honey. Can you come back in a week for a checkup? The sick student nodded miserably and left, coughing into her elbow. All right, Tiffany said, grabbing her coat and medical bag. Let's go. We headed out the door. Tiffany turned the sign to closed and then headed off toward the athletic fields with me on her heels. Where are we headed? I asked, almost jogging to keep up with Tiffany's quick stride. We're going to be making the rounds for all of the sports teams today, she replied, her breath making little clouds in the chilly morning air as she spoke. Football, soccer, rugby, and hockey. I almost groaned when she mentioned that we'd be visiting the hockey team, but kept it to myself. By the way, she said as we walked, you don't have to tell me if it's too personal, but I'm just curious, what's going on between you and Enzo now? And James, too, I sighed and shrugged. I don't know, honestly. Can I give you a bit of advice from one woman to another? She asked. Please, I replied. I need it. Tiffany stopped and turned toward me, taking me by both shoulders. She was shorter than me, but still had a protective and comforting air with the way she held herself. Don't ever try to force a spark, even if you're heartbroken and lonely, and you think you won't be able to ever find the right person. It's not worth it if you have to force it. I made that mistake with my ex-husband. When you meet the right person, you'll just know. I paused for a moment as I considered Tiffany's words. Was I forcing a spark with James or Enzo? At this point, I didn't know the difference between real feelings or just infatuation. Have you ever been with someone who just feels right? I asked. How do you know? Tiffany sighed and started walking again. I have, she replied quietly, her usually bubbly voice now low and somber. It was a lot like you and Enzo, actually. We met here in college. It was a confusing back and forth that went on for far too long, all because of me. He pissed me off. I argued with him. When he finally got sick of my games, he got together with a girl just a few days later. They got engaged by the time we graduated. I couldn't accept his love when I had the chance, and I still regret it. Where is he now? I asked, my curiosity getting the best of me. He's a professor here, actually, she responded. Still married to her, with 2 kids now. Needless to say, I avoid him like the plague. I didn't have a chance to ask Tiffany anything else before we got to the football field, and even if I had, I probably wouldn't have pried anymore anyway. We spent the morning visiting various sports teams that were training. We would take notes on their performance, attend to any injuries or concerns that the players had, and I watched Tiffany teach them new stretches to help with their performance. It was fun to see how each team trained differently, but I dreaded visiting the hockey team. I just hoped that I could get it over without having to interact with Enzo too much. At the same time, however, Tiffany's words struck a chord with me. What if, in 20 years, Enzo was married to Lisa with 2 kids, and I was still pining away for him? Would I regret letting him be the one that got away, just like how Tiffany regretted pushing her love away years ago? By late afternoon, after taking a funner break, Tiffany and I made our way to visit the hockey team. My heart pounded as we got closer to the arena, and I just wanted to run away. But I willed myself to be strong and just focus on my work. When we reached the arena, the team was already outside on the athletic field behind it. I didn't know that the hockey team ever trained outside. Tiffany waved to Enzo, and he came jogging over. My face turned red as I took in what he looked like. He was wearing athletic shorts that showed off his muscular legs, and had on a tight-fitting shirt that looked as though his biceps would burst out at any moment. As he jogged toward us, he looked both graceful and powerful at the same time. My mind flashed back to the day he ran shirtless on the treadmill, and suddenly I felt as though I wanted him badly. "Afternoon, ladies," Enzo said with a smile, stopping in front of us. He was acting incredibly polite, which was a surprise considering how I yelled at him the day before. However, when his brown eyes flickered over to me, I saw the briefest flash of red in them. Was it attraction or resentment? "Training outside today?" Tiffany asked. Enzo nodded. "Figured we could all use some fresh air since it's so nice outside. We were planning on running along the forest trails, if you'd both like to join." "Us? My poor old knee is acting up today, otherwise I would," Tiffany said, then turned to me. There was a hint of playfulness in her eyes. I knew where this was going. "Why don't you go, Nina? Do you like to run?" My face turned even more red. I'm not the best runner," I said. "I'd probably just hold all of you back. Truthfully, I hadn't attempted funning since high school." "Nonsense," Enzo said, placing his hands on his hips. "Half of these guys have the stamina of a tortoise. Come on, it'll be fun." I looked over at Tiffany, who was only grinning back at me with that same glint in her eyes. She knew exactly what she was doing, and I knew that there was no way I could get out of this. "All right," I replied, my heart practically pounding out of my chest. "I'll run with you." Enzo smiled and jogged back toward the team. I shot Tiffany a look, to which she only punched my arm playfully and gestured with her head for me to go. With a deep sigh, I set down the medical bag and started to jog over to meet up with the team. Why did it seem as though the universe wanted Enzo and I to be together so badly? Chapter 49. Nina's POV. I caught up with the team in the middle of the athletic field. They were stretching for their run. I tried not to look at Enzo as he stretched, because watching his muscular form only made me want him more. Regardless of what Tiffany said about her college love, I still felt hesitant about Enzo with everything that had happened since I met him. Besides, I had to focus on school and work. Now was not the time to be worrying about boys. The team looked up when I joined them on the athletic field as they stretched. Feeling a bit nervous, I started to stretch too. Most of them seemed excited that a girl was joining them on their run today, including Justin. But apparently my presence bothered one player. His name was Brian. "You're running with us?" he asked, standing up from his stretch. "I suppose so," I replied with a sheepish nod. Brian frowned and folded his arms across his chest. "You're not going to slow us down, are you? Everyone knows girls can't run as fast as guys." Before I had the chance to respond, Justin stepped in at the same time and defended me. "Hey, don't say that about her," Justin said, balling his fists up at his sides. Meanwhile, Enzo simply stormed up to Brian and glared down at him. Brian wasn't a small guy in the slightest, but Enzo still towered over him and made him look dwarfed. "How dare you be so rude to our team doctor?" he said, his low voice practically a growl. "Just for that, you can drop and give me 50 push-ups. Right now." 50, Brian whined. "We can make it 100 if you keep up the attitude," Enzo replied. Brian grumbled and got down on the ground to do his push-ups. "If anyone else has a problem with Nina joining us on our run today, speak now," Enzo said. No one made a peep. "All right," he continued. "Let's go. Brian, catch up when you're done. Maybe you can use this time to think about why you have such a bias against women." Brian continued to do his push-ups, grumbling to himself as the team started running. I bit my lip and followed behind. We made our way toward the line of trees that sat at the end of the field. There was a small trail that broke through the trees, which made its way through the forest. There were a lot of these trails all around campus for students to hike on. And while I was a bit nervous that there could be another shifter out in the woods, Enzo didn't seem terribly worried about it. His strong demeanor gave me a bit of confidence. I jogged along at the back of the group, matching their pace, and kept to myself as the guys talked and joked with each other. While I jogged behind them, I couldn't help but observe Enzo's form. He ran with an impressive amount of stamina, leading the group, just like how he ran that day on the treadmill. Back then, I had been confused and astonished at his superhuman capabilities. But now, I knew that it was the werewolf in him that gave him so much strength and stamina. Regardless, it was still impressive to watch him run, and I couldn't stop myself from being attracted to him. We made our way through the forest, running over small hills and jumping over fallen trees. Somehow, although I hadn't run like this since high school PE class, I eventually found myself running at the front of the group with Enzo and Justin, while the rest of the team started to tire out and lag behind. "And you said you would hold us back," Enzo said, slowing down just a little bit to match my pace so he could run beside me. You run like a natural. Did you run on the cross-country team in high school or something? I shook my head. Nope, I replied. I've never really been sporty at all. My parents made me play on the junior tennis team for one semester in middle school, but I hated sports so much that they gave up and let me drop out of the team. I've always thought you were naturally pretty athletic, Justin suddenly chimed in, running faster to keep up on my other side. I looked over at him and saw him shoot a competitive glance at Enzo, who merely clenched his jaw and kept his focus on the trail. Thanks, I replied, feeling a bit uncomfortable now as I was sandwiched between two guys who I had a history with. Hey, one of the other teammates, Matt, called from behind us. We should race, Nina against. I'll do it, Justin blurted out, stopping. Enzo stopped as well. There was a slight frown on his face, but I could also see a hint of amusement behind his eyes. Up to you, Nina, Enzo said with a shrug. Oh, I replied, but was suddenly cut off by Justin. Come on, it'll be fun, Justin said. Sort of like old times, just you and me having fun together. I had a feeling that Justin was trying to get some sort of angle here, but as the rest of the team started chanting for us to race, I felt obligated to give it a shot. All right, I conceded, throwing my hands up in surrender. Just one race. Justin grinned and drew a line in the dirt with his foot, standing behind it poised to run. From here to that tree, he said, pointing at a tree several yards away. I hesitantly nodded and got into my place while Matt came over and started counting down. On your marks, get set, go. It all happened so fast that it was a blur. Justin got ahead of me first, and honestly, I didn't care to win. But all of a sudden it was as if something clicked. I picked up speed, gaining more and more as I ran. The team's cheers behind me faded into the wind as my legs pumped. I ran to the tree within a few seconds and touched it, turning around with a grin and expecting Justin to be right behind me. He was still only halfway there. Holy shit, Matt yelled over the team's cheers. Nina is really fucking fast. I didn't even feel out of breath. Justin gave up and stopped, throwing his hands up in the air in defeat, even seeming a little annoyed at my surprising victory. How did I do that? I had never been athletic and hadn't run at all in. Was it just a stroke of luck? Years. The team charged at me suddenly, taking me by surprise and lifting me up on their shoulders as they chanted, Nina, Nina, Nina. I couldn't help but grin and laugh at the stupidity of the situation as they jumped around with me on their shoulders, making me laugh. I looked over to see Enzo still standing in his place with his muscular arms folded across his chest. He was staring at me with glowing red eyes. Chapter 50. Nina's POV. All right, that's enough, Enzo said, the red in his eyes fading back to a soft brown. Get back to training. The team grumbled and set me back down on the ground, then started running again. I was still amazed at my landslide victory in the race and stood there for a moment as they ran ahead. Enzo walked up to me now that we were alone and gazed down at me with a half smile on his face. "You're quite the runner," he said. "I guess so," I replied. I don't know what came over me. For a few moments, neither of us spoke. We were standing close enough that I could smell his sweat mixed with his cologne. Involuntarily, we were both leaning closer to each other. Close enough to kiss, Enzo stepped back and shook his head. He drew in a sharp breath before speaking. "What you saw last night, whatever it is, it's none of my business," I interrupted. "We're just friends. You're allowed to do whatever you want." Enzo opened his mouth to speak, but before he could say anything, the team started getting annoyed and calling for us to catch up. Turning on my heel, I ran to join the group so Enzo couldn't see my tears. He lingered at the back of the group for the rest of the run. When we finished our run, we came back out at the same spot we went into the woods, having gone in a big loop. Tiffany was sitting on the bench and flipping through some paperwork when we returned. "Have a good run?" she asked, standing as I jogged up to her. "It wasn't bad, actually," I said, praying that the blush on my face would just seem like it came from all of the exertion, and not from the feeling of Enzo's red wolf eyes on me. "Good," Tiffany replied with a smile, sticking her paperwork in her bag and hoisting the bag onto her shoulder. "I've got to head back to the office. You did good work today. Go get some rest." I nodded and watched Tiffany walk away. Then, taking one last glance over my shoulder at Enzo and the rest of the team, I started to head in the direction of home. My shower and my bed were calling to me after that run. "Nina," Justin called from behind me. I pursed my lips and turned around, not wanting to be rude, but also not wanting to give my ex any more false hope than he already seemed to have. "What's up?" I said. "Can I walk with you for a minute? I just want to talk." Sighing, I nodded and started walking again. Justin followed along like a lost puppy. "I just wanted to apologize again for everything I've put you through this semester," he said as we walked. "I know I've been shitty to you, and I'll totally respect it if you just want to be friends. But I also want you to know that I'm going to work real hard to change and be better from now on." I thought back to the way Justin looked in the coffee shop that day. He had been dressed eerily similar to Enzo. In fact, he was even dressed a lot like Enzo now in his athletic clothes, and seemed to have grown his hair out a bit to look like Enzo's. "Are you trying to be like Enzo?" I blurted out, stopping and looking at Justin. He stared back at me with wide eyes and stammered out a response. "And no. What makes you think that?" I raised an eyebrow and folded my arms across my chest for a moment as I eyed Justin up and down, but then sighed and relaxed when I saw how he looked like a deer in headlights. "Listen," I said softly, "I liked you just fine before, and I think you should just be yourself." A slight smile started to play on Justin's lips. "Does that mean?" he started to say. "No," I replied, vehemently shaking my head. "Justin, the fact of the matter is that you cheated on me. I don't resent you, but I don't see any way in which I can keep my dignity as a woman in you." Get back together with Justin looked sad, but nodded nonetheless. "I understand," he said. I promise, though, that I'll keep working on myself. Can we at least be friends? I sighed. Sure, I replied. If you really do plan to work on yourself, we can be friends. I just hoped that he wasn't only working on himself because he thought we still had a chance. As I walked away from Justin, I took one last glance over my shoulder to see Inzo watching me from the athletic field. The next day, I was walking to my next class of the day when my phone started buzzing. I looked at it to see that it was Phil from the diner calling me. Hello, I answered. Nina, Phil said, sounding chipper. I hope you've been doing better. I have, actually, I replied. Was he going to ask me to come back to work? I really needed the money, but I didn't want to beg. Listen, he said, we're really missing your help over here. I'm sorry I jumped to conclusions before. If you're not too mad at me, and if I gave you a raise to make up for it, would you be interested in coming back to work? Yes, I blurted out, then covered my mouth and cringed at my overly enthusiastic response. I mean, yeah, that would be good. When do you want me to come back? Can you come in tonight? Phil asked. I had promised Lori I would hang out with her, but I knew she would understand. I really needed the money. I'd been living on the free meal plan food and instant noodles for the past 2 weeks. I'll see you tonight, I said. Later, I explained the situation to Lori, and she understood completely. I had just enough time after my last class to shower and get changed into my uniform before I had to go to work, and I was honestly excited to be back, not to mention the pay raise. I was walking to work, however, when I ran into none other than Inzo on the quad. He looked me up and down and smiled. Back to work, he said. Yeah, I replied, blushing when I saw his eyes flicker down to my chest, which I had always thought looked quite good in my retro diner uniform. Phil called earlier, and I guess he had a sudden change of heart. He even gave me a raise. Enzo smirked. Good, he replied. You deserve it. I'm glad he took my advice. I was about to say something else, but my words caught in my throat as I realized what Enzo had just said. Wait, I said, taking a step backwards. Did you talk to Phil? Enzo looked a little embarrassed, but nodded. Yeah, he admitted. After you told me everything that happened with Lisa, I thought it would help the situation. I didn't know what to say. I was happy to have my job back, but a part of me was also hurt that Enzo felt the need to take care of me. Enzo must have seen me struggling. I'm sorry, he said. I know I should have asked you first. I just thought, I don't know. I thought it would be a nice surprise. Something to make up for how shitty I've been. I shifted my bag on my shoulder and nodded pensively as I looked at the ground. I do appreciate it, I replied. Thank you. Just in the future, let me handle my own affairs, please. I can take care of myself. Enzo seemed visibly hurt by my words, but before I could take back what I said, he nodded and started to walk away. It won't happen again, he said, sticking his hands in his pockets. Good luck at work tonight. I bit my lip as I watched him walk away. I couldn't let him leave like this. Enzo, I called after him. He stopped and turned around, and when his sad gaze met mine, My heart skipped a beat. Really? I said softly. Thank you. A soft smile tugged at the corners of Enzo's lips. Without a word, he nodded and walked away. For more audiobooks like these, join my Patreon. Link in comments.